When other people transmigrate, they reach the peak of their lives. But I transmigrated into a completely cancelled, disgraced idol. Not only was I a total simp for 3 years, but I also have leukemia with only 7 days left to live. And just when the reporters confronted me with fake news about me taking a helicopter to a disaster zone just to sneak-eat instant noodles, I actually smiled. Because my cheat code, the Megastar system, had finally activated. Ms. Scarlett Vance, regarding the matter of you hitting your grandmother with nunchucks, is it actually true? Miss Scarlett Vance, is it true that while juggling 25 guys at once, the rumors that you're still pursuing Austin Croft are true? Miss Scarlett Vance, did you really take a helicopter to a disaster zone just to sneak-eat instant noodles? Dazed and confused, I opened my eyes. Looking at the massive, overwhelming crowd in front of me, I fell into deep thought. Wasn't I just walking down the street buying a Coke? What kind of place is this? It seems like I got hit by a massive stroke of luck when I left the supermarket. Could it be that I've transmigrated? The people right in front of me were reporters wearing press uniforms from all kinds of media outlets, armed with microphones and cameras. They aimed them right at me, with zero respect for the truth in their eyes, but only a desperate thirst for views. As a wave of dizziness washed over my mind, I finally seemed to snap out of it. Scarlett Vance, a 20-year-old girl. Right now, she was a completely ruined idol singer, a textbook definition of being universally hated online. Her father died in a car accident, and her mother died of leukemia. Years ago, the original owner relied on her breathtakingly gorgeous looks and her decent singing skills to build up some popularity in the entertainment industry, gaining a few 100,000 fans. She wasn't an A-list superstar, but she was doing pretty well for herself. But just 3 years ago, the original owner must have had a total lapse in judgment and fell in love with a D-list nobody named Austin Croft. She shamelessly simped over him for 3 whole years. By leeching off Scarlett Vance's popularity, Austin Croft's own fame slowly started to rise. Although Austin Croft wasn't some kind of top-tier superstar, he still managed to get his own fan base. Because of the original owner's high-profile pursuit of him, many of his fans grew deeply resentful toward her. Consequently, she was constantly dragged and smeared online, labeled as a manipulative bitch who only used money to buy affection. Austin kept his attitude entirely ambiguous throughout this. On one hand, he enjoyed how well she treated him, and on the other hand, he relished the glorious spotlight that his fans brought him. He would claim out loud that he wasn't that kind of guy, while secretly never stopping his endless flings with young models at VIP clubs. Those female fans' sheer hatred toward Scarlett Vance essentially stemmed from pure, raw jealousy. Even if Scarlett lacked some professional talent, her looks were absolutely breathtaking. They were terrified that Scarlett would actually steal away their beloved idol. The original owner's personality was incredibly fierce. Faced with the smear campaigns from unscrupulous reporters, she would single-handedly argue against 10 people at once, and she never lost a single fight. She topped the trending charts almost every other day, but it was always from being ruthlessly dragged. Honestly, for someone so drop-dead gorgeous, it made no sense for her to fall for such a trashy man. Her taste couldn't possibly be that terrible. To make matters worse, this body was also suffering from advanced leukemia. In exactly 7 days, she would leave this beautiful world behind. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. What kind of bullshit script is this? Right at that moment, the eyes of the reporters below lit up with excitement. They instantly began scribbling furiously in their notebooks. I leaned in to take a quick look. True colors exposed. Scarlett Vance shocks everyone by abusing reporters. Famous disgraced celeb spews profanity. Wow, impressive. They truly live up to being the masters of clickbait. While I was still reeling from the shock, a barrage of microphones shoved forward again. Miss Vance, where do you get the confidence to think that you're even worthy of Mr. Austin Croft? Miss Vance, will you do as the netizens are demanding and permanently leave the entertainment industry? I looked at them with utter helplessness. Staring at these fiercely eager reporters, I didn't even know what to say anymore. Explain myself? These people wouldn't listen. I am currently the most hated person on the internet. No matter what I say, absolutely no one is going to believe me. I gently reached out, pushed away the microphones that were about to be shoved right into my face. Suddenly, right at that moment, my condition flared up out of nowhere. A massive wave of dizziness hit me. I stumbled back a couple of steps nearly collapsing onto the floor. Instantly, the reporters looked completely shocked and immediately took a few panicked steps backward, assaulting people. Live at the press conference, Scarlett Vance actually resorted to violence. Driven mad by rage, after hearing that she doesn't deserve Austin Croft, Scarlett Vance actually lashed out physically. I forced myself to stabilize my body, took a deep, heavy breath, completely ignoring these reporters. As I started walking out of the press hall, "Ms. Vance, don't you plan on explaining yourself at all?" A reporter suddenly called out to question me. According to how things usually went, the original owner would have thrown an absolute fit by now. She would have smashed the microphones to pieces and launched into a fierce verbal war against the entire press room. That way, these reporters would have another massive headline to write. Hearing this, I merely knitted my brows. Why should I explain things I never even did? Besides, even if I did explain, would any of you believe it? It's nothing but a total waste of time. If you want traffic, go ahead and smear me however you like. I'm keeping score, and I will remember every single one of these grudges. After saying my piece, I turned around and walked away, leaving the press conference venue behind. Look, I'm not that brainless hothead of an original owner, who only knows how to scream at people in the streets. No matter what industry you are in, true strength is the only thing that actually talks. Of course, that includes being a celebrity idol as well. As long as I build up my skills and talent, heavy hitters will naturally come forward to defend me. As for being a pathetic simp, the hell with that. I am so incredibly beautiful. So why on earth should I be a loyal dog to an opportunistic, trashy man like him? Watching my beautiful figure recede into the distance, the reporters who had swarmed the press conference were completely stunned. They stood frozen. Was this really the incredibly brainless and utterly clueless Scarlett Vance? From their memories? Is this real life? This shouldn't be happening. How did she seem like an entirely different person? And what did she mean by keeping score of the grudges? Is she actually planning to seek revenge against us? In that room, all the reporters who had previously smeared Scarlett Vance suddenly felt an ominous premonition wash over them. Right at that moment, quite a few reporters still wanted to chase after me, but they were all blocked by a cute, petite young girl. Today's interview is officially over. If you have any more questions, ask them another time. The one standing in front of these reporters to block them was Scarlett Vance's petite, youthful-looking manager named Penny Baxter. 3 years ago, Penny's mother suddenly fell critically ill, and she desperately needed a sum of money to save her life. Completely driven into a corner with nowhere else to turn, she signed a 5-year management contract with Scarlett Vance. Although her professional capabilities weren't exceptionally strong, she was fortunately incredibly loyal. Whenever she watched Scarlett do something utterly stupid, she would complain out loud, crying that they were completely ruined, but she would still diligently throw herself into cleaning up Scarlett's disastrous messes. Even when someone offered Penny $1 million to step forward and expose some dark dirt on Scarlett Vance, she remained completely unmoved. Seeing that they couldn't take another step forward, the reporters furiously scribbled in their notebooks once more. Shocking. In order to evade her responsibilities, Scarlett Vance actually forced a young girl to do this kind of thing. I quickly made my way back home. Forcing down the physical discomfort, I took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. Nobody knows about the fact that I have late-stage leukemia, including the original owner herself, but I only have 7 days left to live. So what was the point of me transmigrating here? Was it just to die 7 days later than my old self, who got hit by luck? Right at that moment, a sharp chime suddenly rang out in my mind. Megastar Idol System successfully bound. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. System, I've been waiting for you. This system is named the Megastar Idol Training System. As the name implies, it will transform the host from a universally loathed, completely cancelled celebrity into a true, bona fide megastar across the entire internet. A mechanical voice echoed inside my mind. Thank goodness this system arrived just in time. Otherwise, I was really ready to just restart life. Training to become a megastar? Sounds pretty good. Wait, system, aren't you forgetting one major problem? I only have 7 days left to live. Even if I become a megastar idol in 7 days, it won't do me any good. I communicated with the system inside my head. The leukemia inside this body had already developed into a terminal illness. It would be useless even if the best doctors in the world came. Host, please rest assured. The concept of reputation points has now been bound. The host's illness is tied to your public reputation across the internet. You only need to work hard to raise your reputation points, to completely cure yourself. G. I took a glance at my system status panel. Name, Scarlett Vance. Age, 20. Internet reputation points, 10,086. Holy crap. No wonder I get dragged onto the trending topics every other day. So, my reputation is actually this abysmally bad? Clearing my name? What's the fastest way to redeem my image? The absolute simplest method I can think of is to do charity work. If I donate $10 or $20 million, no matter how trashy my reputation is, it will definitely help win back a lot of public favor. As an idol, I shouldn't be short on cash, right? After all, back when I was Austin Croft's ultimate simp, those luxury goods were thrown at him like they cost nothing. Designer clothes, luxury watches, all gifted away like free water. Top celebs can easily pull in hundreds of thousands a day, so having 10 or 20 million in savings shouldn't be too much to expect, right? I pulled out my phone and checked my account balance. Holy crap. I double-checked it repeatedly, wondering if I had somehow missed a few zeros at the end. In the end, I came to the depressing conclusion that as a celebrity, I was actually even poorer than I was in my past life. At this rate, I could barely even afford to keep myself alive. What an absolute train wreck of a start. How am I supposed to play this game? System, are you pulling my leg? Right now I'm flat broke, and my reputation is absolute garbage. And you expect me to clear my name? Other systems give out amazing rewards just for checking in. Or, at the very least, a beginner's gift pack. Don't tell me you don't even have one of those? My voice was filled with deep protest. Honored host, we actually don't have that. Unsubscribe. Uninstall this idle system immediately. Switch me to a billionaire check-in system instead. Wait, honored host, I have it. Although the system's voice remained mechanical, I could practically hear its digital heart bleeding. Hearing this, I crossed my legs on the couch. The corners of my mouth twitched upward. As expected, you really have to give the system a hard push. Now distributing the beginner's gift pack. Beginner's gift pack loading. Loading successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rewards. Top-tier vocal skills. The number, the law, host will now possess world-class vocal techniques that absolutely nobody can surpass. Rewards continuing to load. Do you? Life extension. The host's life has been extended by 30 days. Current remaining lifespan, 36 days and 23 hours. Top-tier vocal skills. And a life extension. This looks pretty good. I suppose I can settle for this. The moment the rewards were credited to my account, I felt my physical condition instantly improve by a significant margin. My breathing became much smoother, and my pale complexion regained a healthy, rosy glow. I walked over to the bathroom sink and splashed some water on my face in front of the mirror. The face staring back at me was absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. I had honestly never seen a face this beautiful before. Glancing down at my figure, they say if a woman looks down and can't see her own toes, she is a supreme beauty of the world. But personally, I think some things are actually quite cute even when they are petite. A pair of snow-white legs stretched out, perfectly straight and long, making it impossible to look away. Her height of 5'7" made her elegant aura stand out even more. No wonder the original owner managed to amass so many fans. Despite having absolutely mediocre talent, with a stunning appearance like this, it really was hard for even me to take my eyes off her. But the problem is, I didn't graduate from a music conservatory, nor do I have any formal musical knowledge. Although I know how to sing certain songs, they still require instrumental accompaniment. Without the sheet music, I can't even produce a backing track. New mission released, Hold Hands. The host needs to find the eldest daughter of the Winters family, Chloe Winters, and hold her hand for more than 5 seconds. To receive the reward, the Ultimate Master Songbook Collection. The Ultimate Master Songbook Collection contains every timeless masterpiece song, which will help the host better become a top megastar idol. Time limit, within 24 hours. Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. Talk about an absolute win. I thought of that aloof, icy childhood friend who had always been financially supporting me to fulfill my dreams. Chloe Winters, the wealthy heiress of the prestigious Winters family. She and Scarlett Vance had been best friends since they were kids. Chloe was exceptionally beautiful, standing around 5'7", with an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. She was the ultimate cool, untouchable dream girl in the eyes of countless people. Yet, proud and aloof as she had never been in a relationship, nor had she ever liked anyone. You couldn't exactly call them childhood sweethearts. They were just two inseparable childhood gal pals. Whenever I ran out of money, Chloe would immediately transfer hundreds of thousands into my account, even though that money was just squandered by Scarlett to simp over Austin. Every single time I appeared on a show, Chloe would always camp out online to snatch tickets the exact second they dropped, ensuring she got a seat in the very front row. Acting as Scarlett's #1 fan, she would proudly hold up Scarlett's glowing support banner. Unfortunately, Chloe's feelings toward Scarlett were purely platonic, rather than romantic. I couldn't help but wonder if I could somehow turn this Ice Queen heiress. A little bit gay for me. Besides, Chloe and I are best friends. It's completely normal for two girls to hold hands, right? This is basically a freebie mission. The moment the thought crossed my mind, I stood up from the sofa and turned my gaze toward the front door. Boss, please stop simping over Austin Croft. We're completely out of money. Wah! Right at that moment, a petite 5-foot-tall young girl suddenly appeared right in front of me. Over the past 3 years, Chloe's kindness toward Scarlett and Scarlett's shameless simping for Austin were things she had witnessed entirely. Miss Winters hasn't sent us any money in a really long time. Right now, there's less than $1,000 left in the bank account. If you keep spending money on Austin Croft, we're literally going to starve to death. Penny looked at me, her cheeks puffed up with absolute frustration, furious at her boss's utter lack of a backbone. Was that absolute dog Austin Croft really that important? Did he really have to break her boss's brain like that? Her boss was clearly so drop-dead gorgeous, standing at 5'7" with such an amazing aura. How on earth did she fall for Austin? That absolutely loathsome, ugly man? In the end, if the boss actually ends up with that bastard Austin Croft, Penny will seriously die of anger. Boss, please stop humbling yourself to please Austin Croft. He doesn't deserve your kindness at all. Can you stop acting so pathetic, please? Hearing this, a hint of helplessness mixed into my awkward expression. Don't worry, I'm not going looking for Austin Croft this time. My destination this time is the Winters Mansion. After saying that, I grabbed the keys to my sleek electric ride. The petite manager watched me walk away, a wave of helplessness washing over her. The boss has a screw loose. I can't take this anymore. Would she believe that I was going to see Chloe Winters? She didn't. She had witnessed exactly how desperately I simped over Austin Croft all these years. She had seen every single bit of it. Penny would absolutely never believe that I could suddenly see the light in a single day. There was originally a little over $800 left in the account, and she was thinking she could add a drumstick to tonight's instant noodles. Now, forget about a drumstick. She probably wouldn't even get to eat instant noodles. That $800 in the account was definitely going to be completely squandered by the boss again. What should she do next? She couldn't just starve to death, right? Would she have to tap into her talent as a cute girl to go begging, pleading for someone to give her a cup of instant noodles? It looked like that was her only choice. Wah! Working for the boss means starving for 9 meals every 3 days. In the CEO's office on the top floor of the Winters Corporation building, Chloe Winters finished reviewing document after document and placed the files neatly on her desk. Then, she let out a gentle sigh. As the only daughter of the Winters family, Chloe had started handling various family business matters very early on. She had personally managed many of the major projects, and since her parents were getting up there in years, their desire to retire was growing stronger by the day. Therefore, they were gradually handing the reins of power over to their daughter. Although on paper, the head of the Winters Corporation was still Chloe's father, when it came to actual authority, Chloe was already basically the true ruler of the Winters family, an untouchable flower on a high peak, a cool and ethereal dream girl, an unapproachable ice queen, the goddess in the hearts of countless wealthy young men. These were all the various labels stamped onto Chloe's public persona. However, because over the years, Chloe's proud and aloof nature had become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, very few people actually dared to approach her. Even if someone had the courage to approach her, they would mostly return home in utter defeat. She picked up her phone, and a few more news updates popped up on her homepage. Scarlett Vance actually did this at the press conference. Assaulting people, true colors fully exposed. Is it a total lack of morals or a distortion of humanity? Clicking into them to take a look, the content didn't match the headlines at all. Scarlet hadn't hit anyone whatsoever. It was entirely clickbait. However, this would indeed reinforce the negative impression people had of Scarlet, especially for someone who was universally hated online. Any kind of fabricated accusation would automatically be taken as absolute fact. Staring at these completely absurd news reports, Chloe shook her head with a soft sigh. These reporters were truly something else. Chloe knew Scarlet's personality inside out, though she had a bit of a hot temper, and would always get into screaming matches with reporters. Actually getting physical was completely out of the question. It looked like she would have to spend some money again to bury the trending topics for Scarlet. As her absolute best friend, Chloe could not just sit back and let Scarlet be slandered like this. "Miss Winters, Scarlet Vance is here to see you," the assistant reported softly from outside the door. "Show her in." Chloe immediately replied toward the door. I walked inside step by step. My eyes were filled with a hidden warmth as I looked at Chloe. This was the wealthy heiress of the Winters family, who had been financially supporting me all this time. She is absolutely gorgeous. Staring at Chloe's ethereal, otherworldly face, my heart unexpectedly skipped a violent beat for a good moment. The moment she saw me, a slight, helpless look surfaced on Chloe's face. "Scarlet, have you seen those headlines in the news feeds?" Hearing this, I let out a light chuckle. They're just media outlets chasing clout and traffic. If I did something, I did it. If I didn't, I didn't. There's no need to care. You and I might think that way, but the netizens certainly won't. Chloe let out a soft sigh, and then stood up from her chair. Chloe was well aware of Scarlet's current reputation. Even her own parents had warned her to keep her distance from Scarlet, lest it negatively affect Chloe's own standing. But was that even possible? Scarlet was Chloe's best and only true friend. We don't need to pay any attention to those voices. No matter what industry you're in, true ability is all that matters. If I craft excellent work, my reputation will naturally recover over time, I said in a calm, collected voice. Trying to clarify the facts with my current reputation would probably only backfire completely. Hearing me speak like this, Chloe couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Since when did Scarlet become so completely rational? Given her usual personality, shouldn't she have immediately hopped onto her social media? To get into a massive flame war with the media? Well, that's good. But crafting high-quality work might be quite difficult for you. Chloe spoke up thoughtfully, and then gave a small nod. She knew exactly what level of talent I actually possessed. It was just that Chloe didn't want to hurt my self-esteem. So she tried her best to make her words sound less harsh. "Don't worry, I've got this under control," I replied, my tone brimming with absolute confidence. "It's a good thing that you're confident," Chloe observed, appearing significantly more relieved. She wasn't afraid of me facing all kinds of hardships. She was only terrified that I would collapse under the setback and never recover. At this moment, Chloe looked at me, wanting to say something, but the words got caught in her throat, making it hard to speak. "What's wrong? If there's something on your mind, just say it." Chloe took a moment to organize her thoughts upon hearing this, and then spoke up. "I just want to urge you not to pin all your hopes on a single guy who won't let go. If you ever happen to take a liking to anyone else, I can always step in to help you out. But Austin Croft, he really is bad news." Exactly what kind of absolute trash Austin Croft was, Chloe knew perfectly well. Logically speaking, Scarlet was incredibly stunning and possessed solid fame, so she should have been the ultimate dream girl for countless men. Austin Croft didn't deserve her in the slightest. Yet, perhaps because of Scarlet's relentless, frantic pursuit, it had given Austin a bizarre sense of overconfidence, making him believe he was entitled to someone far better. Consequently, he completely turned a blind eye to Scarlet's advances. He was an intensely vain, shallow man who cared deeply about appearances, wanting nothing more than to use his minor celebrity status to lock down a wealthy sugar mommy heiress, so he could live a completely carefree life forever. In fact, just half a month ago, Chloe had caught wind of a massive, explosive piece of gossip within her elite social circles. In order to butter up a wealthy sugar mommy, Austin had actually boarded a private luxury yacht as a male escort to attend an exclusive party. After 3 days and 3 nights, the only things left at the scene were over a dozen bloody steel wool scrubbers. It was solely out of fear that Scarlet would be heartbroken that Chloe hadn't dared to tell her the truth. Chloe believed that if only Scarlet took a liking to literally any other guy in the entertainment industry, she would gladly spend millions of dollars to back her up. But Austin Croft was absolutely out of the question. She had to look out for Scarlett's entire future. Hearing this, my mouth twitched slightly. Take a liking to who? I've taken a liking to you, but this particular sentence was definitely something I couldn't just blurt out right now. I had glanced at her status panel just a moment ago. With the maximum value being 100, Chloe's current affection level toward me was at 93. However, that was strictly within the realm of platonic friendship. When it came to romance, Chloe's affection level toward me was only at that stage, which proved that Chloe was still totally straight. She considered me her best friend rather than a romantic lover. But that was perfectly fine. Turning a straight girl gay happens to be my absolute favorite thing to do. Don't worry, Chloe. I'm someone who loves the new and tires of the old. I don't like Austin Croft anymore. Scarlett, you really don't have to lie to me, Chloe replied with a helpless sigh. Over these past 3 years, Chloe had witnessed my relentless pursuit of Austin with her own eyes. To say I was giving up on him just like that, how could Chloe possibly believe it? Unless she had someone new that she liked. I'm not lying to you. I really do have someone new that I like, I said with a faint smile. Then, I looked at Chloe with a completely different kind of gaze. Feeling this look from me, Chloe suddenly felt a strange, inexplicable sense of oddness. Oh really? Who is it? It's a secret, I laughed suddenly, and then replied. After saying that, I leaned in close, and suddenly grabbed Chloe's hand. When her hand was grasped by mine, Chloe was a bit dazed. Scarlett, isn't this a little... What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you find it strange, Chloe? My smile looked entirely natural. 2 girls holding hands is a completely normal thing, right? Hearing those words, Chloe raised her head to look at me, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back. This kind of thing was indeed normal, but why did she constantly feel like Scarlett's intentions seemed a little bit off? Especially her gaze. Why did it carry a subtle hint of aggressiveness? After counting down the seconds, a distinct notification voice echoed inside my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The rewards had been distributed. I could instantly feel it. Countless songs suddenly flooded into my mind, where every single syllable of the music and every single line of the lyrics had been deeply imprinted into my consciousness. So, Chloe, do you really mind it? You're not secretly disgusted by me, are you? A touch of grievance crept into my voice, and my eyes blinked cutely, making Chloe's heart ache with sympathy. Of course not. How could I ever be disgusted by you? If you want to hold it, just go ahead and hold it. After a brief moment of daze, Chloe didn't push me away. But right then, I let go of her hand. Just kidding. Of course I know you would never be disgusted by me. My expression returned to its usual playful and carefree state. Seeing me act like this, Chloe finally breathed a major sigh of relief. However, she still felt a lingering sense of weirdness. Since when did Scarlett become so utterly cheeky? Anyway, I just came over today to tell you that I'm completely fine. You don't need to worry about me too much. Also, in a few days, I might go participate in a few shows or something. I wanted to ask if you'd be free then, I asked, looking at Chloe. I'm free. Just let me know when the time comes. Chloe nodded in reply. Scarlett, do you have any spare cash on you? Do you want me to transfer some over to you? Hearing this, I shook my head. No need to worry. I can handle my own things. Although she genuinely treats me as a best friend, and wouldn't mind giving me a few $100,000, I still didn't want to constantly spend Chloe's money. I have my own hands and feet, and she doesn't owe me anything, as long as you can manage it yourself. Chloe nodded and replied. After our brief meeting, I left the Winters Corporation building. Now that the mission was successfully completed, the next step was to find a way to get onto a variety show, so I could start making some real money. However, before that, I needed to make proper preparations. I had to rent a recording studio to lay down the backing tracks. I wondered which song I should choose for my grand debut. How about Sea of Flowers? After pondering over it for a long while, I muttered to myself. Having made my choice, I started up the car, set the GPS to a commercial recording studio, and drove off. Meanwhile, back at home, Penny Baxter was holding 2 cups of instant ramen, a blissful smile spreading across her face. I finally managed to score some food. She giggled happily, muttering to herself. Just now, relying on her talent as a cute young girl, Penny had successfully begged for 2 cups of instant ramen. Not only that, but she had even managed to score an extra sausage. Just the thought of having an actual side topping to add made Penny feel a profound sense of absolute happiness. This is so great. A little while ago, I had texted her saying I was on my way back. Judging by the time, I should be arriving any minute now. Penny poured the hot water into the instant ramen and peeled the wrapper off the sausage. As she dropped the sausage into her own cup of noodles, she stared at the completely bare noodles inside my cup. Penny fell into deep thought. There is absolutely no way I am sharing my sausage with you. Half a minute later, the sound of the front door unlocking rang out. I'm so starving. My eyes practically flashed with hunger. Exactly like a ravenous zombie. For the entire afternoon, I had been holed up in the studio recording my own backing tracks. It took a grueling amount of time to finally get everything right. Having eaten absolutely nothing since noon, I was completely famished by now. Not to mention, I was still suffering from leukemia. The moment I caught the savory scent of the instant ramen, I immediately bolted straight toward it. Right then, I noticed a cup of braised beef noodles sitting on the table, with half a sausage neatly placed inside. Hurry up and eat. If you take any longer, it'll get cold, Penny said, looking at me helplessly. She spoke up, thinking to herself, what an absolute idiot. The boss definitely blew all her remaining money on Austin Croft again. Just imagine how many cups of instant ramen $800 could buy. You're the sweetest. I chuckled cheerfully. Then sat down at the table, picked up the fork to twirl a mouthful of noodles, and stuffed it right into my mouth. By the way, recently, have we received any offers for commercial gigs? I asked, turning my gaze toward Penny. Penny thought about it carefully upon hearing this. There actually is a dating reality show that invited you. How's the payout? I mumbled through a mouthful of instant ramen. Hearing this, Penny held up 5 fingers. 5 million? I was overjoyed, but Penny shook her head. 50,000 would be nice too. I fell into deep thought. Penny sighed helplessly. What are you dreaming about? It's $5,000. I went completely silent. $5,000 for charity to clear my name? That wouldn't even be close to covering the basic processing fees. But there was nothing I could do. My internet reputation was so abysmally bad that right now, the vast majority of variety shows didn't dare invite me, terrified of facing a massive public backlash. I slurped up another mouthful of noodles. Are there any others? There are plenty of other similar messages, and they're actually being incredibly generous, offering hundreds of thousands of dollars. Penny pulled out her phone, opened up her messages, and tossed it over to me. Intrigued by this, a thought crossed my mind, and I picked up the phone. Instantly, I knitted my brows. The messages on the screen were absolutely repulsive. They were all creepy offers, wanting to buy my virginity. Penny immediately snatched the phone back, clutching it protectively against her chest. Boss, you aren't actually considering 6. How could I ever? I answered immediately. Are there any other real options? Because if there aren't, I am seriously going to starve to death. Penny pondered over it for a long while, and then finally answered, well, there is a show called The Voice of America. They've opened up registration for all celebrities, although the grand prize money is substantial, reaching up to a whopping $2 million. You have to fiercely compete for it. Plus, the competition format is relatively fair, so web traffic won't manipulate the final results. The show is incredibly popular right now, so a lot of true powerhouses will be participating. Her unspoken words were clear. Boss, forget about it. With your level of skill, you'll never win that prize money. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth curled into a smirk. That's the one. The petite girl gasped in shock. The petite girl was completely puzzled. Then she suddenly saw the light and understood. The boss must have a fever. She reached her hand over and pressed it against my forehead. The temperature was normal. You don't have a fever either. Exactly how skilled her boss was? Penny knew perfectly well. Entering a top-tier competition like this would only end up in a total wipeout and returning home in utter defeat. Stop messing around, I'm not joking. Trust me. My eyes were full of confidence. Penny felt a bit helpless upon hearing this, but she still didn't refuse. She had already accompanied me through plenty of stupid things. One more time wouldn't hurt. Anyway, I'm not the one going on stage to embarrass myself. Alright then, I'll go contact the organizers for you. After saying that, Penny started digging into her instant ramen. I had already finished my own portion, but I didn't seem completely full yet. Right then, I fixed my eyes on that half sausage inside. Penny's ramen cup. The petite girl's food-protecting instincts instantly flared up. At the recording studio of The Voice of America, I was sitting in a chair, resting and gathering my strength. Although the show's competition system was fair, that was strictly in theory. In reality, there was still plenty of room for manipulation. After all, it was a television show, and the organizers definitely wanted viewership traffic. Therefore, I was scheduled for the very first round of solo matches. The organizers knew my actual skills perfectly well. They wanted to cash in on this wave of hate traffic, but at the same time, they didn't want to offend the netizens. So they came up with a very clever decision, which was to put me in a first-round head-to-head battle against an incredibly powerful opponent, and then have me carried off the stage by a massive margin. This way, they could feast on a wave of hate traffic without having to worry about any public backlash. Staring at the livestream comments, I fell into deep thought. Why is Scarlet Vance even here? Is it too late to get a refund on my ticket? This is so frustrating, actually having to see Scarlet Vance's face. These comments were considered relatively mild. Some were even spamming for me to permanently leave the entertainment industry. Originally, I still had a portion of face fans who liked my looks, but over these past 3 years, my behavior as a shameless simp had been far too bizarre, which completely broke the hearts of many longtime fans. So gradually, I didn't have many real fans left. Today's makeup was personally done by Penny, mainly because I had no money left to hire a makeup artist. Fortunately, during the years the petite girl had spent with me, she had learned a bit of everything, so she knew how to handle makeup as well. Under the camera lenses, my expression management was absolutely flawless, leaving almost zero unflattering angles. This left those who wanted to screenshot ugly photos of Scarlet Vance with absolutely no opportunity to do so. In the very front row, an elegant, cool girl wearing a beige dress was sitting in her seat. She held up a glowing fan banner for Scarlet Vance. At a single glance, this was likely my one and only fan in the room. I looked closely and saw it was Chloe Winters. I was deeply touched. Chloe noticed my gaze and looked back at me with an encouraging expression, as if she were saying, "Go for it. I will support you to the very end." In that case, I'll really have to show them what I've got. Penny stayed right up until the last second, still fine-tuning my makeup. "Boss, you must remember this. It's fine if you don't win. We can always go back and work on our skills. Just don't get into another screaming match with the judges. Otherwise, the forums will be flooded with dirt on you again," she urged me helplessly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." I took a deep breath. Penny realized something was off at this moment. "Boss, why does your complexion look so terrible today? Did you not sleep well last night?" "Yeah, I guess I had some anxiety and insomnia," I replied to her casually. I was in the late stages of leukemia. It would be a miracle if my complexion looked good. After the host finished introducing all the various sponsors, the pleasantries were officially over. And now, let's welcome our very first contestant, Scarlet Vance. A nearby staff member turned to look at me, giving me a look, with a firm nod, signaling that it was time for me to go on stage. Hearing this, I stood up from the bench in the holding area and walked out onto the stage. The live comment section was an absolute circus. Comments like, "Scarlet Vance, get out of the entertainment industry," practically flooded the entire screen. The live stream's concurrent viewership, which was originally at over 1 million, instantly plummeted by over 100,000 the moment I stepped out, and it showed signs of dropping even further. But the sheer volume of comments was hitting record highs. Among them, the ones flaming me the hardest were Austin Croft's fans. Having such a stunningly gorgeous woman as a romantic rival, how could they not utterly detest her? The production team of The Voice of America was utterly shocked, breaking out into a cold sweat. Is Scarlet Vance's reputation seriously this abysmally bad? Even so, this is just way too ridiculous, isn't it? Tell me about it. I don't know what the director was thinking, making her go first. Now, look what happened. It's completely backfiring on us. The muffled whispering of the crew members drifted over, completely unconcerned with whether I could hear them or not. Lines of irritation filled my forehead. If you guys are going to whisper, at least do it somewhere out of my earshot. Meanwhile, Austin Croft was watching the live stream online. Scarlet Vance hadn't come to bother him over the past couple of days, which made him feel that things were a lot more peaceful. In the very beginning, faced with Scarlet's intense pursuit of him, Austin had actually felt quite flattered and a bit overwhelmed. After all, Scarlet's looks were absolutely top tier. Even for a celebrity, it was impossible not to feel a heartbeat standing next to her. But he had quickly snapped out of it, and followed the advice of his close female friend. When a woman pursues you, you can't just agree right away. You have to string her along for a while, so she realizes you aren't easily won over. Austin thought that made perfect sense. But as time went on, perhaps Scarlett's sheer excellence had fed his ego too much, making him believe he truly deserved the absolute best. Over the years, he had relished Scarlett's relentless pursuit of him on one hand, while on the other hand, acting completely sycophantic toward the wealthy sugar mommies in elite circles. It could be said that he had managed to reap every single benefit, and by now, the fact that Scarlett Vance was his loyal simp had become deeply engraved in his mind like an absolute certainty. It was completely etched into his brain. You had to realize that most of those who dared to sign up for the Voice of America were established, powerful heavyweights in the industry. With Scarlett entering such a high-level competition, wouldn't she be completely slaughtered? Once she returned home, in utter defeat, and felt completely disheartened, he would step in to comfort her. Wouldn't that make her even more hopelessly devoted to him? Austin let out a cold laugh, already visualizing the scene in his mind. Scarlett Vance's reputation was terrible, primarily because she loved to get into shouting matches with reporters, which, combined with the media blowing things out of proportion, had led to this result step by step. But in reality, her reputation among people within the entertainment industry wasn't actually that bad. At this moment, the rising pop queen Haley Brooks was sitting in the audience area, watching Scarlett Vance on the stage. As a professional singer, Haley's technical vocal skills were incredibly solid, and her looks were also at the absolute top tier. For a certain period of time, she had even been widely regarded by many as the nation's dream girl. Her impression of Scarlett Vance wasn't actually bad at all. Whenever she saw those ridiculous, fabricated rumors online, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Juggling 25 guys at once? How could that even be possible? Everyone inside the industry knew exactly how fiercely devoted Scarlett Vance was to Austin Croft. There was no way she could ever do something like that. And hitting her grandmother with nunchucks? The poor girl has already been an orphan for 10 years. Where did this grandmother even come from? Haley Brooks shook her head. Then she kept her eyes on the stage as I cleared my throat. I spoke up next. Hello everyone. I'm Scarlett Vance. It's an honor to participate in The Voice of America. Get off the stage. Get off. Get off. Where are the security guards? Where is security? At this moment, the haters in the front row shouted loudly from below the stage. It was only thanks to the security guards that they didn't rush the stage to hurt anyone. Below the stage, Chloe Winters, who was holding up Scarlett Vance's fan banner, had an incredibly dark expression. She glanced back at the troublemaking hater. Upon feeling that icy glare, the guy swallowed hard and slinked back into his seat. That woman is gorgeous, but her death stare is absolutely terrifying. Is she really a fan of Scarlett Vance? I brought the microphone up to my lips, silently apologizing in my heart. Sorry, Jay, I'm borrowing your masterpiece for a bit. Please enjoy my original song, Sea of Flowers. An original song? The entire crowd fell silent. Could someone like Scarlett Vance actually write an original song? How could that be possible? Doubting glares swept across me like blazing torches, scrutinizing my entire body. It was a universally known fact that I entered the entertainment industry based on my looks, not talent. Everyone knew this. In reality, my vocal skills used to be completely mediocre, barely a notch above an average person's level. How could someone like this possibly write music? On the massive LED screen behind me, the graphics had already appeared. It listed the composition, arrangement, and lyrics as all written by myself. But even if someone like her manages to write a song, it's bound to sound absolutely terrible, right? Get off the stage. Who wants to hear you sing? Exactly. And she still thinks she can chase after our Austin Croft with that? She needs to look in a mirror. Only someone like me is worthy of Austin. The comments flooded in relentlessly. One had to admire these people's ability to band together. The director stared at the monitor, watching the comments, feeling intensely satisfied. Negative engagement was still engagement. Since they could feast on it, why wouldn't they? Once they were done milking the traffic, they could easily sever all ties with Scarlett Vance. It was a total win-win for them. Over at the judges panel, the judges looked at me with absolutely zero interest. These individuals were industry heavyweights hired by the production team at a premium, and there was no shortage of legends who were of national prestige. Among them, the most authoritative figure was the former national vocal coach, Howard Hayes. After Howard retired 2 years ago, He would occasionally make guest appearances on these kinds of singing talent shows. Traffic-driven celebrities who relied solely on their looks like this. Howard had seen far too many of them. He utterly detested superficial celebrities, but was always delighted to nurture singers with genuine talent. Therefore, when it came to Scarlett Vance, he didn't think much of her. "Howard, what do you think of this Scarlett Vance?" A middle-aged man with silver-streaked hair sitting beside him turned to look at Howard. This man was a powerhouse vocalist from the golden age of pop music, a two-time Grammy winner, and a true legend in the music industry, Vincent Sterling. The two had known each other since the last century, and had always been close friends. "Heh, the young girl hasn't even started singing yet. Let's have a little more patience," Howard replied with a smile, without adding anything else. However, regarding a female celebrity like Scarlett Vance, who had no real achievements, and solely relied on her looks to accumulate popularity, he honestly didn't hold high expectations. Her looks were indeed stunning, but standing on this stage, true talent was the only thing that spoke. Very true. Vincent Sterling let out a hearty laugh, and then nodded. Right at that moment, the intro music began to play. The soft, melodious sound of a flute blended beautifully with the synthetic keyboard notes. The entire venue fell dead silent. The originally relaxed and indifferent Howard and Vincent instantly had their eyes sharpened with focus. This intro is brilliant. It's absolutely magnificent. This arrangement has serious depth. Incredible depth. Howard almost couldn't resist clapping his hands. Vincent Sterling's mouth parted slightly, a spark of pleasant surprise flashing in his eyes. There's something here. This intro has immense artistic depth. It was pure auditory bliss. He never expected that on a show like this, he would actually get to hear an intro of this elite caliber. The two top-tier industry veterans were both full of high praise for the intro of Sea of Flowers, and just 5 seconds after the intro started playing, a vast majority of the negative comments attacking Scarlett Vance completely stopped. Replacing them was a massive wave of "holy crap" and "wow" expressions. The originally rowdy crowd beneath the stage also instantly ceased their chatter. What took its place was a collective, involuntary gasp of pure awe. This intro music was simply too beautiful to listen to. Among everyone, the one who felt the most thrilled was undoubtedly Chloe Winters. If this was truly Scarlett's original song, then her artistic growth was absolutely monumental. Setting aside her vocal delivery for a second, just this instrumental intro alone was easily at an absolute master tier. She clenched her hands tightly together, feeling even more nervous than Scarlett Vance herself. Chloe had a strong premonition. Might very well be the ultimate turning point for Scarlett Vance to redeem herself. Watching the live audience's reaction, my state of mind became significantly more grounded. In my previous life, the intro of Sea of Flowers had always received universal critical acclaim. Otherwise, even after nearly 20 years, it wouldn't still be celebrated as a timeless masterpiece. However, a great instrumental intro is one thing. An actual vocal delivery is another entirely. While an original song can certainly earn extra points, on this very stage, the absolute most critical factor was live vocal performance. You have to keep in mind that there is absolutely no auto-tune here. Exactly. This actually makes me look forward to seeing this young girl's true vocal capabilities. Vincent Sterling and Howard Hayes conversed with great intrigue. They both showed an intense, profound interest in me. If Sea of Flowers was truly my own original creation, then even if we completely factored out her singing voice, I could still easily become one of the top music producers in the country. The two of them felt as if they were witnessing the rise of a brilliant new star. What's the point of a good intro? Who knows? It might be someone else's work, and they just slapped Scarlett Vance's name on it. Who knows where this song actually came from? Besides, the absolute most important part is the singing. Can Scarlett Vance's actual vocals even hold up? In the comments, no one could deny the sheer brilliance of the intro to Sea of Flowers, so they all began shifting their targets elsewhere. For instance, they questioned the authenticity of the creation and my actual vocal technique. At this moment, the intro concluded. Just as everyone was still deeply entranced by the exquisite intro, my lips parted slightly. The instant I began to sing, my voice resonated through the entire auditorium. Instantly, an uncontrollable wave of gasps erupted through the crowd. My voice was exceptionally beautiful, melodious, soulful, and in perfect harmony. with the instrumental track. Furthermore, my pitch was flawlessly accurate, hitting every note with perfect precision. My vocal control was executed beautifully. The difficulty of these first two lines wasn't exceptionally high, so it didn't fully expose whether her vocals were just average. The audience was simply intoxicated by my flawless vocal timbre. However, Howard Hayes' eyes shook violently with shock, her expression filled with absolute astonishment. She could immediately tell exactly how incredibly powerful my technical vocal control actually was. Right at that moment, all of her initial dismissiveness and indifference completely vanished. Her expression instantly turned deeply solemn, and she stared at me with intense seriousness. Vincent Sterling felt exactly the same way. For a moment, he nearly couldn't resist cheering out loud. Holy crap, nobody ever told me that Scarlett Vance's voice was this beautiful. I am absolutely in love with this voice. I feel like Scarlett Vance could easily be a voice actress. Wait, something's not right. Didn't everyone say Scarlett Vance's singing was absolute trash? Why does it sound amazing to me? The show's comments section reached yet another massive peak, though there was no shortage of harsh, piercing countervoices within it. What's so hard about these first two lines anyway? Isn't it just a basic singing style? Even our beloved Austin Croft could do this. The comments were buzzing with discussion. At this moment, the director was incredibly surprised. He had still been worried about my performance. If it had been terrible, the live scene would have been an absolute disaster, and the overall reception would have been awful. But he never expected that I actually possessed real talent. My voice continued to ring out, perfectly on pitch. If one absolutely had to describe the feeling right now, it could only be described as pure bliss. The chorus was just about to hit. The anticipation of countless people was cranked up to the absolute peak. Based on my performance just now, it was nothing short of perfection. If just a moment ago, anyone still had some slight doubts about my vocal skills, even when the melody hit the high note on the word blank space, every single doubt was instantly shattered. Howard Hayes was now completely certain that I was a powerhouse vocalist who possessed at least a pop queen level caliber. As for the rest, she still needed to keep listening. Meanwhile, Penny Baxter was crouching backstage, clutching her stomach listlessly, thinking, I'm so hungry. Working for the boss means starving for 9 meals every 3 days. This was truly no joke, but a cold, harsh reality. She hadn't eaten a single filling meal over these past 3 days. Eating instant ramen every single day, her stomach was growling like thunder. Right now, her head was completely filled with all the delicious food she used to eat, leaving her with zero interest in paying attention to what was happening outside. Even if there's noise, it's definitely people trash-talking the boss. Sigh, it's better not to listen. Wait, something's a bit off. Why does it sound so incredibly good? What's going on? Penny immediately pulled out her phone, and then clicked open the production team's live stream. The comment section inside was a sea of holy crap expressions. The boss has finally seen the light, Penny gasped in shock. Then, she immediately turned her head toward the stage. Holding the microphone, I continued to sing. The flawless connection between each musical note resonated in the ears of the audience. Brimming with rich emotion and completely stable breathing, there wasn't a single hint of instability. In fact, I didn't even use my full power this time. I probably only used about 70 to 80% of my strength, but that was completely enough to perform Sea of Flowers. The main reason was simply because I was so starving. I had literally come to participate in the show on an empty stomach. Yet at this moment, the comments were a massive wave of cheers. Wow, this is too beautiful to listen to. I never expected that on a show like The Voice of America. We'd actually get to hear a song of this elite caliber. The kite in my hand flew away too fast to come back. Is this a metaphor for love? This totally reminds me of my ex-girlfriend, Scarlett Snow. I love you. Hey, you fake fan. Her name is Scarlett Vance. At this moment, the one who was most shocked was none other than the former national coach, Howard Hayes. She stared at me in utter amazement, completely lost for words. She never expected that this idol-type celebrity who seemed to have zero real talent could actually unleash such an incredibly powerful performance. Vincent, do you remember anything about Scarlett Vance? I just looked her up a second ago. She really didn't have any notable works before, and her reputation is absolute garbage. Plus, I heard, she has been relentlessly pursuing a talentless, hype-driven young male celeb, and her behavior was completely unhinged. Vincent Sterling put his phone away, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration for her talent and deep pity for a powerhouse vocalist with a pop queen level caliber. To be subjected to such a massive, widespread smear campaign, it really leaves one sighing with profound regret. On top of that, she's a total hopeless romantic. What an absolute shame. As my performance progressed further, the number of people in the livestream grew larger and larger, already breaking records to hit a massive peak. At this point, the director could be said to be driven mad with joy. My outstanding talent did not just pull in all the hate traffic, but also attracted passersby who didn't care about the online drama. These people had no prior prejudice against me, but they were entirely won over by my stellar performance. Therefore, they remained inside the live stream to continue listening to my singing. With the conclusion of the final line of lyrics, the instrumental backing track slowly faded out. This was simply too magnificent. To think we could actually hear such an outstanding song on The Voice. I have a strong feeling this song will completely blow up the music industry. The discussions in the comments surged back and forth. Children was still deeply intoxicated by the lingering resonance of my voice, completely unable to pull themselves out. I bowed deeply, and then spoke up with a gentle smile. Thank you, everyone. Instantly, a thunderous wave of applause and ecstatic cheers erupted through the entire venue, refusing to quiet down for a long time. Wait, did this chick literally turn on cheats? My opponent's eyeballs looked ready to pop right out of his head. He had originally thought she was just a free win, but he never expected her to be such an absolute titan. At this moment, even the host froze for 2 full seconds before finally snapping out of it. He never expected that my performance would be this mind-blowing. He hurriedly walked up onto the stage, then raised his microphone. Miss Vance, word on the street is that you've always had someone special in your heart, and that's Austin Croft. May I ask, was this song written specifically for him? The host questioned me directly. That Scarlett Vance was Austin Croft's ultimate simp was already an universally known fact by now. For the host to ask this, his primary goal was to make the show's trending hype explode even further. Upon hearing this question, countless people instantly began to feel incredibly bitter. Someone with such top-tier looks and elite talent is actually a brainless simp for Austin Croft. This is seriously driving me absolutely insane. Hearing this, I gave a light brow raise, and then spoke up. As everyone knows, I am someone who loves the new and tires of the old. Right now, I no longer have any feelings for Austin Croft. I also hope to take advantage of The Voice's massive hype today to make it perfectly clear to everyone. I do not wish to ever again hear any fabricated rumors connecting me with Austin Croft. The moment those words left my mouth, the entire auditorium fell into an absolute uproar. The host was quite caught off guard upon hearing this, but at the very least, the topic's engagement score was fully maxed out. Almost everyone who heard this statement couldn't help but be completely taken aback, especially Chloe Winters. Has Scarlett really changed? My emotional intelligence was remarkably high. I had specifically noted that I was leveraging the show's hype, giving the production team plenty of respect. She's not nearly as stupid as the rumors claim. Thank you, Scarlett Vance, for giving us such a spectacular opening performance. Her delivery was truly a magnificent surprise. Next, let's move into our judges' scoring segment. As those words fell, everyone's gaze shifted directly over to the judges' panel. A perfect 10. It has to be a 10. If a performance like this doesn't deserve a 10, then who on earth does? Oh, please. I bet the industry elites just want to push Scarlett Vance. It's definitely a pre-recorded track. The comments section debated furiously. The opinions were highly polarized. As I walked off the stage, I could distinctly feel my physical strength failing me. I nearly blacked out right there. Clutching my chest, I took a deep breath, then stabilized my footing and made my way down step by step. At this moment, Chloe Winters, who had been closely observing me the entire time, caught that subtle little detail. She knitted her brows, her joyful mood completely draining away, replaced by a deep sense of worry inside her heart. She immediately slipped out from the audience seats to head backstage. Halfway there, a security guard stopped Chloe. "Excuse me, ma'am. No unauthorized personnel allowed backstage." Chloe frowned slightly upon hearing this. Right at that exact moment, a man in a sharp suit noticed the situation and immediately rushed over. "Oh my God, man. Do you have any idea who you're blocking? Let her through. Let her through right now." "But manager, I said let her through. The manager barked instantly. Then, he turned to Chloe with a deeply apologetic expression. Miss Winters, I am so incredibly sorry. It's fine, Chloe said with a casual wave of her hand, and then walked straight inside. Upon hearing the title, Miss Winters, the security guard finally saw the light. So she's a massive powerhouse. At this moment, Penny immediately stepped right in front of me, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her face filled with absolute thrill. Boss, when on earth did you become so completely incredible? It's all about long-term accumulation, I snorted lightly, trying to sound highly mysterious. Are you a sports major or something? What do you mean, accumulation? Penny looked at me with total disdain. Right at that exact moment, that elegant figure wearing the beige gown walked over. I turned my head around and happened to see Chloe Winters. Scarlett, what happened to you just now? It seriously looked like you were about to collapse on stage. Chloe knitted her brows slightly, her expression filled with a deep sense of worry. I was just practicing for a really long time last night and went to bed a bit too late, so my complexion looks a little terrible right now. But it's really no big deal. I spoke up to reply. There was absolutely no way I could tell her the truth about my terminal leukemia. Otherwise, knowing Chloe's fiercely protective personality, I'd probably end up stuck in a hospital bed hooked up to tubes every single day, never allowed to leave again. Well, that's good then. Chloe sighed with significant relief upon hearing this. But your artistic improvement is honestly monumental. Did I really sing that badly in the past? Yeah, right. You were brilliant. I didn't keep chatting with Chloe, and instead turned my head to look at the distant judges panel. Right now, it was the scoring segment. Judge number 1 was currently under the absolute most pressure. In his eyes, if anyone else had delivered a magnificent performance like this, he wouldn't be hesitating or agonizing like this at all. He would have just slapped down a perfect score of 10 right away. But this was Scarlett Vance. He had taken a massive bribe from someone, specifically to give Scarlett Vance a remarkably low score. He had originally thought that since she was just a superficial idol, who lacked any real talent anyway, giving her a low score wouldn't matter in the slightest. But with my mind-blowing performance now, he was stuck in a terrible position. However, since he had already taken the money, he couldn't exactly fail to deliver on his end. With a dark, grim expression, he spoke up. While the song Sea of Flowers is undoubtedly very excellent, it still contains quite a few flaws. After saying that, he held up his scoring paddle, a 6. The moment that happened, a wave of localized boos and sighs erupted from the audience. A 6? That guy definitely took a bribe. No doubt about it. He definitely got paid off. Rigged. It's totally rigged. El Mao, is it possible that Scarlett Vance's actual talent is only worth a 6? In the comments, the voices of the haters and defenders clashed back and forth. Right then, the other judges also began to reveal their scores one after another, which were overwhelmingly high. An 8 was considered on the lower end, and quite a few judges gave her a perfect score of 10. Seeing this unfold, judge number 1 felt the pressure mounting significantly higher. Now, the only remaining suspense rested entirely on the shoulders of the 2 chief judges, Vincent Sterling and Howard Hayes, one being the former coach of the national vocal team, and the other a legendary pop superstar who once dominated the music industry. Both possessed impeccable talent and elite artistic vision. Their opinions carried the absolute most weight in the room. So, may we ask what Mr. Sterling and Mr. Hayes think? The host spoke up to query Vincent Sterling and Howard Hayes. Howard Hayes let out a gentle smile upon hearing this. For Sea of Flowers, I am willing to give my absolute highest praise. A perfect 10. After speaking, he held up his paddle. Seeing this, the entire venue was completely shocked. What? A perfect 10? You had to realize that Howard Hayes was notoriously strict with his scoring, holding exceptionally high standards for composition, arrangement, and live vocal execution. In everyone's memory, Howard Hayes had already served as a chief judge for several seasons of The Voice, but the highest score he had ever handed out was a 9. And even 9s were incredibly rare, appearing at most once in an entire block of episodes, and sometimes not even appearing at all. There had absolutely never been a case where a perfect 10 was given, yet this ultimate milestone had actually been claimed by Scarlett Vance. This clearly proved exactly how formidable Scarlett's talent truly was. It was nothing short of mind-boggling. Witnessing this outcome, I let out a soft chuckle. As a former national coach, It seems Howard Hayes actually has a great eye after all. At this moment, the concurrent viewership of the livestream skyrocketed to an entirely unprecedented peak, nearly crashing the entire streaming platform's servers. "Hurry, go rent more backup servers right now," the director bellowed frantically at the technical support team backstage. He was absolutely driven mad with sheer joy. Putting me in the very first slot was the best decision he had ever made. Furthermore, my emotional intelligence was remarkably high, giving the production team plenty of professional respect. "No matter what, we must ensure she advances," he immediately instructed his subordinates once more. "This astronomical wave of web traffic, we must secure and milk it to the absolute limit." Everyone's gaze next shifted over to Vincent Sterling. Every single person in the room tightened their nerves. As everyone well knew, Vincent Sterling was even more brutally critical than Howard Hayes. He generally preferred to tear apart flaws within a song's composition, rather than hand out empty praise, and his scoring metrics were significantly higher. However, whenever he encountered a truly powerhouse vocalist, he would never hold back his profound admiration. On the panel of The Voice production team, the two had always presented themselves to the public as elite masters, who were completely unbiased and fiercely impartial. Then, under the intense scrutiny of the entire audience, Vincent Sterling slowly raised his scoring paddle. A 10. It is another perfect 10. Whether it's the composition, arrangement, or the live vocal execution, I find it completely impossible to pick out a single flaw. I believe our junior, Scarlett, is absolutely deserving of this perfect 10. I am also confident that Sea of Flowers will completely take the music industry by storm. And Scarlett Vance will surely become a brilliant, rising superstar in the world of music. A profound level of admiration appeared across Vincent Sterling's expression. His eyes completely filled with absolute validation. After both chief judges handed out flawless scores of 10, everyone in the room completely lost their minds. The deafening cheers instantly reached a violent boiling point. And upon witnessing this development, Judge Number 1's complexion turned significantly more pale and sickly. Both chief judges had given her a perfect score of 10. While he had only awarded her a measly 6, he was bound to be intensely investigated after the show. Once a rigging scandal like this broke out, it would deal a catastrophic, fatal blow to his entire professional career. And he wasn't the only one. Those judges who had given her an 8 were feeling an immense, crushing wave of regret right now. If they had only known things would turn out like this, they would have summoned up the courage to give her a 10 from the start. They had primarily worried that because Scarlett Vance's public reputation was so terrible, giving her a perfect 10 would likely get them brutally cyberbullied by internet mobs. "Scarlett Vance, Scarlett Vance, Scarlett Vance," the chanting echoed across the stage continuously. It was completely obvious that after this single performance, I had successfully converted a massive number of casual viewers into loyal fans. Meanwhile, those voices that had previously been hating on Scarlett Vance were completely silent, looking as miserable as if their parents had died. They could only desperately spam words like lip-syncing and paid-off judges to cope. Looking at it this way, advancing to the next round is definitely in the bag. I muttered to myself, a surge of pure joy in my heart. If I didn't advance, then I would have definitely come here for nothing, and without that prize money. I'd have to swallow my pride and go leech off Chloe Winters as a sugar mommy. Upon seeing this definitive result, a radiant smile finally surfaced on Chloe Winters' face as well. "Let's head back first," Chloe said, as she pulled out her Rolls-Royce keys. "Miss Vance, Mr. Hayes would like to see you." A voice called out from nearby right at that moment, speaking directly to me. I raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. "Howard Hayes is that chief judge from the panel, right? It seems to be him. What does he want with me?" I turned my head to look at Chloe Winters, and then asked, "Chloe, can you wait for me for a bit?" "Yeah, no problem." Chloe nodded in response. After sorting things out, I turned around and followed the assistant away. Meanwhile, backstage, the rising pop queen Haley Brooks gently pushed open the office door and walked inside. She looked at Howard Hayes sitting right in front of her, and then sat down on the sofa. "Teacher, on. May I ask what you wanted to see me for?" Hearing this, Howard Hayes stroked his full beard. "How have you been doing lately?" "Not good at all," Haley Brooks said with a bitter smile, speaking with total helplessness. "Is it still because of those matters with your agency?" Howard Hayes knitted his brows slightly. As Howard Hayes' final and most prized disciple, Haley possessed truly extraordinary talent. Not only were her vocal skills incredible, but her songwriting abilities were also exceptional. Combined with her exceptionally stunning looks, even at such a young age, she had already earned the title of a rising pop queen. Unfortunately, however, Haley had signed with an unscrupulous agency. Instead of thinking about how to properly nurture such a rising pop queen with limitless potential, they spent all their time calculating how to completely drain Haley's commercial value. Consequently, forced by her restrictive contract, Haley helplessly took on a lot of trash endorsements and gigs. They even made Haley pay out of pocket to hold her own concerts. They were total vampires. But out of gratitude to her manager for discovering her, Haley had continuously endured it all. And recently, a product she endorsed ran into major issues, and the agency quickly shifted all the blame onto Haley, leaving her deeply trapped in a whirlpool of public backlash. It's because of the pressure from the public backlash these past 2 days, right? I'm not very satisfied with the song you wrote, Howard Hayes said, frowning slightly. He had already reviewed the song Haley had written to compete on The Voice. I'm sorry, teacher. I'll make sure to adjust it properly. A hint of sadness surfaced in Haley's eyes. She knew that with the current quality of that song, it would be extremely difficult to achieve any good results on The Voice. How about I introduce you to someone and have them write a song for you? Howard Hayes suggested to Haley, shifting his posture. Hearing this, Haley raised her eyes to look at Howard Hayes. Are you talking about Scarlet Vance, teacher? Howard Hayes smiled and replied, exactly. I felt like I was literally seeing stars at this point. There wasn't a single penny left in my bank account. Could I really not even afford a plain steamed bun? Just a moment ago, Chloe said she would treat Penny and me to dinner, and I was totally looking forward to it. Who would have thought this sudden hitch would pop up right now? But Howard Hayes was a legendary veteran in the music industry after all, and he had just awarded me a perfect score of 10, so I still had to show him proper respect. Pushing open the door, I happened to see Howard Hayes and Haley Brooks right in front of me. Hello, Mr. Hayes. I greeted him with a slightly awkward smile. Howard Hayes smiled warmly, and then walked over to me. Haha, hello there. Did you need me for something? I continued to inquire. I wanted to ask if Sea of Flowers was truly written by you. Howard Hayes' gaze turned a bit subtle. Her vocal talent was undeniable, but as for the production, he still harbored some doubts about whether Sea of Flowers was truly my original work. Hearing this, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt, and immediately nodded. That's right, it's my original creation. Haha, then you truly are exceptionally young and talented. Howard Hayes clapped his hands with a laugh. The reason I invited you over this time is actually because I'd like to ask you for a favor. I want you to write a song for my student. After saying that, Howard Hayes turned his gaze toward Haley Brooks, who was standing to the side. Hearing this, I looked back at Haley, and then brought my gaze back. Hello, Haley smiled at me politely. Hello, I responded politely as well. After hesitating for a brief moment, I still spoke up. Actually, when it comes to helping write a song, I'm more than happy to do it. But regarding the compensation, hearing this, Howard Hayes burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Ms. Vance, you really are incredibly straightforward. The compensation is easy to negotiate, as long as the quality is absolutely solid. Hearing this, I finally let my heart rest at ease. So, how many days will it take to compose a song? I'll just improvise it right now. I replied immediately. Howard Hayes looked intensely interested. Go ahead and write it down first. The moment the words left his mouth, I picked up a piece of paper and a pen and began writing furiously in the notebook. The scratching sound of the pen echoed through the room. As half an hour passed by, the creation of an entire song was quickly completed. I picked up the sheet music and then handed it over to Howard Hayes. Please have a look. Hearing this, Howard Hayes immediately took the song sheet. He felt a bit skeptical. After all, this was an improvisation done right on the spot. Exactly what level of quality it possessed remained entirely unknown. To be perfectly honest, Howard Hayes was still highly doubtful. Could someone really create a great piece of work in just a brief half an hour? But then again, for a singer capable of writing Sea of Flowers, how bad could her actual abilities possibly be? Filled with a sense of anticipation, Howard Hayes adjusted his glasses and looked down at the sheet music. Countdown. This title is actually quite interesting. Let's see how the lyrics are first. And at this moment, driven by intense curiosity, Haley also leaned her head closer to look at the sheet music. The cherry blossom season that hasn't arrived yet. The camera that hasn't been used yet. The restaurant that hasn't been visited yet. Still looking forward to a trip with you." The moment he read the lyrics, Howard Hayes' eyes instantly lit up. The artistic foundation of these lyrics was incredibly profound. Next, he shifted his eyes toward the musical score. Right at that exact moment, his eyes lit up completely. This rhythm is excellent. Truly magnificent. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Howard Hayes couldn't resist. Muttering out loud, I felt a little guilty, but I didn't let any flaw show on my face. "Thank you, GEM." Haley was similarly struck with profound astonishment, her mouth parting slightly, as she couldn't resist letting out a soft gasp. "This composition is simply beyond exquisite." After saying that, she actually began to hum the tune completely involuntarily. As a top-tier vocalist, Haley's vocal timbre was incredibly unique and beautiful to listen to. Listening to her hum was pure, unadulterated bliss. In just that single instant, Howard Hayes could tell that the song Countdown was a perfect match for Haley. Its master quality was already completely beyond question. Howard Hayes' hands were actually trembling. If he had still harbored a tiny bit of doubt just a moment ago, then right now he was 100% certain that I was an absolute once-in-a-generation genius in the music world. The sheer worth of this song was also absolutely immeasurable. "Miss Vance, please name your price," Haley said, taking a deep breath. As she fixed her eyes on me, she knew exactly how monumental the value of this song truly was. I was a bit dazed, my brain still scrambling. How much should I ask for? $10,000? That sounds doable. I shouldn't ask for too much. At the very least, I need to afford food first. Once the thought crossed my mind, I timidly held up a single finger. Staring at my long, slender finger, Haley gasped sharply, "I'm so sorry." "Ms. Scarlett Vance, wait, I'm the one who's dazed. You're a rising pop queen, and you can't even afford $10,000? Isn't that a bit too stingy?" Although I don't know much about the industry, I am fully aware that the true worth of this song, Countdown, is far more than a mere 10,000. 10 million? I don't have that much on hand right now. Could you possibly make it a little less? Haley let out a bitter, helpless laugh. The worth of this song is absolutely deserving of 10 million, but because my agency drains me completely dry, she was actually far from wealthy right now. She truly could not come up with $10 million. My mouth fell wide open, large enough to fit an entire steamed bun inside. 10 million? It turns out we aren't even on the same page. Haley, you might have completely misunderstood my meaning. I don't want $10 million. I only need 1 million, and that will be plenty. I took a deep, steady breath, and then replied, after thinking it over, I ultimately decided not to rip her off. As long as I have enough funds to secure my basic living needs for now, that is more than enough. 1 million? At that moment, both Howard Hayes and Haley Brooks were utterly dumbfounded. It seems she doesn't know how valuable her own talent is. Wow, 1 million. This is honestly a total steal. I'm willing to pay even more, Haley Brooks said with an awkward smile, speaking up. Although she was currently a bit short on funds, it wasn't like she couldn't even afford this amount. No need, that much is plenty for me, I said with a faint smile, answering her. Then consider it that I owe you a favor. Haley took a deep breath, a serious look filling her beautiful eyes. $1 million is indeed a lot for an average person, a fortune that takes a good half of a lifetime to accumulate. But for people of this social stratum, buying a song with such monumental value could basically be considered a giveaway. And since Haley happened to be deeply mired in a storm right now, my help this time was a massive lifesaver for her. All right, sounds good. I didn't refuse. A favor from a rising pop queen would surely be extremely valuable. Once the contract was officially signed, Haley transferred the money. Very quickly, the $1 million was instantly credited to my account. After receiving the money, my entire body was trembling. Do you know how many zeros are behind that number? Just imagine how much delicious food I can buy. Tonight, when I get a savory crepe, I'm adding 2 extra eggs. I don't even dare to imagine exactly how delicious a savory crepe with 2 extra eggs will taste. Chloe, I'm back. I jogged over toward Chloe Winters, speaking to her with a smile. Upon seeing me, Chloe finally let her heart rest at ease. I had been gone for a whole hour, so it was inevitable for her to feel a bit worried. What did you just go do? I wrote a song for someone, I replied immediately. At this moment, Penny Baxter also squeezed over. Boss, you're finally back. I was about to go completely numb from waiting, Upon learning that Chloe Winters was going to treat the boss and her to dinner, Penny was actually incredibly happy. After all, she had been starving for so long, so she could finally get a full meal for once. In fact, Penny and Chloe had already known each other for 3 years. Chloe also really liked this cute-looking, petite girl. It wasn't because her capabilities were exceptionally outstanding, but primarily because Penny was incredibly loyal. Over the years, Chloe had witnessed everything she did for Scarlet Vance. Therefore, building on her relationship with me, Chloe and Penny got along quite well. What do you want to eat? Japanese, Western, or Chinese food? Inside the elevator, Chloe looked at me, while jingling her car keys. Chinese food. Chloe, let's grab some drinks to celebrate. I suddenly leaned in close, toward Chloe. To be perfectly honest, Chloe's looks completely and flawlessly hit my exact type. The very first time I saw Chloe, my first thought was, how on earth can there be such a beautiful girl in this world? To the extent that, even with the bonus status of being best friends, standing next to Chloe would still make my heart race. If the past life version of me had to face Chloe, I probably wouldn't even dare to utter a single word to her. I am truly in love with this kind of cool, ethereal dream girl type. Meanwhile, Chloe constantly felt that the look in my eyes was a bit off. Is this really how you look at a regular friend? Something's wrong. It seems like ever since a few days ago, after I finished attending that press conference, my entire persona had changed a significant amount. The old me was a bit rebellious and hot-headed, a textbook definition of a spoiled, rich heiress. But now she looked considerably more composed, especially those eyes. Why did they seem to carry an incredibly charming, captivating allure? After stepping out of the elevator, we officially left the venue of The Voice production team. Right then, a masked woman, with a chubby build, suddenly walked over. The exact instant she laid eyes on me, a ferocious look immediately spread across her face. She whipped out a knife from behind her back and charged straight toward me. You manipulative bitch, go to hell. Her piercing voice shrieked out loud. Right at that moment, I was a bit dazed. I took a panicked step backward. Chloe Winters knitted her brows and instantly grabbed the woman right in front of her. Then she delivered a sharp kick right to her knee. With a loud thud, the attacking woman instantly screamed at the top of her lungs, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chloe immediately stomped down on her wrist, wrenching the knife away from her grasp. I turned my head to look at Chloe, completely dumbfounded. Only then did it finally hit me. Chloe had actually trained extensively in kickboxing. With the knife secure in her hand, Chloe pinned down the attacking woman's wrist with immense force. Her grip was incredibly strong, causing the woman to howl out in agonizing pain. I reached out and ripped off her mask, and only then could I clearly see her face. This face was honestly so ugly, it was practically abstract. I let out a soft click of my tongue without saying much. But this single, trivial action of mine seemed to deeply wound her fragile self-esteem. Scarlet Vance, someone like you isn't even worthy of my Austin. Mark my words, Austin will always belong to me. She frantically tried to scramble back up, but she was swiftly pinned right back down by Chloe. Looking back over my shoulder, the petite girl Penny had already sprinted dozens of meters away, leading the security guards straight back over. All right, fine, he's all yours. I'm not going to fight you for him, I muttered, the corners of my mouth twitching with pure helplessness. Fame truly brings nothing but endless trouble. Exactly how did the original owner's reputation manage to become this abysmally abstract? Once the security guards arrived, they dragged the chubby woman away and subsequently called the police. After confirming that everything was completely fine, our group took our leave first. Seated inside the Rolls-Royce, I looked around curiously in every direction. This was honestly the very first time I had ever ridden in a luxury car. Chloe, since when did your combat skills get this incredible? I leaned in closer to ask Chloe Winters. I've always been making time to practice, Chloe replied while keeping her eyes on the road. Have you completely forgotten why I started learning combat sports in the first place? She suddenly raised her brows slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. I was slightly taken aback. Of course I remember. Chloe and I had known each other since elementary school. Back then, Chloe wasn't particularly beautiful, and her personality was intensely introverted, making her quite an outcast. Scarlet Vance was Chloe's one and only true friend. Back then, because Chloe refused to let someone cut ahead of her in the cafeteria line, she ended up drawing deep resentment from them. Consequently, she was heavily subjected to bullying by a small clique of mean girls in the class. The single instance that stood out the most was when the 10-year-old Scarlett Vance stood up to fight for Chloe. She single-handedly charged in to brawl with several girls at once. After the fight, Scarlett was covered in deep bruises, her face and hands entirely smeared with blood. Ever since that definitive day, Chloe threw herself into learning martial arts, and she and Scarlett Vance became inseparable, lifelong best friends. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Sadly, the Scarlett Vance from Chloe's treasured memories had already been completely replaced by me. Honored host, you actually don't need to look at it that way. You didn't push her away or steal her spot, Jeezy term Morax. Hearing this, I felt quite caught off guard, and communicated inside my mind. Then, what exactly happened? The original owner passed away from her advanced leukemia exactly 3 days ago. Jini, you are her continuation. End up. Hearing this explanation, a sudden realization finally dawned on me. So that's how it is. Looking at it this way, I'm not some culprit who snatched the original owner's life away, but rather her continuation to finish her uncompleted business. However, host, please do not celebrate too early. If you do not hurry up your progress to significantly raise your reputation points, your ultimate fate might very well be identical to hers. The system's mechanical voice echoed inside my mind once more. You talk too much, I grumbled to myself. My wonderfully bright mood was completely ruined by that single sentence. I glanced at my status panel. My reputation points had increased by nearly 1,000, going from the original 10,086 to 9,034. My lifespan had also increased by several days along with it. It looks like this is actually working, but the road to clearing my name is still long and full of hardships. I pulled out my phone and glanced at the entertainment news section. Right now, everyone was discussing matters about me, but the negative comments still made up the majority. For instance, they suspected lip-syncing, or suspected that Sea of Flowers wasn't my original work. Some also said that talent has nothing to do with character, meaning they didn't deny my talent, but claimed my character was just trashy. I rubbed my temples. It looks like the road to clearing my name really is long and full of hardships. Inside the magnificent restaurant of the 5-star hotel, Penny Baxter, sitting right next to me, rubbed her hands together, and then picked up her utensils. Scarlett, how did you make such massive progress? In such a short period of time? Chloe Winters picked up a bite of fish, and then asked me curiously, maybe this is what you call an epiphany. I thought about it seriously. I couldn't find any other good reason, so I could only put it that way. Chloe truly was wonderful to me and cared deeply. After all, she was my one and only friend I grew up with. I couldn't help but think that if I hadn't transmigrated here, Chloe would have been completely heartbroken after learning of the original owner's death. Well, that's really wonderful then. Chloe nodded thoughtfully. Scarlett, I still want to double-check with you. Do you really have no feelings left for Austin Croft? Chloe hesitated for a long while, before finally asking me. Hearing this, I let out a soft chuckle. Really? Do you really distrust me that much? That's good then. Chloe took a deep breath, her mind finally easing a great deal. She pulled out her phone, opened up a specific file folder, and then handed it over to me. After catching a glimpse of the contents inside, my eyes went wide. This Austin Croft was actually living a much wilder life than I had imagined. I didn't even dare to imagine what a catastrophic impact it would have on his career if these materials were ever leaked out, and at this moment, Penny still paid absolutely zero attention to. The conversation between Chloe and me completely focused on the table full of exquisite dishes, stuffing her face ravenously. There was zero pursuit of gossip in her eyes, but only a desperate craving for food. An hour passed by, and we were all thoroughly stuffed and satisfied. By now, Penny had eaten so much she could barely even walk. Lounging back in her chair, her face was a picture of pure bliss. I starved for days following the boss, but I finally got a full meal. Penny, you go on ahead back first. I need to drop Chloe off at home, I said to Penny while supporting Chloe. Hearing this, Penny let out a small hum and nodded her head. All right. Then thank you so much, Miss Winters. I'll head back first. After saying that, she hopped down from her chair. Chloe's head was spinning a bit at this point. She had drunk quite a bit and was rather tipsy, feeling entirely dazed and groggy, and almost drifting into semi-consciousness. You're very welcome. Chloe responded with a faint, gentle smile. She massaged her forehead, using a tissue to wipe away the sweat from her temples. Seeing that Penny had left, I immediately brought my gaze straight back. Chloe, it's getting pretty late today. How about we just stay here at the hotel? I leaned in very close to Chloe. At this moment, Chloe could distinctly feel the scent radiating from my body and the warmth of my breath. A heavy dose of romantic ambiguity suddenly filled the air. Wait, why is it suddenly getting so incredibly intimate? This is totally wrong, right? Chloe was visibly flustered and panicked. And no, there's no need. I can just drive back home. But Chloe, you drank a ton of alcohol today. Why don't we just straight up stay at the hotel? I continued my aggressive charm offensive, pressing on. Chloe hesitated a bit. Her family upbringing belonged to the incredibly strict category. If she didn't return home for the night, her parents would definitely worry to some extent. Chloe, I know exactly what you're worried about. If you went out overnight with a guy, that would indeed cause a lot of worry. But I'm completely different from them. I'm a girl after all. I let out a cheeky, playful smile. Hearing this, Chloe felt that it made perfect sense. All right then, you, honored host, I must remind you that pursuing the female lead is strictly not within the system's list of mandatory missions. The system's voice chimed in. I raised my eyebrows. Can't I just like her? Is that a crime? It is permitted. Inside the hotel room, Chloe had just finished taking a shower and was lying down on her bed because it was already late at night and it happened to be peak tourist season. Vacancies were incredibly scarce. When we booked the room, there was only one twin room with 2 separate beds left. I felt slightly disappointed to think it's actually not a single large bed. But I suppose it's still fine. At least we're sharing the same room. I stepped out from the bathroom, wearing nothing but a sleek set of pajamas. At this moment, having just blow-dried my hair, my body was radiating a faint, alluring fragrance. I looked absolutely mesmerizing and full of charm. Chloe was quite taken aback. She had absolutely never seen me look this spellbindingly beautiful and seductive before. Staring at me, she found it completely impossible to tear her eyes away. Seeing Chloe's intense reaction, I felt immensely satisfied in my heart. I had made quite a lot of careful preparations for this exact moment. Droplets of water slid down the contour of my face, dripping right onto my sharply defined collarbones. I did it intentionally, purposely leaving my body slightly wet, so that my skin showed alluringly through the damp fabric. I deliberately let my bare legs, free of shoes or socks, dangle and swing playfully over the edge of the bed, using the subtle motion to capture Chloe's undivided attention. I intentionally placed a slender finger against my lips, blending a playful innocence with a provocative, teasing gaze that made one want to completely conquer me. It all appeared completely effortless and casual, but in reality, every single movement had been meticulously and precisely calculated. Chloe was utterly dazed. Even though she didn't consider herself into girls, she still found it completely impossible to look away from me. Humans always possess a natural appreciation for absolute beauty. My body was indeed breathtakingly perfect. How does Scarlett feel like she's changed so incredibly much? This profound transformation isn't a matter of her facial features, but rather in her entire manner of behavior and her aura. Chloe swallowed hard, appearing completely flustered and at a loss. Is this even still the exact same Scarlett Vance that I know? The next day, I returned home by myself. I clutched my chest, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion and weakness. As expected, the advanced leukemia still had a massive physical toll on me. My physical stamina was far from being in a good state, not to mention that this was already the terminal stage. Right then, a sudden realization popped into my mind. Oh, right! System, leukemia isn't technically an incurable disease. If I go to a hospital right now, can it be fully cured? Given the advanced state of modern medical technology, overcoming a case of late-stage leukemia is really no longer an impossible feat. Honored host, a province or first D accidents. Leukemia is actually a scripted plot death device for you. Even if this specific illness is fully cured, you will still encounter a fatal car accident, a random object falling from the sky, or even choking to death on a sip of water instead. So what you're saying is, I absolutely have to clear my name to survive? I muttered with total helplessness. Precisely. Hearing this, I massaged my temples. It looks like this really isn't going to be easy at all. The core issue is that for the people who genuinely detest me, No matter what amazing things I do, they will still find a reason to hate me. It has absolutely nothing to do with talent or ability. If I want to successfully clear my name, it looks like I must find a definitive, foolproof method that settles the matter once and for all. So, host, do you have a specific strategy in mind yet? The system's mechanical voice echoed in my head once more. This was already an absolute nightmare difficulty scenario. To completely redeem oneself from being universally hated across the entire internet. This feat was definitely far from simple. Yeah, I think I already have a rough idea of the answer in my heart. I took a deep breath, and my thoughts became much clearer. To change everyone's perception of me, the strategy would have to be a massive plot twist. If I were to go do charity work right now, it would be blindingly obvious to everyone what I'm up to. Everyone would think that Scarlett Vance is only doing this to clear her name, and those who hate her would still hate her. But what if, after revealing that I have terminal leukemia, it gets leaked that I've actually been doing charity work all along? That would be entirely different. Does a dying person even need fame? No. Therefore, the only possible motive for doing good deeds is that she truly is a good-hearted person. As for all her previous foolish behavior, it could completely be spun as actions Scarlett Vance took solely for media traffic. I can claim that as early as 3 years ago, she had already been diagnosed with an incurable disease. Knowing that she was already past any medical cure, she chose to bear the public infamy just to gain web traffic, and then converted that traffic into financial funds to support charitable causes. This way, the redemption will feel entirely natural and logical. And right now, what I need to do is silently support charitable causes until the day all my accumulated efforts finally pay off. Once I finished organizing my thoughts, a general plan had already formed in my heart. I washed my face and then turned on the television. Right now, it happened to be the live broadcast of the voice group stage matches. The contestant currently on stage was the rising pop queen, Haley Brooks. Haley, Haley. The cheers for Haley echoed across the venue continuously. Shouts of excitement surged back and forth. I sat on the sofa, peeling off my white thigh-high stockings with one hand, while focusing intently on the live broadcast of the show. Haley stood on the stage. Judging by her expression, she seemed a bit nervous, but she adjusted her state very quickly. The song I'm going to perform now is Countdown. After she finished speaking, the lyrics of Countdown appeared on the massive LED screen behind her. Why isn't this a song Haley has sung before? How come I've never heard of this song? Haley's vocal skills were exceptionally brilliant, but her songwriting ability was slightly lacking. This was an universally known fact. And the track, Countdown, was basically my ultimate upgrade for Haley. The credits on the screen behind her began to scroll. When it reached the lyrics and composition credits, Scarlett Vance's name prominently appeared on the massive screen. What? Scarlett Vance again? Heh, since she wrote it, it's bound to be a total garbage song with zero talent. I'm leaving. The comment section erupted in intense discussion. Although her grand debut on The Voice had slightly redeemed Scarlett Vance's public image, but overall, the haters still made up the vast majority. The instrumental backing track began to play. With the dynamic movement of the rhythm, the venue instantly quieted down. The volume of comments clearly lessened a lot as well. In fact, the vast majority of people were there solely for the sheer talent of the rising pop queen, Haley Brooks. Her live vocal control could be said to be completely beyond question. Right now, the only remaining suspense was exactly how good this musical track actually was. Haley gently parted her lips to sing. Every single person present was instantly captivated. Her unique voice and her incredibly stable vocal control deeply entranced everyone in the room. And the moment the song filled the air, a profound wave of awe immediately followed. As expected of a rising pop queen, her talent is simply through the roof. I'm starting to really look forward to the explosive chorus segment now. These lyrics are beautifully written. They carry a powerful sense of resonance. The live comments continued to buzz with endless discussions. After sliding off my stockings, I lounged back lazily on the sofa, crossing my legs to maintain a relatively comfortable posture. Witnessing Haley's spectacular performance, I couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. In reality, I didn't actually know how formidable Haley's skills were. I had also worried a little bit that the people of this alternate world might bury such an excellent song. But looking at it now, Haley's elite caliber was completely beyond question. As the chorus concluded, the comment section instantly exploded, flooded with a massive wave of "holy crap" expressions. Meanwhile, the director was also utterly thrilled. At this moment, many of Haley's loyal fans were present at the venue. Quite a few of them were well aware that due to issues with her manager and talent agency, Haley was currently suffering heavily from a storm of public backlash. There were even quite a few critical voices that had been constantly questioning whether Haley was even truly worthy of holding the title of a rising pop queen. Originally, many people had worried whether Haley would let these stressful controversies negatively affect her live performance. But looking at it now, those worries were completely and utterly redundant. Haley's raw talent had once again perfectly proven that she absolutely deserves the title of rising pop queen. The director very cleverly panned the camera angle right toward the audience, capturing the exact moment when these fans began to weep tears of pure joy, making it perfectly clear just how intensely emotional they were. Once the lyrics resonated out, countless netizens instantly found themselves deeply relating to it. A significant number of casual viewers, after listening to Haley's phenomenal performance, were also instantly converted into loyal fans. Right at this moment, Howard Hayes, standing by the judges' panel, was also intensely satisfied. After today, Haley's list of signature hit songs is bound to add another masterpiece. And all of this was entirely thanks to that one specific woman, the woman he had personally labeled as an absolute genius. Staring at Haley Brooks's stellar performance on the television screen, I completely let my heart rest at ease. By now, the comments section was spamming to an absolute explosion, with Haley's name constantly flooding the screen. With the repetition of the final lines of lyrics, the track countdown slowly drew to a perfect close. Among everyone, the most intensely thrilled were undoubtedly Haley's fans. Most of these individuals were weeping tears of joy while clapping their hands, screaming Haley's name at the top of their lungs. Regarding Haley's flawlessly stable and spectacular delivery, these people were absolutely the happiest in the room. Right then, the host walked up onto the stage area. "Thank you to our pop queen, Haley Brooks, for bringing us such a phenomenal live performance." To be perfectly honest, Haley's performance today has truly given everyone an incredibly massive surprise. I'd like to ask, is there any little backstory behind the creation of Countdown? Back when he saw the credits scrolling earlier, the host had keenly caught the sight of Scarlett Vance's name, and that was a name that automatically generated massive web traffic, no matter what. As long as this name made an appearance at the venue of The Voice, it would bring an astronomical wave of viewership traffic to the production team. Therefore, the host intended to firmly seize this exact opportunity to ruthlessly cash in on a massive wave of engagement traffic. Haley let out a beautiful, radiant smile upon hearing this. Her facial features were exceptionally gorgeous to begin with, and with this single smile, she practically caused every single viewer of The Voice to let out an absolute gasp of awe. Right here, I want to express my deepest gratitude to one person, and that is the absolute mastermind behind Countdown. Hearing up to this point, every single person in the room was taken aback. When Haley first started singing, everyone's eyes had basically been focused entirely on her face, causing a vast majority of the viewers to assume that the song Countdown was Haley's own original creation. So, it actually wasn't? Then who could it be? The most likely candidate should be Haley's mentor, Howard Hayes, right? I want to thank Scarlett Vance. If it weren't for her, the song Countdown would never have existed. The exact second those words left her mouth, the entire auditorium fell into an absolute uproar. Wait, this song was actually written by Scarlett Vance? How on earth is that even possible? Her character is so completely abysmally trashy. How could she possibly write such an incredible masterpiece? It's just too hard to believe. But aside from these skeptical, doubtful voices, many of Haley Brooks's fans, after hearing what Haley said, all began to develop a certain degree of goodwill toward Scarlett Vance. What's not to believe? Haley herself confirmed it out loud. "I totally believe Scarlett Vance has this kind of talent." Amidst the ongoing discussions, Haley seemed to have made up her mind about something. Then she continued to speak up. "Right here, I would like to defend Miss Scarlett Vance a bit. I believe that right now, the vast majority of the many negative comments circulating about her across the internet are absolutely nothing but groundless rumors. Because Scarlett Vance really is an incredibly good person." The moment those words left her mouth, The popularity score of the live stream instantly spiked up once again. For Haley to dare say this, she had definitely made a firm choice. Scarlett Vance had far too many haters online. So by Haley speaking up like this, it would definitely trigger intense dissatisfaction from Scarlett's haters. Consequently, those toxic people would turn around to hate on Haley. However, Scarlett Vance had indeed given her a monumental amount of help. Even if she had to run the risk of getting dragged online, Haley was absolutely determined to repay this massive favor. Right at that exact moment, I noticed that my reputation points were continuously skyrocketing, and once the numbers stabilized, my score had jumped from over 9,000 down to 8,422, increasing my reputation value by nearly 1,000 points. On top of that, there was a strong potential for it to keep rising. My heart surged with pure joy. At this rate, I would definitely be able to survive for a much longer time. Sure enough, my remaining lifespan had already increased to 40 days. With a single statement like that from Haley, then this professional connection was absolutely firmly and securely locked down. She's an absolute pop queen, Penny Baxter said, walking over. She looked at the television, appearing intensely thrilled. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you like her that much? Duh, I'm an absolute die-hard fan of hers. I listened to literally every single one of her songs. The petite girl puffed out her chest proudly. As she grunted out her reply, I let out a gentle smile. In that case, I'll gift you a ticket to her concert next time. You absolute idiot of a boss. We can't even afford to buy basic food right now. So why on earth are we talking about concert tickets? Penny shrugged her shoulders helplessly. It's fine. I just made a significant amount of money. So covering this tiny expense is totally within our budget. After saying that, I pulled out my phone and transferred $20,000 to Penny. Staring at such a massive sum of money, Penny was utterly thunderstruck. Boss, where on earth did you get this much cash? Would you believe me if I said I sold my body to get it? No way, unless you tell me exactly who bought you. It was Chloe Winters. Just pulling your leg. Did you seriously buy into that? I burst out laughing. Penny's brain instantly booted back up from its short-circuited state. Boss, you absolutely cannot make that kind of joke. Seriously though, boss, where did you actually score this money from? Penny still didn't tap the button to accept the transfer, instead looking up at me with an intensely puzzled expression. In the beginning, spending $50,000 to buy 5 years of Penny's work with free food and boarding, Penny had actually felt incredibly smug and quite pleased with herself. She felt that, as a petite young girl with absolutely no higher education, being able to make this level of income was already fantastic. Breaking it down, it was over $8,000 a month. Plus, she got to work as a manager for an actual celebrity. But as facts proved, being a manager was anything but easy, setting aside the sheer amount of public backlash she had to endure. By staying at my side all this time, she had also absolutely never expected that free food and boarding meant she had to pay for her boss's food and shelter. She had completely grown accustomed to being dead broke while following Scarlett Vance, so she had never even dared to hope for any kind of exceptionally luxurious treatment. Would you believe me if I said I wrote a song for Haley Brooks? I don't believe it, even though she said those words, but Penny still pulled out her phone to check, wanting to verify the truth or falsehood of the matter, and the exact second her eyes caught sight of the various clickbait entertainment articles popping up on her screen, she froze completely, lost in sheer shock. She raised her head slowly and looked straight at me. Wait, boss, you seriously wrote a song for Haley Brooks? Duh. Otherwise, what did you think I was doing yesterday? Then did you manage to get me an autograph? No. I'll take you along to get one next time. Awesome! A bright, radiant smile broke across Penny's face. Right at that moment, a sudden stream of fresh blood began to spill down from my nose. Catching sight of my sudden state, Penny was struck with absolute horror. She immediately bolted straight over to me, pressing her hand against my forehead. Boss, are you running a fever? Huh? I guess I just overheated a bit yesterday. I nodded my head, letting out a muffled cough, and pushed Penny's hand away as I spoke. Then I turned around toward my bedroom. I'm going to take a quick nap. Should I go contact Miss Winters then? Penny asked, looking at me with deep anxiety. No need. She's incredibly busy, so let's not make her worry too much. I shook my head and subsequently shut my bedroom door behind me. Watching this, Penny felt a bit helpless. Whatever, I'd better go out and buy some ibuprofen for the boss. Meanwhile, at the Croft residence, Austin Croft was, lounging back with total leisure, watching the live broadcast of The Voice. Over the past couple of days, he had been constantly sucking up to and serving elite sugar mommies from high society, using them as a cash cow to pull in quick money. Just the thought of those wealthy old bags who looked like bloated bullfrogs caused a violent wave of pure disgust to wash through Austin, making him desperately want to bleach his own eyes. And right now, Haley Brooks, who was singing on screen, perfectly became the prime object of Austin's sleazy fantasies. His face was thoroughly caked in thick powder, his makeup incredibly heavy-handed. Without the extreme beauty filters provided by the massive screen, Austin's actual appearance was only a tiny notch above an ordinary guy's. What? The rising pop queen's hit song was actually written by Scarlett Vance. How on earth is that even possible? Austin's eyeballs looked ready to burst right out of his sockets. However, if Scarlett Vance truly possessed this kind of monumental talent, then couldn't he just get her to write a hit song for him as well? Using it to completely revitalize his own sinking reputation? The exact instant he recalled how desperately Scarlett Vance used to flatter and grovel before him, Austin felt completely certain that this plan would be a guaranteed success. Come to think of it, Scarlett Vance hasn't sent me a single message in several days now. What the hell is she up to? Austin knitted his brows heavily, his tone dripping with intense irritation. Is she throwing a tantrum just because I took her money and said, I am not someone who cares about material wealth, so don't even dream of using your cash to control me? Women are always exactly like this. The easier you make it for them to win you over, the less they will actually value you. Mr. Croft, have you completely forgotten? Scarlett Vance actually stated publicly yesterday that she loves the new and tires of the old, and that she explicitly has no feelings left for you. Standing beside him, Austin's manager spoke up to remind him. What? Hearing this, Austin's brain started buzzing violently. At first, Austin couldn't quite process the information, until he personally went to take a look at the clip of The Voice production team's interview with Scarlett Vance. Only then did he definitively confirm the reality of the situation. Scarlett Vance had actually stated out loud that she was no longer interested in him. Because he had been busy accommodating wealthy sugar mommies yesterday, it had left him with absolutely zero free time to watch Scarlett's broadcasted performance. In fact, even if he had possessed the time, he wouldn't have given a single crap about whether Scarlett advanced or not. But for you to claim you have zero feelings for me, that is absolutely out of line on your part. To think this matter is actually completely true. Austin was shaking slightly with pure rage. He slammed his leather shoe viciously against the floor, grinding his teeth as he glared venomously at the screen in front of him. Loves the new and tires of the old? Has no feelings left for me? How dare that pathetic, groveling Scarlett Vance actually utter those kinds of words? Could it be that Scarlett has actually fallen for someone else? He would absolutely never allow that. Austin was completely and utterly infuriated by this point. He forced himself to calm down instantly, taking a deep, calculated breath, and then a dark, sinister smile crept onto the corners of his lips. Heh, women love playing hard to get with me, don't they? She's definitely doing this, just to catch my eye, and make me jealous. Well played, Scarlett Vance, actually resorting to this kind of tactic. Austin Croft chuckled to himself, his face bearing a highly sinister smirk. This kind of trick won't work on me at all. Someone as clever as me will never fall for such a stupid trap. I will make Scarlett Vance learn what true regret feels like. As for what happened yesterday, I will absolutely never forgive Scarlett Vance that easily. If she doesn't apologize to me in front of the entire entertainment industry, I will absolutely never forgive her. Austin Croft muttered to himself. He had never for a single moment thought that Scarlett Vance would one day have zero feelings for him, because over these past 3 years, her pursuit of him had been incredibly intense and passionate, and it was precisely because of this that Austin had been granted such a massive wave of confidence. To dare to toy with her and string her along like this, back in the very beginning, Austin would actually feel quite anxious, worrying that his pattern of taking her for granted would make Scarlett Vance walk away from him one day. But, as facts proved, his worries were completely redundant. That was exactly why he became increasingly presumptuous. Right now, Austin was entirely convinced that this was definitely a mind game Scarlett Vance was playing to win him over. It was all just a ploy. He absolutely couldn't show weakness first and let Scarlett Vance gain the upper hand. Austin's manager massaged his forehead. If the pay weren't actually so good, He really wouldn't want to be a manager for this stupid pig anymore. So, Mr. Croft, are you planning to make me apologize? That is absolutely impossible. Believe it or not, if I tell her to write me a song, she will absolutely never refuse me, Austin remarked, appearing exceptionally full of confidence. Just as I was getting ready to go to sleep, my phone suddenly chimed with an incoming message. I looked closely and saw it was from Overnight Sensation. Scarlett Vance, stop playing hard to get games with me. I've already told you before. I am not that kind of easy guy. Overnight Sensation, hurry up and write an incredibly high-quality song for me. Otherwise, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Seeing this, I found it completely bizarre. Who even is this? Pure white snow? Who is this? The moment he saw those 3 words, Austin's chest heaved with pure rage. Overnight Sensation, don't play dumb with me. Write a song for me immediately, and transfer $200,000 to me. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life. I thought about it for a moment, and realized this idiot Austin Croft must have completely lost his mind. Seeing his replies, a sudden stroke of dark humor flashed through my heart. Pure white snow, hold on, don't rush. It's coming right up. Seeing this response, Austin finally felt significantly more satisfied. As expected, you have to treat women with this exact attitude. Just as Austin was still feeling incredibly smug, I sent a document straight over to him. Pure white snow. Orphan Paradise, docs. Austin knitted his brows when he saw it. Orphan Paradise? What kind of bizarre song title is this? Austin pondered over it for a moment, and subsequently clicked into the file. The lyrics inside nearly made his eyeballs burst right out of his head. You have no mommy and no daddy. Every single one of you has no home, no family or friends to help. You are completely all alone, tell me, aren't you scared? What on earth kind of lyrics are these? This is literally a direct insult, aimed right at me. Austin's face flushed between shades of crimson and pale white with pure rage. He ground his teeth fiercely together, his mind spinning with fury. How dare she insult me? How does she even have the nerve? After his face alternated between flushed colors for a solid minute, Austin instantly tapped open his keyboard and began typing furiously on the screen. Overnight Sensation, Scarlett Vance, what the hell is wrong with you? Right at that exact moment, a bright red exclamation mark flashed right in front of his eyes. Pure white snow has enabled friend verification. Josh Wan, you are not currently connected as her friend. Please send a friend request first. John, you can message once the recipient accepts your request. At this moment, Austin was completely and utterly dumbfounded. Scarlett Vance had actually blocked and deleted him. As for me, I wasn't just sitting idle at this time. I was busy preparing my final song for the Voice of America. This time around, it truly felt like delivering the perfect masterpiece for the perfect moment. The required theme for the finale was traditional culture style, aimed at celebrating timeless heritage. Thanks to the double perfect 10s from the chief judges, I was exceptionally fast-tracked straight into a spot for the finale. This wasn't just due to the immense appreciation from the 2 veterans, Howard Hayes and Vincent Sterling, but also because my own raw talent was already undeniably solid. Yet at the exact same time, quite a few rumors and nasty gossip began to surface as well. Some claimed Scarlett Vance was just a nepo baby with connections. Taking a glance at the news feeds, my toxic haters still hadn't let up at all. Some accused me of plagiarism and lip-syncing, while others claimed that I was being kept as a mistress. One of their most solid pieces of evidence was a picture of Scarlett Vance, stepping right out of a luxury Rolls-Royce, though that specific photo was indeed entirely real. The rumor about being financially kept by a wealthy tycoon could technically be considered half true, I suppose. After all, Chloe Winters really had been financially supporting me all along. But right now, the absolute most critical task was to secure a flawless victory and claim the #1 spot on The Voice. That way, I could get my hands on the $3 million grand prize. $3 million plus the $900,000 already sitting in my account would easily be enough to completely renovate an entire orphanage. Every grand finale of The Voice production team always features a specific theme. The theme last time was youth, and the theme this time around was traditional styles. As for the traditional style song required for the grand finale, after weighing my choices, I ultimately chose Blue and White Porcelain. Jay Chu's absolute brilliance is completely beyond question. If I want a foolproof victory without any hitches, his music is the safest bet. Both the lyrics and the arrangement are exceptionally brilliant. Relying on the vivid memories in my brain, I wrote out Blue and White Porcelain, and very quickly finished recording the backing tracks. Right around this time, the clothes I ordered online finally arrived. Although the original owner's face was flawlessly beautiful, her fashion sense was honestly completely abysmally bad. Therefore, even though Scarlett Vance was incredibly stunning, she had never managed to leave a truly breathtaking impression. She naturally possessed a highly pure and sweet look, but she always loved to layer onto her face a heavy coat of thick makeup, making her look exactly like a trashy club dancer. But after I personally overhauled her wardrobe choice, it looked significantly more pleasing to the eye. Today, I put on a simple, elegant traditional style dress. With a pair of snow-white, perfectly straight legs fully exposed, it was incredibly eye-catching and radiant. I felt exceptionally satisfied with my look, enjoying a profound sense of satisfaction from completely reinventing myself. Grabbing the keys to my sleek electric ride, I walked straight out of the apartment and headed downstairs. Today was the weekend, so at this particular hour of the day, there were quite a lot of people out and about. Thanks to my outstanding looks and perfectly tailored outfit, a ton of people were stealing glances at me along the way. The girls were all right. Most of them just stared openly, completely unable to look away. The guys, on the other hand, mostly sneaked side glances, though some pretended not to care at all, only to instantly spin their heads around the split second we passed by. I couldn't help but chuckle softly to myself. Is it always this completely obvious when guys try to sneak a peek? Boss, you look so incredibly beautiful today. I can barely even recognize you anymore, Penny Baxter said in utter amazement from inside the car. Hearing this, I let out a soft laugh. Was I not beautiful before? You were gorgeous. At the live studio venue, quite a few people had already taken their places, ready to continue recording the show. Since it involved the cultural preservation and dissemination aspect, certain government departments had already begun paying close attention to this show, particularly when it came to the lyrics. There were even officials from the National Bureau of Culture, who came specifically to appreciate and collect exceptionally crafted lyrics. Therefore, this time around, the production team attached immense importance to the artists' performances. When I arrived at the venue, an elderly man appeared right in front of me, with hair that was turning a bit silver. Howard Hayes stood right in front of me with a face full of smiles, looking incredibly kind and gentle. Do you feel confident, kiddo? Do you want me to help you review your work? I was a bit surprised. Exactly what kind of elite status did Howard Hayes hold? He was the former national vocal coach. There were countless people willing to pay top dollar, yet he still wouldn't be willing to review their songs. Yet here I was, with him taking the initiative to approach me and help look over my song. Could this be the legendary special treatment? However, I still graciously declined his kind offer in my heart. I felt that Blue and White Porcelain was indeed more than excellent enough, leaving absolutely nothing that needed to be changed. And besides, even if there were areas that needed modification, it would already be too late anyway in terms of time. It's a good thing that you know what you're doing, Howard Hayes replied with a soft chuckle after hearing this. He chose to trust Scarlett Vance, this brilliant junior. After all the preparations were fully in order, I stepped right out onto the stage. At this moment, one could still faintly hear chants from below the stage demanding Scarlett Vance to get out of the entertainment industry. But I had already become completely desensitized to these comments. This was already the 106th time I had been told to get out of the entertainment industry. But would I really leave the entertainment industry just because of these comments? Obviously not. The rule of the entertainment industry is, explaining means trying to clear your name, and not explaining means tacit admission. Look, when have the internet mobs ever let anyone off the hook? Has anyone noticed that Scarlett Vance looks absolutely gorgeous today? Seriously, her outfit today honestly gives off a completely refreshing feeling. I'm absolutely in love with this look. This dress was bought online, right? I feel like I've seen the exact same style before. But on her body, she actually rocks it with a Balenciaga vibe. Heh, what's so great about looking pretty on a stage with maxed out beauty filters? Anyone can look amazing with that level of editing. I could do that too if I went up there. The voices in the comment section surged back and forth, highly polarized with mixed praise and criticism. However, I didn't care about any of this. I walked out onto the stage step by step, the spotlights continuously flashing and shining down brilliantly upon my body. Today, I was practically radiating a spectacular glow. On the judges panel today, aside from those few familiar faces, a brand new face had made an appearance. This person was an elderly man in his 60s, who was slightly hunched over, and wearing reading glasses, but his aura was remarkably elegant and easygoing. At a single glance, he carried a highly scholarly air. Meanwhile, Judge number 1, who had previously given me a 6, was found to have accepted bribes, and had already been officially dismissed from his position. I had to admit, the efficiency of the voice production team in handling these matters was indeed exceptionally excellent. The host cleared his throat. Today, at our judges panel, we are welcoming a very special guest, the Vice President of the National Poetry and Culture Association, Mr. Leonard Yates. At this moment, the host gestured with his hand toward the elegant elderly man seated at the judges panel. Leonard Yates nodded with a gentle, polite smile upon hearing this. The entire venue fell into an absolute uproar upon hearing those words. What? He's actually from the National Poetry and Culture Association? It looks like the level of professionalism this time is through the roof. Exactly, that's a top authoritative institution. Exactly how good the lyricism is can be seen at a single glance. Furthermore, Old Man Yates was a highly famous lyricist in the last century. A great number of lyrics that featured on the National Holiday Gala were personally penned by Old Man Yates. The comment section was buzzing with intense discussion. Obviously, regarding Leonard Yates's unexpected appearance, they felt entirely thrilled. If one were to ask who was facing the absolute most pressure in the room, that would undoubtedly be me standing right here on the stage. I took a deep, heavy breath, still feeling a bit nervous to some extent. "Jay, please lend me your strength." Leonard Yates looked at the Scarlet Vance standing in front of him with great interest. Although he was a prestigious member of the Poetry and Culture Association and possessed an exceptionally high level of professional expertise, but after all, the Voice of America was strictly a commercialized entertainment show. To expect the contestants here to produce master-tier lyrical compositions was honestly demanding a bit too much. However, since they had spent a premium to hire him to come over, no matter how mediocre the lyrics actually turned out to be, he still needed to offer a few complimentary words. Even if the lyrics were completely abysmally bad, he couldn't criticize them too harshly. He still had to give the production team some face to some extent. "Howard, what's the actual level of this young girl?" Leonard Yates turned his head to look at Howard Hayes and asked. The two of them had collaborated back in the last century, so they shared a solid, long-standing friendship. When it comes to her creative talent, it's exceptionally high, Howard Hayes remarked with a highly mysterious tone. Exactly how high? Leonard Yates felt his interest instantly piqued upon hearing this. Those who managed to receive Howard Hayes' stamp of approval were, without exception, pure geniuses. Like 3 or 4 stories high, Howard Hayes let out a hearty laugh, and then subsequently turned his gaze right back to the stage. "Now, let's turn the stage completely over to Scarlet Vance," the host announced loudly, and subsequently exited the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Scarlet Vance. Please enjoy my original song, Blue and White Porcelain." An original song. It's another original track. Is Scarlet Vance actually a once-in-a-generation genius? To be able to produce 3 original songs in such a brief window of time. Her previous tracks, Sea of Flowers and Countdown, were both exceptionally brilliant works. And this track, Blue and White Porcelain, had completely raised everyone's expectations to the limit. The credits flashed onto the massive LED screen behind her once more, with both the lyrics and composition displaying Scarlet Vance's name. As the instrumental intro began to play, a profoundly classical and elegant melody slowly wafted through the air. Every single person began to lose themselves completely within it. This is elegant, truly beyond elegant. Quick, someone fetch me my ink and brush. I can't resist the urge to compose a masterpiece poem right now. This is just so incredibly refined. The comments in the stream discussed in rapid succession, obviously, completely and utterly satisfied with the intro music. The exact second the cue hit, I gently raised the microphone up to my lips. The moment the first verse concluded, a distinct stir of excitement swept through the crowd. Setting everything else aside, Scarlet Vance's voice was honestly incredibly beautiful to listen to. These lyrics are absolutely stunning. Even as a literature major, I am completely blown away. And at this exact moment, the one who was the most intensely thrilled was undoubtedly none other than Leonard Yates himself. As the vice president of the Poetry and Culture Association, His literary foundation was remarkably profound. When it came to judging the quality of a set of lyrics, he could easily assess its depth at a glance. Leonard Yates was absolutely certain that, based strictly on the first few lines alone, the lyrical caliber of Scarlett Vance's song was exceptionally elite. His expression instantly turned deeply solemn. He rubbed his aging eyes to see better, staring fixedly at the lyrics scrolling across the screen. Brilliant! This is absolutely magnificent. My voice continued to resonate out, and within those soft, melodious vocal tones, I perfectly delivered the exact classical grace that Blue and White Porcelain demanded. As the musical notes continued to dynamically leap, the chorus segment began to ring through the venue. The split second those lines filled the air. Over at the judges' panel, the sudden sound of someone slamming the table echoed out. Leonard Yates's pupils dilated completely, his expression brimming with ecstatic joy and absolute, unadulterated awe. The sky is waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. This is truly brilliant. Brilliant. In his excitement, he nearly stood up to applaud. Ancient Rue porcelain had to be fired under a gentle drizzle, and only under unique conditions of moderate temperature could it succeed. And the color that captures this exact weather happens to be the sky blue hue after a misty rain. Therefore, this line of mine was written with absolute, unparalleled genius. It did not just perfectly fit the historical culture, but it also completely integrated into the core theme of Blue and White Porcelain. His pupils trembled intensely. Compared to Scarlett Vance, the current generation of new singers was simply like comparing fish eyes to priceless pearls. With a singer like this, the mandapop music industry is bound to flourish. Leonard Yates let out an emotional sigh. The caliber of these lyrics, even if placed within the National Poetry and Culture Association, would still be considered an absolute masterwork. The youth are truly to be feared. They are truly to be feared. Leonard Yates adjusted his glasses, his hands shaking slightly as he spoke. The craftsmanship of these lyrics is simply beyond magnificent. At this moment, Howard Hayes was also deeply captivated by the melody of Blue and White Porcelain. He was very well aware of Scarlett Vance's true level, but this time, after witnessing Scarlett Vance's talent once again, he couldn't help but feel even more full of awe. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Howard Hayes even felt that Scarlett Vance's current artistic level had already successfully surpassed his own. This was no joke, but a genuine, heartfelt appreciation for a true genius. Utterly shocked, he let out a soft sigh, and then looked forward. He just happened to see Leonard Yates, whose hands were trembling. At this moment, Leonard Yates's hands were continuously shaking. The look he directed toward Scarlett Vance was far beyond mere shock, and when Howard Hayes saw Leonard Yates' profound shock, he became even more thoroughly astounded. What? Even Leonard Yates has this exact expression? Looking at it this way, the lyrical caliber of Blue and White Porcelain must be extraordinarily high. After all, though Howard Hayes was a legendary master when it came to composition and arrangement, his skills were at an absolute master tier. But he was still slightly lacking when it came to evaluating complex lyrics, and in this particular domain, the ultimate authority was universally proven to belong to Leonard Yates from the Poetry and Culture Association. Since even he was this profoundly shocked, then there was definitely no question about its master quality. At this moment, many of the voices in the live comments also began to lean toward an overwhelming consensus. Alright, I admit that Scarlett Vance's talent is indeed incredibly formidable. I totally misjudged her in the past. The level of Blue and White Porcelain is just way too insane. Our Scarlett makes us fans look so good. These absolutely magnificent lyrics could literally be printed in school textbooks, right? I really can't believe these lyrics were actually written by Scarlett Vance. Is this what it feels like to be a fan of a true powerhouse artist? With this single battle, I gained countless loyal fans. If it could be said that when I performed Sea of Flowers, a vast majority of the casual viewers were still just wait and see, worried that my talent might be questionable, and not daring to rush to a definitive conclusion, then the successful creation of Blue and White Porcelain served as the ultimate reassurance for everyone who supported me. It gave them complete peace of mind. Everyone would now accept that my sheer excellence was an absolute fact. As the final line of lyrics left my lips, a faint, captivating smile played in my eyes. In that split second, it felt as though the entire world would lose its color before it, and only at this exact moment did everyone finally realize that I did not just possess the elite talent of a powerhouse artist, but but also the breathtaking looks of a top-tier idol. I could simply be described as absolute perfection. Stepping back from the music, I took a deep, steady breath and then bowed toward the audience. Thank you, everyone. A thunderous wave of applause erupted from below the stage. Scarlett Vance, Scarlett Vance, Scarlett Vance. Waves of cheers cascaded over continuously, reverberating through the entire venue. This time, I had absolutely amassed a massive following, and even many of my former toxic haters had significantly changed their perceptions of me, gradually growing to appreciate me. At this point, I sneaked a glance at my status panel. The numbers were continuously jumping, and had already reached 7,036, on the verge of breaking past the 6,000 milestone, and along with it my remaining lifespan had reached 45 days. Excellent, excellent. It looks like everything is completely secure now. I walked off the stage, and right at this moment, the show naturally transitioned into the scoring segment. There was almost zero suspense. Every single regular judge locked their scores squarely within the range of 9s and perfect 10s. A vast majority of them handed out 10s. Even a 9 was an absolute rarity. Countless people let out sighs of amazement. You had to realize that for any other contestant, a 9 would be considered an exceptionally high score. But in my case, it had actually become the absolute lowest score. With basically zero suspense remaining, everyone shifted their eyes toward the three main judges on the panel. Vincent Sterling and Howard Hayes were still thoroughly savoring the lingering melody of my performance of Blue and White Porcelain, completely unable to pull themselves out for a long time. Suddenly, Vincent Sterling raised his scoring paddle. A perfect 10. Seeing this, I felt immensely joyful in my heart, not only for my own sake, but also on behalf of Jay. As expected, gold will always shine brilliantly. It will never be buried in the dust. I was deeply happy that Jay's music could radiate such a magnificent glow in this alternate world, and felt incredibly thrilled when it came to Howard Hayes' immense authority. I was a person who was well aware of it. He was a former national coach, after all. That title alone spoke completely for itself. As for Vincent Sterling, I had looked him up on the internet before. His elite status in this world's music industry was roughly equivalent to Jackie Chung in my original world, making him an exceptionally high-caliber veteran vocalist. Howard Hayes did not hesitate much at this moment either, but directly held up his scoring paddle. Double perfect 10s. It's another set of double 10s. Scarlett Vance, exactly how many more miracles can you create? Every single viewer of the show was utterly awed by my talent. Right now, everyone's undivided attention was completely focused on Leonard Yates. From a singer's perspective, my song was undoubtedly flawless, not only beautiful to listen to, but also exceptionally sophisticated, earning the profound love of the audience. However, evaluating it from a purely literary standpoint, that might not necessarily be the case. Exactly what kind of prestigious status did Leonard Yates hold? He was the vice president of the Poetry and Culture Association, a former literature professor at a top Ivy League university, and an elite titan worthy of entering the Hall of Legends. If even he gave me his stamp of approval, then it would mean that I also possessed an exceptionally masterly level within the realm of literature. Every single person tightened their nerves. Howard Hayes and Vincent Sterling looked quite solemn as they turned their eyes toward Leonard Yates, intensely anticipating exactly what kind of score he would award me. After all, this was the grand finale, and his score would heavily influence whether or not I could claim the championship title. Both of them were respected longtime veterans of the music industry, so they naturally hoped for the rise of a brilliant new generation to make the music industry truly great once again. And I was very likely to be the exact person who could lead the music world to become great once more. If I managed to claim the championship victory this time, then I would receive an astronomical wave of public exposure, allowing my name to officially cement itself as a major force within the music industry. At this exact moment, the petite girl Penny Baxter also tightened her nerves completely. She honestly had absolutely never expected that her boss had been playing dumb to catch a tiger all along. It turned out her own boss was actually this completely incredible. We finally won't have to eat dirt anymore in the future. She felt immensely happy in her heart, but was naturally also intensely nervous. As a fiercely loyal companion, Penny naturally wanted nothing more than to watch Scarlett Vance continuously achieve greater and better things. Also tightening her nerves at this moment was Haley Brooks. To her, Scarlett Vance had given her a massive amount of help, allowing her to successfully find her peak state once more and fully reclaim her inner confidence. Although Haley Brooks and Scarlett Vance had only just met, but her affection level towards Scarlett was already very high. This was mainly because Scarlett truly was a wonderful person. She didn't try to rip Haley off when she was in a tight spot, but instead chose to sincerely help Haley Brooks. She believed that Scarlett Vance would make a truly great friend. As time ticked by, Leonard Yates gradually snapped out of his daze. "Oh, is it my turn to score now? I am so terribly sorry. Old age is catching up to me." Leonard Yates smiled warmly. He had been completely immersed in the lingering melody of blue and white porcelain, unable to pull himself out for a long time. After saying that, he proceeded to hold up his scoring paddle. A 10. It was another perfect 10. Right at that exact moment, the number of people in the live stream continued to skyrocket, hitting a whopping 5 million concurrent viewers. 3 perfect 10s. This meant that the remaining contestants basically had absolutely zero chance left. I was officially the undisputed champion of this season's The Voice. There was absolutely zero suspense left. It was a total, absolute landslide victory. Witnessing this unfold, Penny Baxter nearly jumped for pure joy. "Oh my God, I knew you were the absolute best, boss." A massive, radiant smile spread across the petite girl's face. Meanwhile, down in the audience area, Haley Brooks was also surprised and thrilled, truly feeling immensely happy for Scarlett Vance's spectacular achievement. I took a deep, heavy breath. Looking at it this way, then I suppose should probably start preparing my acceptance speech, right? How much was the grand prize money for first place again? Oh, right, it was $3 million. That is a whole $3 million. With this sum of money, I should easily be able to give an old, dilapidated orphanage a complete, top-to-bottom renovation. Wait, no. Popping the champagne too early is never a good thing. It's better to remain cautious. Once the final results were announced, some of the other contestants hung their heads in utter defeat, knowing that the championship title had completely slipped away from them. Others were filled with profound awe, feeling that my talent truly was incredibly formidable. After my performance concluded, I made my way straight back to my designated seat. Perhaps because my live delivery had been far too stunning and mind-blowing. It caused the performances of the subsequent singers to feel somewhat lackluster and underwhelming. They naturally didn't possess the caliber to compete for the #1 spot. Therefore, the championship title of this season's The Voice was handed over to me completely as a matter of course, although a small handful of toxic haters felt intensely resentful and dissatisfied. But given my flawless performance, the vast majority of people had absolutely zero objections. Under the loud announcement of the host, the entire venue erupted into a violent boil. I also made my way up to the award podium step by step. Standing on the award podium, I held up the glittering golden trophy. I gave it a slight weigh in my hands. It was made of copper, and it wasn't even solid. But whatever, it didn't matter if the trophy was just cheap copper, as long as the prize money was cold, hard cash. Right around this time, countless people directed their burning gazes straight toward me, which honestly made me feel a bit self-conscious and awkward. Aside from the stares of complete strangers, there were also the gazes of many familiar faces. For instance, Haley Brooks, Penny Baxter, Howard Hayes, and Vincent Sterling. It was just a bit of a shame that Chloe Winters couldn't make it over due to an urgent corporate meeting. Otherwise, I really would have loved for Chloe to see me raising the trophy, radiating a magnificent glow on the stage. After wrapping up a whole series of standard pleasantries, I finally made my way down from the stage. Since The Voice of America was, after all, one of the absolute biggest production teams across the entire country, its professional authority was completely beyond question. The $3 million would likely be wired over by tomorrow, and the positive effect on my reputation was instantaneous. Sure enough, no matter what industry or field you were in, ultimately you still have to rely on raw talent to do the talking. As long as your skills are completely solid, you can always shatter a significant amount of the doubtful voices. "Boss, I'm over here." Penny Baxter sneaked over through the back exit and made her way right up to my side, staring at the overwhelming crowd of reporters outside the door. I couldn't help but feel a massive headache coming on. The unhinged, frantic look in their eyes was driven entirely by a desperate thirst for views. "What should we do? There are too many, I don't think I can block them all," Penny said, blinking her eyes at me, as she spoke up to ask, "Let's slip out through the back door." I turned around and immediately made my exit toward the rear door. Right outside the back exit, I happened to catch sight of a highly familiar figure. Haley Brooks had also chosen to slip out through the back, solely because she found the media crowds incredibly annoying. Talk about a coincidence. I walked over toward Haley and greeted her with a warm smile. "Hey there." Haley responded with a bright smile as well. "Miss Brooks," a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Haley Brooks shifted her gaze behind me. At this exact moment, Penny Baxter's eyes went wide, her mouth parting slightly, looking completely and utterly starstruck. Upon catching sight of Penny, Haley was also slightly pleasantly surprised. "What a completely adorable girl. Let me introduce you. This is my manager. Her name is Penny Baxter. She also happens to be a massive die-hard fan of yours." I let out a helpless chuckle. Having my very own manager be a fan of someone else is honestly a bit awkward to admit out loud. "Oh, really? Then I'm truly honored." Haley responded warmly with a smile. Right then, Penny snapped her head back around and looked straight at me, her expression clearly saying, "Boss, you actually know Haley Brooks for real?" You had to realize that, even among celebrities, there are absolute tiers of difference. Before this season of The Voice officially aired, I was a textbook definition of a total D-list, nobody. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so dead broke, I couldn't even afford food. But Haley Brooks was a genuine, bona fide A-list star. A woman worthy of holding the prestigious title of Rising Pop Queen, whose massive popularity score was higher than mine, by an absolutely unmeasurable margin. Since that's the case, could I trouble you for a front-row ticket to your next concert? My manager here is absolutely obsessed with you. I ruffled Penny's hair as I questioned Haley directly. By this point, Penny was already far too stunned to utter a single syllable and could only stare blankly at Haley, enjoying the ultimate blissful satisfaction of a successful fan encounter. "Of course you can." Haley squatted down, reaching out her hand to gently pinch Penny's cheek. "You really are just so completely adorable. But I don't happen to have any physical tickets on me right now. So why don't you add me on social media? I'll make sure to personally mail a ticket over to you later." Really? Getting Miss Brooks's personal contact info? This is completely insane. Penny was stammering with pure, unadulterated joy, her entire body trembling with intense excitement. "I'm Haley, after all. Would I really lie to you?" Haley let out a gentle, soft smile as she replied smoothly. Right then, she pulled open her app interface and placed the screen directly in front of Penny. Awesome. Penny didn't hesitate for a single second, instantly unlocking her phone to scan Haley's QR code. Once the contact was successfully added, Penny and I finally took our leave. Penny had originally wanted to linger around a bit longer, but she was firmly dragged away by me. If that frantic mob of reporters somehow tracked us down to the back door, things would become incredibly difficult to handle. Right at that exact moment, a slightly hunched figure made his way over to us. I looked closely. The person right in front of me was none other than the judge from the panel, the vice president of the National Poetry and Culture Association, Leonard Yates. "Hold on for just a moment, young lady." Leonard Yates walked over rapidly toward me and stepped right up to my side. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" My heart tightened slightly as I questioned Leonard Yates directly. "Don't tell me there's an actual issue with the lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain." I simply wanted to ask, are the lyrics for Blue and White Porcelain entirely your original work? Or is there actually someone else operating behind the scenes? Leonard Yates took a deep, heavy breath and subsequently spoke. "I didn't hesitate for a single second. There is absolutely no one else behind me. Blue and White Porcelain is indeed my original creation." I kept a perfectly straight face, without blinking an eye. After receiving my confirmation, Leonard Yates's face lit up with a proud, pleased expression. "It looks like our nation has birthed another true literary star." "So, Mr. Yates, was there anything else you needed?" I asked again. "Well, it's like this. Inside the Poetry and Culture Association, we are currently hosting a poetry competition for the youth. The age limit is under 24. I'd really love to invite you to participate. A genius like you shouldn't be hidden away." Leonard Yates spoke directly to me. "Is there a cash prize?" My eyes were completely earnest. Huato, Mile, and Kayato. To me, prize money was much more practical. Leonard Yates froze for a split second, and then let out a hearty laugh. "Don't worry, there is definitely a cash prize. The poetry competition is held entirely online, so it won't require much of your time. to travel to any venue. You just need to write your poem and submit it on the website. That's all it takes. As for the reward, the grand prize is $500,000. Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. $500,000 was definitely no small sum. All right, I'm in. Could I trouble you to register me for it, Mr. Yates? I replied with a bright smile. Flaw, say what you want. But when it came to classical poetry, I had memorized a massive anthology back in elementary school. Splendid. That's absolutely splendid. Wonderful. Leonard Yates nodded with a broad smile, a spark of deep anticipation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this young girl right before him could truly bring him an incredible surprise. On the way back home, Penny spent the entire time deep in thought, wondering why her boss had suddenly become so smart and completely unstoppable. The petite girl's brain was working so hard it was practically smoking, but she still couldn't figure it out. In her memory, the old Scarlett Vance was a hopeless romantic who only knew how to simp over Austin Croft. How did her brain suddenly see the light overnight? Boss, when exactly did you become so incredibly talented? Penny turned her head around and questioned me directly. I guess that fever I had last time completely rewired my brain and made me smart. I replied smoothly while keeping my eyes on the road. Can a fever seriously make someone smarter? Penny's brain went into total overload once again. She scratched her head, completely unable to comprehend it. The moment we got back home, Penny immediately dashed straight into her bedroom and subsequently cranked the air conditioner up to high heat. I walked into her room and was suddenly blasted by an intense wave of scorching heat. It's only October. Is it really that freezing in here? I asked in bewilderment. I want to give myself a fever to see if it can make me a genius too. Penny blinked her eyes innocently. Anyway, boss, what did you need me for? Penny wiped the streaming sweat from her forehead, took a deep, heavy breath, and subsequently questioned me. I just went downstairs and grabbed some ice cream. I handed the ice cream cone right over to Penny. Wow, thank you, boss. Penny immediately snatched the cone from my hand and expressed her gratitude. Come to think of it, one of the few shared passions between the original owner and myself was eating sweet things, especially ice cream, and having a blessed metabolism that never puts on weight allowed her to gorge herself completely without a single worry. At first, I had worried a bit about whether ice cream would cause my terminal illness to flare up, but it turned out my health was strictly tied to my reputation points, having absolutely zero relation to any other outside factors. This meant that no matter what junk food I ate, my physical condition wouldn't deteriorate, and no amount of medical treatment would make it improve either. Since that was the cold reality, I could completely enjoy my ice cream with absolute peace of mind. I picked up the air conditioner remote control and shut the unit off completely. Turn this off. You're going to boil yourself stupid before you get smart. Once I returned to my own bedroom, I clicked open the exclusive registration link that Leonard Yates had sent over to me. After logging in to set up my profile, I discovered that my registration was already fully successful. Leonard Yates must have personally pushed it through for me. Taking a closer look at the details, the first round was the open qualifiers. The rules required the poem to be entirely original, with absolutely zero plagiarism or close adaptation permitted. Furthermore, the core theme had to center squarely on flowers. It could be a classical poem, or a melodic lyric, but straying off topic was strictly forbidden. I pondered over it for a long while, and ultimately decided to borrow a classic masterpiece from a legendary historical poetess. Soft yellow petals, delicate and mild in grace, distant and quiet, leaving only a lingering scent behind. Why must it flaunt bright greens or deep crimson hues? It is naturally the absolute crown among all blossoms. Plums grow jealous, chrysanthemums feel ashamed. Blooming by the painted fence, it rules over the entire mid-autumn festival. How heartless those ancient poets must have been, to leave it completely uncelebrated in their anthologies back then. I double-checked the verses repeatedly several times. After confirming there wasn't a single typo or error, I neatly pasted the lyric piece straight into the text box and subsequently hit submit. I didn't even dare to imagine exactly how massive of a shockwave this piece would trigger within the association. The sheer literary caliber of this piece was far higher than the pop lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain. After wrapping all of that up, I proceeded to take stock of my entire net worth. I ran through the numbers carefully. The wire transfer from the voice production team had officially cleared and arrived in my bank account. A grand total of $3 million. Not a single penny more, not a single penny less. I felt immensely satisfied with their professional efficiency. Penny, get ready, we're heading out. I changed into a sharp, relatively business-casual outfit, and subsequently poked my head into Penny's bedroom. Boss, what are we going out to do? Penny asked, looking completely perplexed. We're going to a charity organization to make a donation. I let out a gentle smile, and then replied smoothly. After all, I didn't originally belong to this world, so I wasn't entirely clear on exactly what this world's charitable organizations were truly like. If they turned out to be deeply corrupt, then I won't hand my hard-earned cash over to them. But before I could uncover the absolute truth, I wasn't going to baselessly judge them with a cynical mind. Arriving at the charity organization headquarters, I took a thorough look around the entire place. The sleek, exceptionally modern and luxurious interior design definitely didn't make it look like a venue that was hurting for cash. This place was actually surprisingly strict with security. They actually forced us to surrender our mobile phones before entering. Just 30 minutes ago, I had seen news claiming that this charity was facing a severe funding shortage. This interior decoration is remarkably high-end, looking absolutely nothing like an establishment facing a budget crisis. Furthermore, if they were truly operating a charitable cause, shouldn't a vast majority of their staff be stationed out in remote mountains, underfunded orphanages, and impoverished rural villages? Why on earth was their grand headquarters sitting right in the absolute center of the city? A subtle, creeping sense of wrongness slowly began to wash over me. I stepped further inside and peered closely into the office area. Boom, double jokers. I've only got 2 cards left. Pass. Pair of kings. Haha, pay up, pay up. Hand over the cash. Over at the front desk, 3 reception staff members were holding cards, fiercely locked in a game of poker. My eyebrows instantly knitted tightly together, an intense wave of displeasure rising in my chest. Shamelessly playing poker right out in the open during official working hours. Was this really the stellar discipline of a highly praised public welfare institution? Right now, I was heavily disguised with a face mask and dark sunglasses, obscuring my facial features completely. This was primarily because, at this point in time, I had already amassed a significant level of public notoriety. If I walked down the street barefaced, there was a massive risk of getting instantly recognized. I stepped straight forward, and subsequently spoke up to query them. Hello there. I would like to see your director. The 3 staff members at the reception counter glanced up at me, an immediate wave of pure irritation crossing their faces. Who are you? What do you want with our director anyway? The person in charge gave my cheap outfit a swift scan, and couldn't help but look down on me with total disdain. Someone rocking basic street clothes couldn't possibly be some incredibly wealthy or elite big shot. A basic nobody like this shouldn't be allowed to come here and waste their valuable time. I'm looking for your director because I naturally have official business to discuss. I spoke up to reply coldly. Furthermore, openly playing poker during your official work shift. Do you people possess absolutely zero sense of professional discipline? Discipline? What a total joke. The receptionist burst into a mocking, raucous laugh. The director happens to be my biological uncle. Who on earth would ever dare fire me? Who would dare fire me? Hearing those words, a flash of disgust appeared in my eyes. Who on earth are you? If you don't have anything else to do, stop bothering me. After hearing this sentence, I took off my face mask and sunglasses, revealing my true appearance. After catching a clear glimpse of my face, the receptionist nearly cried out in shock. Could this be the girl from a couple of days ago? From the voice production team, the genius girl who won the championship. Scarlett Vance? Oh my god. Please wait. I'll go call our director over right away. After seeing clearly that it was me, the receptionist immediately beamed with joy, turned around, and walked toward the back. About half a minute later, a middle-aged man walked over. I took a clear look at the man in front of me. This was a man with a big pot belly, a balding comb-over hairstyle, and a body full of grease, not to mention his incredibly greasy smile. Just his appearance alone gave me a very bad first impression. Uncle, this is the person who said they wanted to see you. Are they a celebrity? Probably here to make a donation. The receptionist giggled obsequiously. The director frowned upon hearing this and said, I've told you before, during working hours you must address me by my title, Director Lee. The director's name was Martin Lee. After scolding his nephew, he turned his gaze toward me and instantly broke into a wide, beaming smile. Hehehe. Ms. Vance, please have a seat. What are you standing there for? Go brew some tea for us. I sat down on a wooden chair while Penny Baxter stood right by my side. The steaming hot tea was quickly served, and a refreshing fragrance wafted into my nose. I glanced at the tea leaves on the table. It was premium by Luochen Green Tea, a public welfare institution. Could actually afford high-end premium green tea. Where exactly did this money come from? The answer was naturally self-evident. Director Lee burst out laughing, revealing a flashy gold tooth in his mouth. The logo on his clothes was a luxury designer brand, and the Mercedes-Benz key hanging from his waist was also completely undisguised. Living in such absolute luxury, I couldn't help but feel a bit chilled to the bone. Just how much money had this guy embezzled? Miss Vance, I've been a fan of yours for over 20 years. With your presence here today, our organization is truly deeply honored. It's such a privilege, a real privilege. I heard that Miss Vance wants to make a donation. That is simply fantastic. Oh my, our society desperately needs noble and charitable individuals like you. How much are you looking to donate, Miss Vance? And where exactly do you want the funds to go? Director Lee rubbed his hands together, his face completely covered in a wide smile. I knitted my brows slightly upon hearing this, and then replied, mainly, I want to renovate an orphanage. I have a budget of about $3.5 million. Wow, $3.5 million. That is absolutely wonderful. Director Lee slapped his thigh enthusiastically, staring at me exactly like he was looking at a fat sheep ripe for slaughter. After saying that, he quickly scribbled down a breakdown on a slip of paper and handed it to me. The moment I looked at the slip of paper, I knitted my brows. AC installation fee, $1 million. Labor cost, $1.2 million. Agency processing fee, $800,000. Approval processing fee, $500,000. Holy crap. If I throw in $3.5 million, they're only going to install some air conditioners? Are these people absolute animals? They were literally sucking the blood out of poor orphans, exploiting and stealing the children's food money, just so you can afford another piece of luxury item on your body? My face instantly turned ice cold. You have to realize that the children inside an orphanage are the exact group of people who desperately need help the most. If the charity organization took $200,000 or $300,000 as a fee, fine, so be it. That's business. But for over $3 million to go down, and all the orphanage gets is some air conditioners installed? What kind of a sick joke is this? I took a closer, detailed look at the slip and saw that the air conditioners they intended to install were actually those outdated, obsolete legacy models that were phased out ages ago. Director Lee, what exactly is the meaning of this? My gaze pierced through him coldly, forcing down the boiling rage in my chest as I questioned Director Lee. Oh, come on. We all know how this game works. You celebrities, right? You spend money on charitable causes, strictly to buy yourselves a better reputation, am I right? I get it, I completely understand. Our organization is highly experienced and mature in running these operations. We have a dedicated marketing team to guarantee you top-tier publicity, making sure every single dollar you spend is worth it. Think about it. If you actually used all this money just to do pure good deeds and no one hyped it up for you, and nobody found out about it, wouldn't it be completely useless? Money needs to be spent where it brings maximum value. Giving all that cold, hard cash straight to the poor would be an absolute waste. Director Lee began winking and smirking nonstop. Whether it was his sleazy way of speaking or his overall aura, it felt incredibly greasy and repulsive. He was completely certain that a disgraced artist with a terrible reputation like me had only one true motive for wanting to make a donation, nothing more than buying a clean public image. I recognize every single one of these words, but put together, I can't even comprehend them anymore. Is this even something a human being could say? No, it's something an absolute animal spews out. I let out a cold, mocking laugh. As expected, this corrupt organization was exactly as I suspected. So what you're saying is, the money I donate will absolutely never reach the hands of those orphans, correct? Those children. Orphans are the exact people who desperately need help the most. Doesn't your conscience ache even a little bit doing this? Upon hearing these words, Director Lee appeared completely unbothered and relaxed. In fact, back when he first started out in this field, he used to feel a bit guilty and bad about it too. But over time, he grew numb to it. Since everyone else does it, why shouldn't I do it too? Well, it's not nearly as dramatic as you make it sound. At least the orphans will get to enjoy air conditioning during the summer. Is that so? And besides, Running a charity organization involves exceptionally high operational costs. After all, we have to put food on our own tables too. Let's have some mutual understanding here. We want the cash, and you want the stellar reputation. It's a textbook win-win scenario, so why wouldn't we do it? Director Lee shrugged his shoulders as he spoke directly to me. Then you have completely misjudged me. I am absolutely incapable of doing something so vile. I spoke of ice coldly, and subsequently grabbed Penny Baxter as I stood up from my chair. When a conversation is going nowhere, even a single extra word is a waste. So, Miss Vance, what you're saying is you don't intend to cooperate. Director Lee's face instantly darkened to a grim expression. My refusal to cooperate was completely identical to letting a golden goose fly right out of his hands. Over $3 million was certainly far from being a small sum. I have absolutely zero interest in cooperating with someone like you. I shot Director Lee a sharp glare, turned around, and immediately stormed out. Let's get out of here, boss. Penny Baxter nodded her head like a loyal companion. You're a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Why act so completely pure? Good riddance. Director Lee let out a cold snort, then took a slow sip of his premium green tea and turned his head away. After walking out the front entrance, I retrieved my mobile phone and subsequently got straight back into my car. No wonder they forced us to surrender our phones before entering. It was entirely because they harbored shameful, hidden corruption inside. So, boss, what exactly are we going to do now? Penny turned her gaze toward me as she spoke up to ask. Let's go visit the orphanage directly first. I let out a soft sigh and subsequently started up the car, driving away from the charity organization. Even if doing things through them could effectively and reliably increase my reputation points, I still absolutely refused to waste my cash. Hand it over to these vampires. After driving about a kilometer, I pulled the car over. Then I reached my hand toward Penny's head. I took off a hair clip from Penny's head. I flipped it over, found a hidden button on the clip, and clicked stop. I let out a faint smile. Didn't I just get the recording? As a public figure, I still have a bit of a sense of precaution. I bought one of these a long time ago. A recording pen disguised as a hair clip. During the conversation, the other party was definitely staring at me the entire time. It would be very easy to get exposed that way. So I had placed the hair clip on Penny's head instead. Come to think of it, I seem to know someone who works at the Discipline Inspection Commission. I met them back when I went to a dinner party with Chloe, and that's how we got acquainted. I tapped open the phone number in my contacts. Hey, Harvey? Nothing much. Just sending you a nice little surprise. So, boss, what do we do now? Penny scratched her head as she asked me, regarding my desire to donate the money. Penny actually wasn't against it at all. It was definitely better than spending it on that dog of a man, Austin Croft. Penny was absolutely disgusted to death by Austin, but now that the boss had finally seen the light, it was an incredibly wonderful thing. It gave her the comforting satisfaction of a loyal subject, seeing a corrupt emperor completely turn over a new leaf. It was just like an ultimate loyal strategist turning a hopeless puppet ruler into a legendary, brilliant emperor. Let's leave it at that for now. In a few days, I'll pay a personal visit to the orphanage. I pondered for a moment and replied, when the time comes, I'll bypass these charity organizations completely and choose to spend the money directly on those orphans myself. That way, I can guarantee there won't be any corruption issues. Right then, a notification came through on my phone. It was a message from Chloe Winters. Chloe, Scarlett, can you come over to my place for a bit? Pure white snow, I'll be right there. Wait for me. After saying that, I put my phone away, pushing open the car door. Boss, where are you going? Penny poked her head out and asked me. To the Winters mansion, I replied, jingling my keys. At the top of the Winters Corporation building, Chloe was currently wearing a pure black evening gown, looking absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, my outfit was much more casual. As the two of us stood together, it gave off a distinct vibe of a glamorous CEO meeting a playful heiress, even though I wasn't actually an heiress at all. Chloe, did you need something? I walked over step by step, looking at the Chloe right in front of me. Scarlett, do you know how to ballroom dance? Chloe turned her head back to look at Scarlett Vance. Ballroom dancing? I thought about it carefully. Like the waltz? I know how. Why? I want you to teach me, Chloe replied smoothly. Hearing this, I suddenly put away my playful attitude. Teach Chloe how to ballroom dance? Who was she going to dance with? Why on earth did she suddenly want to learn ballroom dancing? My eyes filled with intense curiosity. Tomorrow, I have to attend a social gala. It's basically a networking event for wealthy heirs and elites. If I don't know how to dance, it'll be incredibly awkward when the time comes. A social gala? Did your parents pressure you to go find a partner? I leaned in closer, looking highly suspicious. Regardless of the reason, I still have to go through the motions. Chloe nodded her head. I can teach you. But on one condition. Oh, what is it? Chloe was slightly taken aback. Take me along with you. Letting Chloe go entirely by herself. To a singles gala? What kind of a sick joke is that? What if she actually takes a liking to someone who catches her eye? Then what am I supposed to do? I admit, when it comes to this, I am completely selfish. I just absolutely do not want to see Chloe fall for someone else. In my eyes, Chloe is simply far too perfect. So flawless that she doesn't even seem like someone who could actually exist in the real world. Therefore, regardless of whether I can ultimately win her over, I will absolutely never let Chloe fall in love with anyone else. Why? Chloe's brain couldn't quite process the request, failing to understand why I insisted on going too. Chloe, what's our relationship? If you're out there looking for a partner, don't I need to help evaluate them for you? I said to Chloe with a perfectly straight, unblinking face. Actually, I don't have any intentions like that. I just want to go and get it over with. Chloe spoke up to reply. In reality, she didn't want to go to that place and waste her time either. In Chloe's eyes, that was nothing but a playground for spoiled playboys, and a shallow mingling venue. Still, no way. I'm definitely going. My gaze was intensely serious. Alright then. To get in, they require a reservation and asset verification. But for you, Scarlett, it shouldn't be a problem. Chloe pondered for a brief moment, and then nodded her head. Hearing this, I immediately slid over close to her, and took Chloe's hand, and subsequently wrapped my arm around her waist. The two of us were pressed incredibly close together. Chloe could distinctly feel the scent radiating from my body. This couldn't help but make Chloe feel instinctively a bit uncomfortable. Scarlett, what are you doing? This is exactly how you dance the waltz. I let out a soft chuckle, speaking up to reply. All right then, Chloe nodded her head anyway. Come on, I'll dance the female part, and you dance the male part. I adjusted my footsteps, and subsequently spoke up. Standing together, the two of us were exactly the same height, both standing just a tiny notch over 5'7", looking absolutely pleasing to the eye. And because our heights were nearly identical, our physical coordination was incredibly harmonious. On the first beat, you step back with your left, and I step forward with my right. Excellent. On the second beat, you step right, and I step left. I instructed her while perfectly controlling my own footsteps. When dancing the waltz, you must pay close attention to your footing and coordination. We can go a little slower, but absolutely do not trip. Tripping in a venue like that would be incredibly embarrassing. I've got it down. Chloe nodded her head. She still felt a bit uncomfortable. My hand wrapped around her waist would occasionally subtly shift its position, making Chloe feel quite flustered. Why does it low-key feel like she's taking liberties with me? Scarlett, isn't this a little bit too intimate? Chloe's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Is it really wrong for best friends to be this close? My gaze was intensely serious. I'm just worried that if other people see us, it will inevitably cause people to gossip. Chloe let out a long, heavy breath, and subsequently replied, although both of them were girls, this wasn't some conservative, old-fashioned era from centuries ago. People's mindsets were exceptionally open nowadays. With the two of them acting this physically intimate, misunderstandings would inevitably arise. So what if they do? The two of us are completely clear, with an absolutely clear conscience, so who cares? I burst out laughing, and subsequently replied, completely clear. With a clear conscience, I guess that actually makes some sense. For a moment, Chloe actually couldn't find a single word to counter it, so she could only nod her head in a total daze. I kept my eyes fixed entirely on the Chloe right in front of me. From her facial contour and features to her overall aura, I cannot find a single flaw. Especially those soft, pink lips. I desperately wanted to steal a kiss. Scarlett, what's the next step? Chloe's voice instantly snapped my wandering thoughts right back to reality. I finally snapped out of it. The next step is a side step, and then repeat it in reverse. That makes one complete waltz box step. I continued to speak, dynamically moving my feet. I think I've mostly got the hang of it. Let's practice a few more times. Chloe nodded her head, and replied, after we finished practicing, I washed my face at Chloe's place. Inside the bathroom, I completely removed my makeup, exposing my bare face. Right at that moment, blood slowly began to drip from my nose again. I immediately grabbed a tissue and wiped away the blood from my nose. Only when experiencing sickness and pain can one truly appreciate the value of good health. After washing my face, I walked back out. The moment Chloe saw me, she couldn't help but knit her brows. Why does Scarlett's complexion look so terrible? Previously, I had always been wearing makeup, so it was hard to see exactly how healthy I looked. But looking at it now, my complexion was indeed abysmally poor. Scarlett, why does your complexion look so terrible? I stayed up all night writing psalms last night, so I'm just a bit exhausted. You need to take good care of your health. Today was the day of the social gala. Almost all the young talents and elites in Riverport City had been invited to this social gala. As for those who didn't receive an invite, they just needed to contact the organizers directly, and they could enter after passing the asset verification. This so-called asset verification wasn't strictly about checking bank accounts. As long as their social status was up to par, or they were young people with notable achievements in a specific industry, they could enter just the same. I passed the asset verification with absolute ease. After paying $5,000 for the ticket fee, I successfully secured my admission ticket. What? Just to get into a gala costs me $5,000? Imagine how many savory crepes with extra eggs I could buy with that. I couldn't help but mutter a quick complaint. But it was nothing more than a passing complaint. What needed to be bought still had to be bought. I absolutely did not want to watch Chloe getting hit on by some random guys at the gala. Today happened to be the day of Haley Brooks's concert, so Penny Baxter had gone to watch Haley's performance. It left me with a rare day of free time all to myself, making it a truly rare moment of leisure. The venue was a grand manor located in the city center. The outside of the manor was completely packed with luxury cars. BYD, Li Auto, Xpeng, wait, my bad. It was actually Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Ferraris, and the like. An event of this nature naturally carried a heavy element of showing off and keeping up appearances. Therefore, everyone would put their absolute finest, most respectable foot forward and display it proudly for everyone else to see. Some of the less wealthy heirs from prominent families drove basic Mercedes-Benzes and Audis, which would definitely be more than respectable among ordinary people. But in this elite circle, it was a bit embarrassing to show off, so they simply chose not to drive their own cars at all, taking a taxi instead to a spot a few hundred meters away from the manor, and then walking over to look more respectable. That was why a ton of BYDs, Li Autos, and Xpengs could be seen parked on the outer perimeter. I didn't give a single crap about any of that. As long as I met the qualifications, that was plenty. There was absolutely no need to care so much about these superficial material things. Consequently, I directly drove my very own sleek electric ride straight over. Even though my entire ride probably cost less than a single tire on someone else's car, but I was rocking pure, unadulterated confidence. As dusk fell, the manor looked jaw-droppingly luxurious. Under the brilliant illumination of the lights, a profound sense of opulence and grandeur radiated intensely from the inside out. How can a car like that even make an appearance at an event like this? Who even is this person? I've never seen her in our social circles before. Oh, I know her. She's that minor celebrity who recently blew up on that show, The Voice of America. Her name is Scarlett Vance. Yeah, I know about her. She's an absolute brainless simp. Word is, she fiercely chased after some celebrity named Austin for 3 whole years. I heard her talent is actually pretty solid, but her character is completely abysmally trashy. Didn't she juggle like over 20 guys at once? Ha ha ha, she's probably just here looking for a sugar daddy to financially keep her. I wonder which wealthy playboy will end up taking her in. Hey, you shouldn't put it that way. After all, there isn't a single shred of evidence for those rumors. I caught these muffled whispers before I even stepped out of the car. But as someone who was universally hated across the entire internet, I had long since grown completely accustomed to this treatment. Therefore, it didn't bother me in the slightest. At this point, whenever I encountered negative comments about myself, I was already thoroughly desensitized. The exact second I stepped out of the vehicle, even those who had just been looking down on me with total disdain felt their hearts violently skip a heavy beat the moment they laid eyes on my breathtaking appearance. Today, my makeup was exceptionally exquisite, and my outfit was remarkably unique. Completely shedding my previous innocent style, I wore a pure white evening gown that beautifully highlighted my elegant aura. If one absolutely had to use a single word to describe the current me, that word would undoubtedly be stunning. This was a level of beauty that could make people completely ignore all other outside factors, leaving them wanting nothing more than to stare fixedly at her. The moment I stepped out of the car, I instantly became the absolute focal point of every single gaze in the entire venue. Countless pairs of eyes locked squarely onto me. At this exact moment, quite a few wealthy playboys were instantly struck with intense attraction. Their minds raced as they plotted exactly how to conquer me. Wow, Scarlett Vance is so incredibly beautiful. Have you ever seen her around before? Wait, isn't that Scarlett Vance? I heard that previously. She spent all her time relentlessly chasing some celebrity named Croft. She is so breathtakingly gorgeous. How did I never notice it before? And the exact moment they recalled that over these past 3 years, Scarlett Vance had been acting as a shameless simp for a minor celebrity, like Austin Croft. A great number of people instantly grew intensely resentful and furious. Damn it, if a top-tier beauty like her pursued me, let alone doing it for 3 years, I would gladly hand over my entire life to her the second she confessed. You see? That is exactly the massive difference between you and a total scumbag. As for Scarlett's public statement claiming that she no longer had any feelings for Austin Croft, absolutely no one actually believed it. They assumed that even if she had genuinely been heartbroken, a vast majority of people still felt that as long as Austin gave the word, Scarlett would instantly throw herself right back into his arms. Some of these ongoing discussions drifted straight into my ears. I couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by it, but there was absolutely nothing I could do. After all, since I borrowed your physical body, I have to bear your karmic consequences, the absolute disaster of a reputation left behind by the original owner's bizarre actions. Also had to be completely shouldered on my own. Excuse me, miss. May I have the absolute honor of inviting you for a dance? Right at that moment, a sharply dressed, wealthy young gentleman approached me and offered me a gentle, polite smile. I turned my head around and looked at the man right in front of me. I actually had a slight impression of this individual. He was the son of a prominent real estate tycoon. His public reputation within their social circles was decent. His manners were exceptionally polite, and he had never been involved in any scandalous drama. While he didn't possess any exceptionally monumental achievements, he couldn't exactly be labeled as a useless, spoiled playboy either. I am a reasonable person, so I wasn't going to bluntly snap at someone showing me a friendly face. But by the exact same token, I was absolutely not going to accept this man's invitation, because my romantic orientation didn't swing that way. No, thank you. I already happen to have a date tonight, I said with a faint smile, speaking up to reply smoothly. Upon hearing this response, although the young gentleman felt a bit disappointed, he didn't press the matter or continue to bother me. Watching his receding figure walk away into the distance, I couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of emotion. It looks like being far too gorgeous brings its own share of endless trouble. Scarlett. I suddenly heard a voice behind me. I turned my head around and happened to see Chloe looking at me. Chloe, I said, leaning in closer. As I walked over to her side, right then, not too far behind Chloe, I spotted a figure. The exact instant I saw that face, my originally great mood instantly turned sour. This guy was Austin Croft. Are the requirements for this gala really that loose? Letting in just any kind of absolute trash. Scarlett Vance, I can't believe it's actually you, Austin said as he noticed me right in front of him, grinding his teeth as he spoke. However, after taking a closer look at my appearance, Austin instantly felt a sudden surge of attraction, his mouth parting slightly, with absolute shock in his eyes. Since when did she become so incredibly beautiful? In his memory, Scarlett Vance was indeed gorgeous, but she didn't really know how to dress up. Yet the current me, though possessing the exact same face, had undergone a massive overhaul in both outfit and hairstyle. Everything had changed dramatically, which caused Scarlett's entire visual impression to be far, far more breathtakingly beautiful. Chloe, has this guy been following you around? For forcing down my violent urge to punch him, I took Chloe's hand and subsequently asked her. Chloe turned around to look behind her upon hearing this. The moment she saw Austin Croft's face, her brows heavily knitted together as well. I have no idea. This guy tried to hit on me just now, but I completely ignored him. Chloe spoke up to reply. Seeing Chloe and me standing so close to each other, Austin finally put 2 and 2 together. So these two actually know each other. If evaluated strictly as a romantic partner, then Scarlett Vance was absolutely perfect. Not only was she drop-dead gorgeous, but she was also an actual celebrity. But Austin felt that someone like Scarlett Vance couldn't offer him a real chance to climb into high society. Love and good looks were only temporary, while raw wealth was the only thing that actually talked. Therefore, Austin had been constantly looking for a chance to lock down a sugar mommy. The moment he saw Chloe stepping straight down from her luxury Rolls-Royce, Austin had instantly developed a massive interest in her. When he caught sight of Chloe's stunning features, Austin was even more intensely smitten. She's breathtakingly gorgeous and filthy rich. Isn't this the absolute definition of a dream girl? That was exactly why a moment ago, Austin had immediately had the nerve to shamelessly approach Chloe and hit on her. Unfortunately, she was extremely cool and aloof, completely ignoring him. At this point, Austin felt slightly hesitant. Chloe was bound to be an exceptionally tough nut to crack. But the exact second he witnessed Chloe and me walking together, a surge of pure joy rushed into his heart once more. So these two actually have an amazing relationship, since Scarlett Vance was his utterly devoted simp, who obeyed his every single whim. If he made her give him a helpful push, maybe he could truly successfully win over this wealthy sugar mommy. Scarlett Vance, you had better give me an explanation right now. Otherwise, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Austin said, glaring at Scarlett Vance while grinding his teeth. Has your brain completely rotted out? I clenched my fists tightly. I desperately, seriously wanted to punch someone right now. Why on earth is this piece of trash so incredibly bad for my health? Scarlett Vance, you actually have the nerve to insult me? I officially declare that you have completely lost me forever. I will absolutely never change my mind for the rest of my life. Austin's expression looked quite taken aback, and he snapped venomously. Then crawl far away, and stop bothering me, I said ice coldly. Then I pulled Chloe along with me and walked away. Witnessing this entire exchange unfold right before her eyes, Chloe was profoundly astonished. Only now did she completely and utterly believe that I genuinely had zero feelings left for Austin Croft. An immense wave of pure comfort and relief suddenly surfaced inside her heart, as if she were watching her own formerly rebellious daughter finally grow up. Although it was a highly bizarre comparison to make, that was exactly how Chloe felt right now. Over these past 3 years, Chloe had honestly faced a massive headache because of this. She would have much rather spent millions of dollars to fund me, to completely lose every single gacha role in a video game, than watch me squander my cash on a trashy guy like him. Austin's character was simply abysmally poor. So seeing that I had finally turned over a new leaf now, Chloe was naturally exceptionally happy. Chloe genuinely did not want to watch her absolute best friend act as a pathetic, loyal dog to someone else. Standing frozen on the exact same spot, Austin was dazed for a long time, his face flushing between shades of green and pale white with anger. He still flat out refused to believe that I actually no longer had any feelings for him. After a long moment of hesitation, a sudden realization seemed to hit him. I get it now. She's a yandere. Scarlett Vance is a total textbook yandere. She simply desires to possess me far too desperately. That's why, the second she witnessed me standing together with her best friend, it triggered an intense wave of crisis inside her. Although on the surface, the two of them look completely fine right now, in reality, Scarlett must already harbor a massive resentment toward her friend. Who knows, that might actually be the case. Heh. A woman's intricate mind games. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Austin let out a smug chuckle, instantly convincing himself he had fully solved the mystery. If you think you can win me over by playing hard to get like this, that is absolutely out of the question. I, Austin Croft, am definitely not that kind of easy guy. The exact second that thought crossed his mind, a massive surge of pure superiority instantly filled Austin's chest. Could this be the ultimate battle of love? How interesting. Incredibly interesting. I couldn't hear Austin's wild internal delusions, but the system could. Host, I seriously can't stand this guy anymore. Why don't you find a way to beat him up tightly? The system's mechanical voice echoed inside my head. I felt slightly caught off guard. You expect a terminal leukemia patient to physically brawl with a guy who stands nearly 6 feet tall? I am a lover, not a fighter. Host, please do not panic. I possess an item that can completely secure a dominant position for you. The exact split second it finished speaking, an object mysteriously materialized out of nowhere inside my pocket. This was a physical enhancement trial card, which could temporarily increase my physical strength by a factor of 10 for a duration of 2 full hours. Hearing this explanation, I was utterly overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. You're finally proving to be somewhat useful for once. Inside the Grand Manners ballroom, the elegant melodies of violins and piano notes filled the air. In the high society world of these elite highborns, popular mainstream music was considered vastly inferior. Only by listening to refined classical music could they properly project their supreme elegance. Even if a great number of people present didn't actually find this music pleasant to listen to, but for the sake of keeping up superficial appearances, they could only force themselves to discuss these topics. I kept my hand locked together with Chloe's the entire time. The exact split second anyone showed signs of wanting to approach Chloe to hit on her, I would shoot them an intensely hostile, menacing glare, fiercely scaring them away. This effectively resulted in absolutely no one managing to summon up enough courage to step anywhere near Chloe. By the way, speaking of music, I recall that a notable musical talent actually made an appearance at our gala tonight, right? Are you referring to Scarlett Vance, who completely stole the spotlight on The Voice? What a coincidence. I'm actually a massive fan of her song, Sea of Flowers. Exactly. Setting her public reputation aside, her raw talent is genuinely worthy of high validation. Catching the sound of people offering high praise to Scarlett Vance, Chloe felt significantly happier than even I did. After all, back in the very beginning, she was the exact one who firmly encouraged me to enter the entertainment industry, accompanying me through every single step of my growth up to this very day. Being able to witness my monumental artistic growth now, Chloe was naturally filled with immense joy, but at the same time, there were also dissenting voices. Pop music is just pop music after all. It can't compare to the elegance of classical music. It's not fit for refined society. Chloe Winters knitted her brows upon hearing this, and just happened to see Austin Croft spouting nonsense. Maybe because he had some popularity in the entertainment industry, or perhaps because of the encouragement from his brainless fans, Austin was exceptionally confident at this moment. He put on white gloves, trying to look highly sophisticated. So if you put it that way, does Austin have his own unique understanding of music? Someone spoke up to ask. I just know a little bit of the basics, that's all. Although his words sounded quite modest, his actions were anything but humble. Austin let out a chuckle, and subsequently walked over to the piano in the center and sat down. Then he placed his hands on the piano keys. Every single gaze shifted right over to him. Austin didn't have many other strengths, except that he played the piano pretty well. His fingers were placed on the keys, and they began to dance dynamically. The notes he played were quite accurate. I recognized it. The piece that Austin was playing was roughly equivalent to Wedding in a Dream from my old world, belonging to the category of timeless classics. Damn it, I utterly despise show-offs the most. Honored host, a master-tier piano skill is now fully prepared for you, along with the ultimate classical piano sheet music collection. Go up there and ruthlessly show them up. Hearing this, I felt a surge of joy. I also find show-offs annoying, but if I'm the one doing the showing off, well, that's a completely different story. I suddenly thought of a certain piece. The moment Nocturne plays, it's time to sweep the awards. After he finished playing the piano, bursts of applause erupted from below the stage. Austin felt immensely satisfied with his performance. Then, he shot another glance straight toward me, as if saying, "Woman, even though your pop music is quite impressive, I am the one who knows traditional classical music. You can't compete with me." So bowed down submissively. I only felt utterly disgusted, and instantly pulled my gaze right back. Then I slipped off my lace evening gloves, and handed them over to Chloe. Chloe, hold these for me for a second. Scarlett, are you going up there? Yeah. I utterly despise show-offs the most. After saying that, I lifted the hem of my evening gown and walked up onto the piano stage step by step. Right around this time practically, everyone's undivided attention was completely captured by me. This was primarily because my looks were undeniably top tier and far too eye-catching. The exact type that was an absolute head-turner for everyone, combined with my immense stage presence and aura, so even without any spotlight shining down, everyone's eyes naturally gravitated straight toward that direction, exactly like a charismatic leader standing on a grand podium. Wait, isn't that Scarlett Vance? It really is her. She's so incredibly gorgeous and elegant. She looks even more beautiful in person than on television. Seriously, her visuals are completely beyond reproach. We've got our viral content for tonight. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. A vast majority of it was pure praise for her looks, to the extent that many people completely overlooked her actual talent. After Austin stepped down, I didn't spare a single extra glance in his direction, lest he get overly confident and narcissistic again. There was also another highly critical reason, and that was, I seriously did not want to ever look at Austin's punchable face again. Yet this specific action was completely misread by Austin as her playing hard to get. If you think this petty little trick can fool me, you're dead wrong, woman. Every single person fixed their gaze squarely onto me, completely entranced by my natural, effortless stage presence. I gently placed my fingers on the keys, and the voice of the piano instantly began to resonate out. I struck the opening notes of the intro to Nocturne on the piano. With a mere 2 seconds passing by, a collective gasp of absolute awe erupted from the crowd below. Chloe was exceptionally sharp, keenly realizing ahead of time that my performance was bound to be spectacular, and straight up pulled out her phone to hit record. She didn't want to miss a single second of what could be a phenomenal and legendary performance. What track is this? This intro is so incredibly beautiful to listen to. I've never heard it before, but judging by Scarlett Vance's master-tier performance on The Voice, this is very likely another original creation of hers. The sensation of classical and modern music colliding is simply beyond magnificent. The crowd below was a sea of ecstatic murmurs, appearing profoundly astonished by Scarlett's performance, and the one who felt the most thrilled was undoubtedly Chloe Winters. She had honestly never imagined that I actually knew how to play the piano, and played it with such master-tier excellence. Every single note and pitch was flawless, without a single fraction of an error. My voice tonight sounded exceptionally cool and ethereal, yet it remained deeply, beautifully captivating to listen to. It easily surpassed the level of top-tier professional voice actors. The instrumental intro was spectacular, and her live vocals were similarly breathtaking. Every single person was completely intoxicated by it, and at this exact moment, Austin Croft also looked entirely thunderstruck. If it could be said that, previously there was still a 1% chance that I had conspired with the voice production team to fake it, then right now, my raw talent was displayed with absolute, undeniable clarity. At this point, he honestly had no idea whether he should feel happy or devastated. He was devastated because he had been completely slapped in the face. The monumental gap between their talents was simply too massive. As long as someone possessed working ears, they could easily hear it. The difference didn't even require a professional critique to evaluate. But he was happy because such an exceptionally magnificent and talented girl was actually his very own devoted simp. A sudden, powerful surge of unearned superiority instantly surfaced inside Austin's heart. Wow, Scarlett Vance really is incredibly talented. I have to record this and post it on social media. It'll definitely go viral. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I honestly wouldn't believe it. Quiet down. Stop ruining the song for me. There isn't a single piece of audio tuning equipment here. It is entirely unedited raw vocals. Therefore, this also definitively meant that there was absolutely zero possibility of me faking it. Every single note of my voice was absolute reality. Every single musical section was being clearly and perfectly recorded by Chloe. Logically speaking, when artists record music, they always need to record repeated takes multiple times. But I was completely and visibly a separate case. My live delivery this single time felt absolutely flawless. Pure, unadulterated perfection. I had explicitly checked historical records before. In this alternate world, there indeed existed a legendary pianist named Chopin, but he wasn't nearly as universally renowned as he was back in my original world. Nonetheless, he was still a highly formidable classical master, so there was absolutely no need to change his name. When doves no longer symbolize peace, I am finally reminded that the ones being fed on the plaza are vultures. With gorgeous, intricate rhymes, I describe a love that has been completely plundered clean. As the final syllable fell, my voice also came to an absolute, sudden halt. After a brief window of about 2 seconds, a thunderous wave of roaring applause erupted through the entire venue. This is magnificent. So incredibly beautiful to listen to. It is simply beyond spectacular. Whose elite general is this? I think I've completely fallen in love, boys. I genuinely, truly adore her. Oh, shut your mouth. Is there literally anyone you don't adore? The ongoing chatter rippled through the crowd below. At this moment, Austin Croft's facial expression was an absolute picture. Although it was true that Scarlett Vance was his devoted pursuer, this performance had still caused him to lose face to some extent. He thought, at least offer me a few complimentary remarks. After all, it's still just pop music. And it absolutely can't compare to refined classical music. Austin spoke up, sounding a bit indignant, muttering to himself. However, it seemed everyone was looking at Austin as if he were an absolute idiot. Upon noticing these looks, Austin looked intensely embarrassed. Excuse me, miss. May I ask what the name of this piece is? A man with a Western face, dressed in a sharp suit, and carrying an elegant aura, walked over inside the manor. He asked in slightly accented Chinese. That's Master Rhett. I can't believe it's actually Master Rhett. Do you mean that Master Rhett from America? One of the most famous pianists alive? Yes, that's exactly him. I turned my head around to look at Rhett, and then spoke up. The name of this piece is Nocturne. Amazing. Rhett couldn't help but clap his hands. Is this piece your original work? Yes, it's my original creation. I nodded my head. Back in the very beginning, although I still kept a straight face without my heart skipping a beat, I was still a bit embarrassed to some extent. But as my skin grew thicker, I don't feel that way at all anymore. I was basically rocking pure, shameless confidence. God damn, miss, you are an absolute genius. May I know your name? Rhett spoke up, a bit stammering with pure excitement. Scarlett Vance, I replied with a faint smile. Scarlett Vance actually won the recognition of Master Rhett? What kind of a sick joke is this? That's Master Rhett, after all. A globally recognized top-tier pianist. To win his high approval is incredibly, monumentally difficult. This has got to be a lie, right? That's literally Master Rhett. Is it actually possible that Scarlett Vance is truly that incredible? From today on, I am a total fan of Scarlett Vance. Bursts of voices kept ringing out from below the stage, obviously. Completely and utterly shocked by Scarlett Vance's performance. The key thing is that she's also so incredibly gorgeous. It genuinely makes one feel completely heartbroken. Miss Vance, please, you absolutely must accept my business card. This is my card. Rhett spoke, stammering with excitement. Then, he pulled a business card out from his pocket. Originally, Rhett was the grand guest of honor, the organizers had invited to perform as the grand finale act here at the manor, to play a magnificent piece for everyone. But looking at it now, it seemed that his air of mystery was bound to completely vanish. Ever since I walked up onto the piano stage earlier, Rhett had been closely observing me. And from the absolute beginning of the piece to the very end, he couldn't spot a single issue with my technical execution. It wasn't even a notch below his own skills. And this young girl, she looked to be only around 20 years old. It was simply beyond belief, leaving him profoundly awed. I felt a bit embarrassed from all the heavy praise. I accepted the business card and could only let out a casual laugh before saying, "Haha, it's really not that incredible. I would like to ask you, do you happen to have any other original works?" Rhett took a deep, heavy breath and then fixed his eyes on me, questioning me directly. I pondered over it for a moment and subsequently nodded my head. I do. Would you like to hear one? Yes. Rhett nodded his head instantly. I want to listen to what you consider your absolute finest masterpiece. No vocals or vocal backing tracks, just a pure, unadulterated piano piece. There wasn't a single shred of a master's arrogance in his eyes, but only pure, raw curiosity toward me. In Rhett's eyes, the intro to Nocturne belonged to an exceptionally masterly level, not a notch below his very own creative works. He was intensely curious whether I could produce an even better piece of work. I pondered over it for a bit, and subsequently took a deep, steady breath. Judging by the muffled whispers of the crowd around us, it seemed the Rhett standing right before me was a world-renowned piano maestro. If I could successfully win his high praise and establish a solid connection with him, wouldn't my future path become significantly smoother? After weighing these considerations carefully, I nodded my head. I let the music settle in my mind for a moment, and subsequently took a deep breath. All right, time to show them what I've really got. Croatian Rhapsody. I pulled out my phone and opened up the timer. I took a deep, steady breath and subsequently placed my fingers right on the keys of the piano. Right at this exact moment, every single person heightened their focus. The originally rowdy venue completely quieted down, especially Red, who was staring fixedly at me without blinking an eye. My fingers pressed down onto the piano keys. The piano vibrated intensely, and the melody filled the air. Rhett, after hearing the very first musical section, had his eyes instantly go wide, his mouth parting slightly. As he focused every single bit of his concentration, his intuition told him that this would be a world-renowned masterpiece. I didn't even use a metronome, relying entirely on pure artistic sensation. For the 3-minute and 32-second Croatian Rhapsody, I was entirely confident that I could keep the timing error of the entire piece strictly within a single second. The piano keys vibrated, the sound resonated out, and seamlessly locked into the dynamic rhythm. Meanwhile, Rhett's facial expression was an absolute picture. As the musical performance progressed, his expressions continuously shifted back and forth, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes bewildered with shock, to the point where he almost couldn't resist clapping his hands or taking sharp breaths, until finally he was just frozen in a total daze. He was completely, utterly numb and thunderstruck. Rhett had been continuously trying to pick out any flaws in my technical execution, but in reality, it was impossible. It was completely, utterly impossible. It felt as if a whole lifetime's worth of expressions had been entirely spent on this single day. Every single person caught sight of Rhett's profound shock. Strictly from a listener's perspective, my piano delivery was naturally exceptionally beautiful, but a vast majority of the people here were not formal music professionals, so it was also quite difficult for them to evaluate it from an elite technical standpoint. But Master Rhett could. He was someone who had been deeply rooted in the piano industry for countless years as a legendary master-tier figure. Every single person knew exactly how massive his authority was. It required absolutely zero explanation. And since even he was this profoundly shocked, it clearly proved exactly how elite my true level was. As the single piece drew to a perfect close, I pulled my beautiful hands back from the keys. I stopped the timer on my phone and took a careful look at the screen. Exactly 3 minutes and 32 seconds. The error was indeed strictly within a single second. I felt immensely satisfied with my performance. This truly belonged to the category of a flawless execution. Every single pair of eyes locked squarely onto me. Only at this moment did I finally snap back from the absolute immersion of the musical performance. Right around this time, an inexplicable, subtle hint of nervousness actually surfaced in my chest. Master Rhett, how was my execution? I brought my gaze straight back around, looking at the Rhett standing right in front of me. By this point, Rhett was completely lost in a total daze, looking as if he had begun to experience a profound crisis of faith regarding his very own chosen career path. Am I truly even cut out to play the piano? It wasn't because my skills completely crushed his. In fact, even if my raw technical execution was better than his, strictly in terms of performance, it wasn't a massive gap. What truly struck Rhett with absolute horror was my natural genius. And this genius did not just manifest in my masterly performance level, but even more so in my creative songwriting capabilities. If this piece of music were to be recorded, it would absolutely be at the level of a world-renowned masterpiece. And yet, she looks only about 20 years old. At this moment, Master Rhett felt like he was witnessing the rise of a brilliant new star. Perhaps she shouldn't be confined to just this country. A genius like this ought to be a treasure of the entire world. I believe my own skills are no longer enough to evaluate you. I think you shouldn't listen to anyone else's advice. Just be yourself. In the future, you are going to be a superstar in the music world. Rhett let out a bitter smile, and subsequently shook his head. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire audience was profoundly shocked. A collective gasp of awe rippled through the room. By now, every single person present fully realized exactly how powerful my raw talent truly was, and how monumentally high my potential could be. Is this for real? Is her natural talent actually that incredible? Since she possesses this elite level of talent, why on earth is her choice of car still so abysmally poor? She should go upgrade to a luxury car. Well, not everyone cares that deeply about superficial things. Perhaps she merely treats that car as a basic means of transportation. The ongoing murmurs of the crowd filled the air once more. Thank you for the heavy praise, I said with a faint smile. Please, You absolutely must add my contact information. I really want to exchange insights and thoughts about the piano with you. Rhett took a deep, heavy breath, speaking directly and earnestly to me. It felt as if countless layers of glory had been draped over me, making me appear exceptionally radiant and dazzling. And only at this moment did Austin Croft finally put two and two together. Since Scarlett Vance possesses such an incredibly powerful potential, she is bound to pull in an astronomical amount of money in the future. So why on earth should I push Scarlett Vance away? Between two sugar mommies, Austin would obviously much rather lock down one who was significantly more stunning and gorgeous. Who would ever want to deal with those bloated old bullfrogs? At this exact moment, Austin made a definitive choice. Scarlett, considering how desperately you care about me, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you just this once. A great number of people could clearly see it, with just this single sequence of events, setting everything else aside. In the eyes of this entire circle of wealthy heirs, my public image had been completely turned around. As for those previous, ridiculous fabricated rumors surrounding Scarlett Vance, who would ever buy into them now? These people all possessed working brains. Those smears were transparently fake at a single glance. In fact, someone had even gone out of their way to look up Scarlett's background information. Her immediate family members had already passed away a long time ago. She didn't even have a living grandmother. So how could she have hit her grandmother with nunchucks? These rumors were simply far too idiotic. Therefore, as long as someone possessed a shred of basic intelligence, they could easily recognize my monumental potential and wouldn't avoid establishing a social connection with me. After all, the more prominent connections one had, the better. Once this initial wave of excitement passed, quite a few people approached me to hit on me or make small talk. But for the most part, I just offered a few polite pleasantries and didn't engage in any further deep conversation. Right around this time, inside a quiet hallway, I had just stepped out of the restroom and was getting ready to head back to the main room. A sharp voice suddenly called out from behind me, "Scarlett Vance!" I knitted my brows slightly and subsequently cast my gaze backward over my shoulder. I happened to see the approaching figure of Austin Croft. "Didn't I explicitly tell you to stop bothering me?" My gaze instantly turned ice cold. I already utterly detested Austin Croft to begin with, and the exact split second I learned that he had set his sights on Chloe Winters, this profound sense of disgust had become significantly more intense. Although I was well aware that no matter who Chloe might take a liking to, it was completely impossible for her to ever fall for someone like Austin, the mere concept was still deeply nauseating. That physical enhancement trial card was right inside my pocket at this exact moment, being firmly and tightly clutched in my hand, ready to be unleashed at any fraction of a second. Once I activated this specific item, even if Mike Tyson showed up, I'd have the raw confidence to trade a few blows. Let alone a total weakling like the Austin Croft standing right before me. "The way you constantly play hard to get is truly adorable, woman." Austin let out a smug chuckle, without a single shred of actual irritation in his eyes, directing a gaze toward me that was entirely filled with shallow admiration. "What kind of delusion are you suffering from?" I spoke up coolly, while simultaneously activating my very own physical enhancement trial card. Right at this exact instant, a powerful, intense wave of warmth surged straight down from the top of my head, flooding into every single corner of my physical form. I could distinctly feel an astronomical upgrade to my raw bodily strength. "I'm definitely not suffering from delusions," Austin replied, shaking his head with a conceited smile, still thoroughly misinterpreting my aggressive response as her playing hard to get. "The reason I came over here was specifically to tell you this. I accept your feelings now. I officially agree to let us be together." I suddenly burst out laughing. I was completely driven to laughter out of pure, raw irritation. How on earth could someone be so monumentally, unbelievably narcissistic? I began walking directly toward Austin Croft step by step. Witnessing my sudden approach, the corners of Austin's mouth curled slightly upward, thoroughly convinced that his shallow mind game had successfully paid off. As expected, absolutely no one can resist my irresistible charm. But right at that exact split second, he suddenly felt a violent, crushing wave of agony, striking the back of his neck out of nowhere. Subsequently, his vision went entirely black, and with a dull thud, he collapsed onto the floor, completely knocked out cold. Approximately 5 minutes later, the very top of Austin Croft's head suddenly registered a sharp, intense sensation of freezing cold. A whole bottle of spring water was being poured straight down over the top of Austin's head, drenching his scalp completely, and subsequently cascading down through his caked hair straight onto his face. Austin took a sudden sharp gasp of air. Snapping violently back to consciousness, he instantly flung his eyes wide open and subsequently began to scan his surroundings in a total state of utter bewilderment. Wait, what the hell is going on? Where on earth am I? He frantically tried to scramble to his feet, but quickly discovered that his hands and feet had been entirely and securely bound together with thick, heavy hemp ropes. Furthermore, his eyes were tightly covered with a thick blindfold, leaving him completely unable to see a single thing. A sudden wave of deep panic rushed into his chest. Oh my God. Don't tell me I've actually been kidnapped? If this is a robbery, please, you can take whatever you want, even my body. Just don't hurt me. I seriously don't have a single penny on me. Right at that exact moment, the fabric covering his eyes was violently ripped away, and the silhouette of a person materialized right before his vision. Austin Croft raised his head slowly and fixed his eyes squarely on the figure standing in front of him. It was Scarlett Vance. She'd actually straight up kidnapped him. She really is an absolute unhinged yandere. I was casually holding a sharp fruit knife in my hand, staring down at the Austin Croft right in front of me, my gaze piercing through him like a laser. Didn't I explicitly tell you to stay far away from me? Is that brainless head of yours completely incapable of remembering my words? Do you need me to help firmly engrave it into your memory? I let out a sinister chuckle, and subsequently flashed the blade of my fruit knife right before his eyes. Wait, let's talk things out reasonably. There's absolutely no need to make things so tense, right? Austin's mouth twitched violently, completely frozen with terror and at a total loss for words. At this moment, I suddenly tightened my grip on the handle of the fruit knife. Then, I took the fabric that had previously blindfolded Austin's eyes, crumpled it tightly into a dense cloth gag, and brutally stuffed it deep inside his mouth. With a swift, whistling sound through the air, I drove the blade of the fruit knife straight downward, plunging it with immense force. The blade stabbed directly deep into Austin Croft's thigh. With a sickening, wet, puncturing sound, a dark stream of fresh blood immediately began to spill out from the wound. Austin let out a muffled, agonizing shriek against the heavy gag. A massive, blinding wave of pure physical agony rushed through his nervous system, nearly causing Austin's entire consciousness to go completely numb and blur. But because his mouth was thoroughly choked and blocked by the gag, the actual sound he could make was exceptionally muffled and small, a noise that strictly only he and I could hear inside the space. So, tell me, is it firmly engraved in your memory now? I suddenly let out a wide, menacing grin, staring directly at the trembling Austin Croft in front of me. Subsequently, I wrenched the blade straight back out of his flesh. More fresh blood welled out. My structural precision had been absolutely flawless. This single stab had explicitly avoided hitting any major arteries. It was calculated strictly to make him feel an immense, torturous amount of pain. At this exact moment, deep inside Austin Croft's soul, a sudden, immense panic surfaced. She really is an absolute yandere. I need to call the police. I know exactly what you're thinking in that head of yours. You want to call the police, right? My gaze turned ice cold. I let out a soft chuckle. Hearing this, Austin's eyes widened once again, and he let out a couple of muffled grunts. Then I shook my head. We live in a society ruled by law, so of course you can call the police. But you'd better think carefully about the consequences. After saying that, I pulled out my phone, opened my photo gallery, and displayed the photos inside, one by one, right in front of Austin's eyes. These were photos of Austin acting as a lapdog inside a wealthy sugar mommy's club, and the content was exceptionally scandalous. If these photos were ever leaked to the public, then Austin would be completely canceled. Only now did Austin truly descend into an absolute panic. Where did these photos come from? He knew exactly when they were taken. If these photos were leaked to the public, let alone leeching off wealthy sugar mommies, his career in the entertainment industry would be 100% over. Go ahead and call the police. But I guarantee you, within 24 hours after you report to the cops, these pictures will pop up in countless group chats. Do you believe me? I asked, looking squarely at Austin. Hearing this, Austin immediately nodded his head while trembling all over, stammering through the gag, completely at a loss for words. With only his high school diploma, if his career in the entertainment industry were completely ruined, then his life would essentially be over. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, forcing him to live the hard, grueling life of an ordinary salaryman, was something he absolutely, under no circumstances, could accept. As long as you understand, I suddenly smiled, and then subsequently added, whether it's me or my friend, I do not want to see you ever trying to hit on us again. Especially my friend, if I catch you hitting on her, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Austin immediately nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. She's a yandere. She's definitely a yandere. She just doesn't want her best friend to steal me away from her, which is exactly why she's forcing me to stay far away from her. Good. Don't forget that I completely hold your future in my hands. I let out a light chuckle, then expertly twirled the knife in my hand, and with a few swift slashes, cut all the thick ropes binding Austin's body. Then I sheathed the knife, turned around, and walked away. Austin stood up, limping heavily, still filled with lingering terror as he stared at my receding figure. She's an absolute lunatic. Under the brilliant ballroom lights, Chloe Winters was practically radiating a spectacular glow. If one were to ask who the most beautiful girls in the entire venue were, it would undoubtedly be Chloe and me. Both of us possessed a level of beauty that was completely ethereal. It was honestly impossible to say who was more stunning. One could only say that each had her own unique charm, and both possessed their own distinctive beauty. But if one were to evaluate who the absolute best romantic partner was, that would definitely be Chloe Winters. Although I was drop-dead gorgeous and possessed elite talent, I was still heavily plagued by online scandals, even if they were entirely fabricated. But I was strokefully trapped in a massive storm of public backlash. If anyone chose me as a partner, it would inevitably keep us directly in the harsh spotlight of public scrutiny. Furthermore, for a celebrity idol, one's ultimate commercial value has its limits. Even for the absolute top-tier superstars, their total net worth would likely top out at a few $billion. That is the hard ceiling. But for Chloe Winters, as the only daughter of the Winters family, she was bound to inherit the entire fortune of the Winters family in the future. An empire worth nearly $100 billion. That point alone was completely beyond anything I could match. Not only that, but when it came to her public reputation, Chloe was absolutely flawless. So at this social gala, she was exceptionally highly sought after. Miss Winters, may I have the honor of introducing myself? Miss Winters, are you free to chat for a moment? Miss Winters, may I invite you for a dance? At this moment, a great number of wealthy playboys surrounded Chloe, stepping right up to her side to offer their smooth invitations. Chloe was looking around in every direction, scanning the room. She had been constantly searching for Scarlett Vance. Scarlett had said she was just going to the restroom, but she had been gone for far too long. Failing to see her for such an extended period of time inevitably made Chloe feel quite worried. Sorry, she already happens to have a date tonight. Right then, I walked straight up to Chloe's side and subsequently took her hand in mine. I let out a soft, gentle smile and subsequently led Chloe away from the crowd. By this point, Chloe also snapped out of her thoughts, raising her head to look straight at me. Scarlett, where exactly did you go just now? Some people stopped me to ask for an autograph. I spoke up to reply smoothly. Hearing this explanation, Chloe finally nodded her head. Scarlett really was doing amazing for herself now. Just think, a few days ago, someone had actually tried to assault her with a knife. Come to think of it, Scarlett really wasn't safe out in public right now. Should I spend some money to hire a personal bodyguard for her? The wealthy playboys who had wanted to chat up Chloe Winters, upon witnessing this develop right before their eyes, involuntarily looked intensely disappointed. If it had been a guy who led Chloe away, then these individuals would be consumed by pure jealousy. On the surface, they would act perfectly polite and easygoing, but secretly they would definitely compare themselves to him, wondering exactly what area they were lacking in compared to that man. But the person who led Chloe away was me. This could strictly be interpreted as Chloe simply not being interested in romance right now, and that I had merely stepped in to bail Chloe out. This didn't just successfully defuse the situation, but also gave everyone a perfectly graceful exit. Handling it this way left everyone feeling perfectly comfortable. Scarlett, if anything comes up, remember to shoot me a message and let me know. If I can't see you for too long, I'll worry. Chloe spoke to me in a remarkably soft, gentle voice. How about I hire a personal bodyguard for you? Haha, there's no need for that. We live in a society ruled by law now, so how could there be that much danger? I let out a playful chuckle, speaking up to reply. Right around this time, out of the corner of my eye, I happened to catch sight of Austin Croft limping out through the main entrance. Seeing Austin take his leave, I felt immensely satisfied. That stupid pig at least knew what was good for him. Hey Chloe. I suddenly wrapped my arm tightly around Chloe's waist, and subsequently leaned in close to her. Why don't you just marry me, and be my personal bodyguard instead? I wouldn't feel safe having anyone else protect me anyway. The exact split second she heard those words, Chloe's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Wow, Scarlett is smoothly charming. If she were a guy, I'd probably completely fall for her right about now, wouldn't I? But then again, come to think of it, if Scarlett had been a guy, maybe all the way back in elementary school when I was being bullied, and she heroically stood up to protect me, I would have fallen completely in love with him already. Stop joking around. Let's begin our dance. With that, Chloe smoothly initiated her dance steps. Although strictly on a psychological level, Chloe absolutely adored me. They were both girls after all. From a biological perspective, Chloe truly couldn't develop romantic feelings for Scarlett Vance. I didn't say a single word. I merely fixed my eyes on Chloe's soft lips, desperately wanting to steal a kiss. Oh, right, Scarlett. In a few days, I might have to travel to Magic City for a bit, to take care of some corporate matters. While elegantly dancing the waltz, Chloe spoke up. Is your trip to Magic City regarding the matters of chibi wine? I asked, feeling slightly caught off guard. Exactly. Chloe didn't deny it. Winters Corporation was a massive empire, possessing far more than just a single industry, and chibi wine was a major branch of the Winters family's assets, and also a very famous liquor company in the country. But recently, seemingly due to competitive reasons, and the fact that spirits struggle to break out of their niche market, the market for chibi wine has been steadily shrinking. Chloe needs to take a trip to Magic City to thoroughly clean up and reorganize chibi wine. But a task like this is incredibly difficult. Originally, spirits are a sunset industry. Very few young people actually like to drink liquor, and it's basically the older generation driving consumption. Attracting new customers is already exceptionally difficult, and now, facing fierce market competition, chibi wine is finding itself in an even tougher spot. Rather than calling it a restructuring strategy, it's more accurate to say that the Winters family is already considering abandoning chibi wine, putting it on the back burner, and placing most of their resources into other industries instead. Chloe and I have an excellent relationship, so she has discussed a lot of these matters with me. Why don't you bring me along? I might have a solution. I pondered for a moment, and subsequently spoke up. Hearing this, Chloe was quite caught off guard. If it were a matter of having me write a song, Chloe wouldn't doubt my capabilities in the slightest. But this wasn't writing a song. This was an actual industry. The corporate business of selling liquor. Every profession has its own specialty. Scarlett wasn't completely omnipotent after all. All right then. It doesn't matter if I bring one more person along. Chloe nodded her head, expressing her agreement. Besides, if Scarlett wanted to go, having one more person didn't matter at all. At the very least, as her best friend on the road, she could still provide some wonderful emotional value. Just let me know when the time comes then, I smiled faintly. Practically, every single pair of eyes was fixed on Chloe and me. There was absolutely no other reason, except that we were simply far too stunningly beautiful. Who wouldn't love looking at such eye-catching people? I genuinely felt an intense urge to steal a kiss from Chloe. The primary reason was that the elegant heiress right in front of me was just so breathtakingly gorgeous, making it hard to resist wanting to tease and corrupt her a bit. However, I still managed to hold back. As the dance concluded, I held Chloe's hand, and subsequently, under the watchful gaze of everyone present, gently drew her hand right in front of me, and subsequently pressed a soft kiss against the back of her hand. At this exact instant, a low wave of gasps erupted from the crowd below, and Chloe was also quite caught off guard. But she recovered her composure very quickly. If it was just a kiss on the back of the hand, it could easily be understood as an intimate gesture between close friends, right? Thud. The sound of a car door shutting. Penny and I stepped down from the vehicle. Boss, we seriously don't need this much money, Penny said, staring at the $50,000 I had transferred to her, and falling into deep thought. I had just transferred $20,000 to her 2 days ago, and now I sent another $50,000. I regularly sent her money, so Penny could use it to cover our daily living expenses, cooking and doing chores around the house. were entirely handled by Penny, so giving her money to maintain our budget was perfectly reasonable. But my spending these past couple of days was truly incredibly generous. The 20,000 given previously hadn't even been used up yet, and now another 50,000 was given. It's fine, treat the extra as a little bonus for yourself. I spoke up to reply. Wah, boss, you're the absolute best. Penny hugged me, deeply moved. But come to think of it, why on earth did we come to this desolate place? She took another look around the surroundings, finding that this place was entirely desolate and completely devoid of human presence. I didn't expect it either, that the location of this orphanage would be so incredibly remote. I let out a helpless, bitter laugh. This place really was remote and desolate. There wasn't even a basic convenience store, let alone any hospitals or schools. The situation was truly far from optimistic. Right then, a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, wearing a corporate jacket and a pair of square-framed glasses, spoke up. This person's name was Harvey Cross, and he was an official from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. After receiving my formal report, he attached immense importance to this matter. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a massive pot-belly came tiptoeing over cautiously. This person was precisely the head of the charity organization, Director Lee. He honestly never dreamed in a million years that Scarlett Vance would actually have a backup plan like this, and even have a direct connection with the Discipline Inspection Commission. Your embezzled funds are still being thoroughly audited. Right now, we brought you over to see for yourself exactly what kind of consequences your actions have brought upon these poor children, Harvey Cross said to Director Lee in a deep, solemn voice, sucking the blood right out of orphans. You truly are an absolute animal. Compared to his arrogant attitude a few days ago, the current Director Lee looked completely haggard and worn out. Come to think of it, we really have to thank you for your report. Otherwise, even though he embezzled this massive amount, probably no one would have ever uncovered it. Harvey Cross let out a sigh of deep emotion and subsequently said with a heavy sigh. He admitted it was a failure of duty on his department's part. It's fine, no one can oversee absolutely everything. I spoke up to reply. As we spoke, we stepped inside the orphanage grounds. The gatekeeper was a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. The moment he caught sight of the four approaching people, he was slightly caught off guard and set down the food bowl in his hands. He had absolutely never seen a crowd like this before. Hello there, may I ask if there's something you need? These four individuals definitely didn't look like they were there to adopt a child. Hello there, sir. I'm from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and we're here today to conduct an official inspection. Oh, hello, sir. Please, come on inside first. The young fellow nodded his head and subsequently opened the main gate of the orphanage. His expression was completely calm and unbothered, looking as if he had grown completely accustomed to these visits. I stole a quick glance at the meal the young guy was eating. It consisted entirely of extremely plain food, without a single shred of meat, just a few cabbage leaves and shredded potatoes. Upon stepping through the entrance, what caught our eyes was a row of old-fashioned buildings from the late 20th century, the structures looking heavily aged and worn with time. Right now, inside the cafeteria, a vast majority of the children had already finished eating and were playing out on the playground. There was still a small handful of children eating inside the cafeteria. Harvey Cross walked into the cafeteria and took a thorough look around the inside. Although it was exceptionally old and worn, it was remarkably clean. Didn't the higher-ups allocate millions of dollars every single year? How on earth is this place still so abysmally dilapidated? Harvey Cross knitted his brows tightly, appearing intensely displeased. There wasn't just that fixed allocation of millions, but also a significant amount of donations from charitable people outside. With this massive sum of money, supporting these 200 to 300 orphans should have been more than completely enough. Director Lee's gaze darted around guiltily, not daring to look directly at the scene in front of him. Logically speaking, although he had embezzled a massive portion, things shouldn't have disintegrated to this extreme level. Could it be that his own subordinates had also been pocketing cash behind his back? Walking further into the cafeteria, we happened to spot a little girl currently eating her meal. She looked to be only about 11 or 12 years old, wearing clothes that appeared exceptionally old and worn. On the table sat a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup and a single hard-boiled egg. Harvey Cross walked straight over, looking at the little girl. Hello there, little one. What is your name? Why is she eating only this? Hearing this, the little girl raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and then said, "My name is Janie. I don't usually get to eat stuff like this, but today happens to be my birthday, so the director added an egg to my bowl." Hearing up to this point, Harvey Cross's eyes widened. To think she only gets to eat a single egg on her birthday. Fantastic. You certainly have a massive appetite, Director Lee. At this moment, Director Lee's facial expression was an absolute picture. My heart sank heavily as well, and the look I directed at the little girl was filled with deep pity. The exact second Janie raised her head and saw Director Lee, her expression suddenly turned into pure terror. "I don't want the subsidy money anymore. I don't want it anymore. Please don't kick me out of here." At this moment, Director Lee's face flushed with a mix of colors, but he could only force out a tight smile. Just as he wanted to say something, he was instantly glared back down by Harvey Cross. Harvey Cross squatted down, kneeling right beside Janie, and subsequently patted her gently on the back, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Tell me all about it, and I will absolutely help you out." Tears instantly welled up in Janie's eyes, looking incredibly aggrieved and helpless. If only we could have gotten the subsidy money back then. Then Grandpa's old gunshot wound complications could have been cured. What old gunshot wound complications? Harvey Cross's heart skipped a heavy beat. "Little Janie, what happened to your grandpa?" "I don't really know, but it seems he suffered a gunshot wound when he was young." Janie wiped her eyes, and subsequently answered. "Then what about your father?" Harvey Cross questioned her once again. "I haven't really seen my dad much," Grandpa said. "That he and my older brother stayed at the border forever a few years ago, and then our home just got 2 more memorial plaques." Janie replied while sobbing continuously. I pulled out a piece of clean tissue to wipe away Janie's running nose and tears. At this moment, Janie cast a terrified glance at Director Lee, appearing a bit hesitant. "Don't be afraid. Keep talking." Harvey Cross's voice was exceptionally steady, giving off a deeply reassuring feeling to her. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to Director Lee. "Get out." Hearing this, Director Lee didn't dare delay in the slightest, and could only walk out of the cafeteria with a face as pale as ash. "Do you know exactly what your father and brother's roles were?" Completely shedding his previous stern authority, Harvey Cross revealed an exceptionally gentle expression once more. Janie appeared a bit hesitant upon hearing this, her eyes flickering. "Grandpa instructed me before he passed away, telling me never to tell anyone about his or Dad's true identities. An unmentionable identity, combined with being a martyr at the border, there was a massive probability that they were undercover anti-narcotics officers." "Then what about your mother? Where did she go?" Harvey Cross inquired once again. "Mom was a doctor, and after she traveled down south a few years ago, she never came back again," Janie said, sobbing through her words. Listening to all of this from right outside the cafeteria, Director Lee felt his heart turn completely into cold ash. His face pale as a ghost. Nobody had ever told him that Janie actually possessed this kind of background. If he had known about this, even with 10,000 times the courage, he would never have dared to act this way. He was finished, completely and utterly finished. "Janie, once you're done eating, go back and do your homework first. You still have to go to school tomorrow morning." The young man from the gate walked over, ruffling Janie's hair gently, and said, "Then I'll head back first." Janie cleared away her bowls and utensils upon hearing this, and subsequently walked toward the back room. Harvey Cross originally wanted to follow Janie, to uncover more details about the situation, but he was firmly stopped by the young man. "If you gentlemen have no further business, please leave. I don't have the spare time to accompany you guys in putting on an empty show." The young man's tone was entirely flat, but Harvey Cross could still catch a clear hint of mockery and sarcasm in it. But Harvey Cross didn't feel angry at all. On the contrary, he felt a deep wave of pure guilt. "Sir, I think you've completely misunderstood us. We are strictly here to investigate and solve the core issues." After saying that, Harvey Cross pulled out his official identification card, opened it up, and flashed it before the young man's eyes. The exact second his eyes caught sight of the official identification card, the young man's eyes went slightly wide with surprise. After pondering over it for a brief moment, his expression softened by a significant margin. "I'd like to get a thorough understanding of the situation here," Harvey Cross stated. The young man hesitated for a short while and said, "Go ahead and ask. I'll answer as best as I can." "I wanted to ask, are you the primary administrator of this place?" Harvey Cross questioned. "Yes, I am. The old director passed away a few years ago. He raised me single-handedly. And after I grew up, I took his place and became the director of this orphanage. The young man spoke up to reply. Then would it be convenient to share a bit about your personal background? Harvey Cross took down notes while continuing to question him. My name is Logan Green. My parents passed away early, so I came to this exact place when I was 7 years old. I grew up here since I was a child. After the old director passed away, I have been continuously operating as the person in charge here. Logan spoke up to state. After saying his piece, he reached into his old, worn-out clothes and pulled out an official employment certificate. Listening to all of this, a profound sense of deep respect rose in my heart toward the man before me. Asking myself honestly, exactly how many people could truly achieve this level of devotion? So you people truly aren't corrupt officials or attention-seeking celebrities? Logan questioned me directly, as if wanting to definitively confirm the truth. If I truly wanted to just put on a superficial show, I would be leading a whole army of reporters behind me right now. I let out a bitter, helpless laugh. Hearing up to this point, Logan nodded his head thoughtfully. The very first moment he laid eyes on me, Logan felt that this person was jaw-droppingly beautiful, even far more beautiful than every single attention-seeking celebrity he had ever seen, come to put on a show here. So he assumed she was highly likely just another celebrity putting on an act. But the actual reality seemed to be entirely different. So, sir, exactly how much is your monthly salary here? Harvey Cross adjusted his glasses and asked. It's $800 a month, Logan replied. In fact, I haven't actually received a single penny of salary for the past half month. Every single bit of the money has been spent entirely on the children. My eyes went wide with pure astonishment upon hearing this. I grew up here since childhood, and I don't have any external family members to support. Well, to me, these little kids are completely identical to my very own family. Being able to watch them grow up safely is more than enough satisfaction for me, Logan said to me with a gentle smile. I could distinctly observe that the clothes Logan was wearing had completely faded from repeated washing and were covered in numerous patches. Sir, please trust us. We will absolutely handle and resolve every single issue perfectly. In the future, the funding allocated to this orphanage will absolutely never be short by a single cent. Harvey Cross gave Logan a formal, respectful salute. If things truly turn out that way, then on behalf of all the children here, I thank you deeply. Logan felt a surge of pure joy in his heart upon hearing this, and subsequently replied with a warm smile. Personally, I feel that these funds don't even need to pass through any intermediate organizations. Handing them directly over to you offers far greater peace of mind regarding how they are spent. I spoke up with a soft remark, and subsequently reached into my bag and pulled out a bank card. Logan raised his eyebrows slightly. What money? I genuinely came here today to make a donation, but absolutely not to put on an empty celebrity act. I spoke up to reply smoothly. With that, I handed a bank card directly over to Logan. This card contains $3.5 million. I hope this money can be spent entirely on the children. Mr. Green, you understand the situation of this orphanage much better than any of us, and your sincerity is far more passionate than ours. Therefore, I have decided to entrust this donated money to you. It will likely be put to much better use than through any charity organization. As I spoke, a bank card appeared in Logan Green's hand. At this moment, Logan Green's face looked a bit dazed. $3.5 million. This was an astronomical figure that he had never even heard of before. Logan Green's expression underwent many subtle changes, and the way he looked at me became completely different from before. He was well aware of how things worked in society. Many celebrities would also come over hypocritically to make donations, but in reality, it was just to buy a reputation for themselves. The bulk of their money didn't go into the donation, but rather into putting on a show and publicity. But a celebrity like me, who didn't bring a single reporter or carry a single video camera, yet was willing to directly donate this much money. I was the only one, the one and only. In that case, on behalf of the entire orphanage, I express my deepest gratitude to you. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to me. Logan Green did not refuse. If this money was used in the orphanage, the environment of the orphanage would be vastly improved. He could live an austere life, but the children in the orphanage could not. This money would ensure that the children had meat on their dining table for every single meal. And only at this moment did Harvey Cross finally realize that I had genuinely come purely for the sake of the orphans in this orphanage. Initially, he had thought that my reporting of Director Lee was also just for the sake of fame, but that would have been beyond reproach anyway. A noble person is judged by their actions, not their hidden motives. After all, she was doing a good deed. So, even if it were for fame, it wouldn't matter. But I genuinely wanted to do something for these orphans. Harvey Cross only just remembered. It seemed Scarlett Vance was also an orphan herself. Please don't do this. What you are doing is far greater than what I am doing. I let out a soft sigh, and subsequently helped Logan Green up. Wait, where is Penny? Where did she go? Only at this moment did I suddenly realize that the petite girl who had been by my side had suddenly vanished. Walking out of the cafeteria and glancing into the distance, I discovered that Penny had already integrated with the crowd and completely blended in with the children. Drop the handkerchief, drop the handkerchief. Gently drop it behind a little friend's back. Nobody tell him. I gazed at the scene in the distance and let out a soft smile. This petite girl's build really wasn't much taller than these young children. That person, Logan Green, looked at Penny with some hesitation. It seems our orphanage doesn't have a child like that. She's my assistant, and also my manager, I said with a soft chuckle. Since it's so far away from the city center, it must be highly inconvenient for the kids to go to school, right? Harvey Cross spoke up to ask again. Logan Green let out a bitter smile and shook his head. They have to wake up 2 hours early every day and take the bus to go to school in the city. For those with household registration in rural areas, it's even farther away. I felt slightly moved upon hearing this. Go ahead and use this money first to improve the children's daily lives. After this, I will continue to provide funding to build a school right here. I spoke directly to Logan Green. Hearing up to this point, Logan Green was so incredibly excited he became somewhat incoherent. He could only keep repeating, "Thank you," under his breath, and tears even welled up in the corners of his eyes. Harvey Cross was also utterly astounded. He looked at me, completely at a loss for words. If it were himself instead, would he be able to achieve this level of devotion? The answer was clearly a negative one, and only at this moment did Harvey Cross completely and utterly realize that those online rumors regarding Scarlett Vance were entirely nothing but groundless fabrications, and completely idiotic to the absolute extreme. How could a person with such a noble soul ever possibly commit those kinds of acts? Children, everyone come over here. Let me introduce a friend to you all. Logan Green suddenly announced loudly, addressing the over 200 children in the orphanage. Following that, upon hearing the noise, everyone came skipping and jumping over to this side. Pairs of curious eyes flickered back and forth over Harvey Cross and me, which honestly made me feel a tiny bit self-conscious. Let me introduce her to everyone. This is a massive celebrity in our country. Her name is Scarlett Vance. Everyone say hello to Big Sister. Hello, Big Sister. Hello, Big Sister. As Logan Green's voice fell, bursts of greetings echoed over. This Big Sister has donated an incredible amount of money to our orphanage. From now on, we don't have to wait until holidays to get to eat an egg. In the future, we will have eggs to eat every single day. Not only that, we can even have meat to eat for our daily meals. Logan Green announced loudly to the orphans, and upon hearing this wonderful news, bright smiles broke across every single one of these children's faces. Is that for real? Yay! Thank you, Big Sister. Big Sister is such an incredibly good person. This is awesome. A great number of young children ran over and swarmed right up to my side. I let out a soft, gentle smile, smiling remarkably warmly. Boss, since you are an actual professional singer, why don't you come perform a song for the kids? I've already bragged to them about how beautiful your singing voice is. Penny let out a playful giggle at me and subsequently spoke up. Sure, why not? Go fetch my guitar from the car for me, I said with a gentle laugh. Hearing this, Penny immediately grabbed the keys and subsequently dashed off toward where the car was parked. 5 minutes later, Penny came back carrying a guitar in her arms. I took the guitar from her, subsequently sat down on a stool, and subsequently got into position. The song I'm going to perform for you all today is called Underneath the Flying Clouds. In my personal memory, the track Underneath the Flying Clouds had always been an exceptionally warm and inspiring piece, and performing it for these children today was absolutely perfect. My fingertips swept across the guitar strings, and my voice resonated out. At this moment, I didn't employ any deliberate vocal techniques, merely relying on my most simple and unadorned voice to express my raw emotions through the melody. And the exact second I began to sing, Every single one of the children froze in place. Because my voice was simply far too beautiful to listen to the point where practically every child was completely intoxicated by it. At this moment, Logan Green was intensely astonished, and the gaze he directed toward me became significantly more moved. Scarlett Vance's physical appearance was simply far too outstanding, making people unconsciously and reflexively assume that Scarlett Vance must possess zero actual professional talent. But in reality, that was completely far from the truth. Logan Green wasn't a professional music expert, and couldn't evaluate it from an elite technical standpoint, but he simply knew that Scarlett Vance's singing voice was exceptionally beautiful. As the melody of the guitar gradually grew more powerful and soaring, the chorus segment subsequently arrived along with it. At this moment, every single person stared at me with wide eyes, even though there were 200 to 300 people in the area, but the children were absolutely silent, so even though my voice wasn't incredibly loud, it was still perfectly clear and audible. The sound of my chorus segment quickly drifted right into the children's ears. The singing carried a slight hint of melancholy, yet it was also remarkably warm. It felt as if these orphans were finally receiving the warmth of a real family. At this moment, perhaps because the song was far too moving, tears were already welling up in the corners of many children's eyes. And in the distance, Director Lee, unable to face the orphans, was also streaming with tears. In the past, he had never possessed a concrete, vivid concept of the things he had actually done, feeling that the money he embezzled was ultimately nothing more than a string of numbers, and was absolutely no big deal. But when he personally witnessed the orphans surrounding me, only then did he finally realize that these were individual, vibrant lives, whether it was due to regret after his actions were exposed, or a genuine awakening of his conscience. Director Lee actually covered his face and began to cry. However, tucked away in the corner, nobody noticed him, whether it was sincere repentance or simply bitter regret. No matter what, Director Lee would highly likely spend the remainder of his life behind bars. When I made the donation, I indeed had a selfish motive of wanting to boost my reputation, but that absolutely does not mean I am willing to watch my hard-earned cash fall directly into the pockets of corrupt officials, leaving the people who genuinely need help completely empty-handed. Therefore, even if I don't get any publicity out of it, it really doesn't matter. After the chorus segment finished playing, the sky completely darkened tonight, and the outdated lights on the playground flickered to life. I could clearly see the bright, shining eyes of these orphans, glistening exactly like the stars up in the sky. Right then, Janie walked straight over. She stepped right up in front of me, with a highly curious gaze, sizing up the big sister before her. Under the dim, flickering glow of the light, Janie appeared even more adorable and beautiful. I let out a soft chuckle, and subsequently ruffled Janie's hair. I know I'm absolutely no savior of the world, but being able to offer these children at least some help was already more than wonderful enough. After wrapping all of this up, the four of us drove back immediately. My schedule was packed exceptionally tight. I had to get back home tonight, and then accompany Chloe to Magic City tomorrow. Harvey Cross was at the wheel in the front, with Director Lee riding in the passenger seat. In the back, the petite girl was likely exhausted from playing, as she kept leaning heavily against my shoulder, sound asleep in a deep daze. She looked incredibly peaceful and adorable. I let out a soft smile. A life like this was actually pretty great. Right at that exact moment, I suddenly detected a metallic taste of blood rising in my throat, and subsequently let out 2 violent coughs. I immediately pulled out a tissue to cover my mouth. After those 2 heavy coughs, a bright splash of crimson appeared on the snow-white tissue. I instantly crumpled the tissue tightly in my hand, subsequently wiped the corners of my mouth to completely dry away the bloodstains, and subsequently tossed it into a trash bag. Right around this time, the petite girl was woken up by the sound of my coughing. She rubbed her eyes slowly, raising her head to look up at me, with a slight hint of confusion. Why did it look like there was a bloodstain on the boss's cheek? Did I just imagine it because I'm half asleep? Boss, what's wrong? Penny's soft, groggy voice rang out. It's nothing. I probably just caught a mild cold. I'll be perfectly fine after getting some rest. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, as I subsequently replied. However, exhaustion quickly flooded Penny's brain once more. She closed her eyes, all over again, and drifted back into a heavy sleep. At this point, I began to seriously reconsider things. It looks like I really ought to track down a reporter. Otherwise, If I fail to achieve my goal within my remaining lifespan, won't I have completely wasted everything? But, thinking it over carefully, it doesn't really matter. At least for now, everything remains completely within my control, and no black swan events have popped up. I took a quick look at my status panel. With only 36 days left, I need to accelerate my progress even further. Today, I was still exceptionally radiant and striking. I was wearing a Klein blue t-shirt. T-shirts in this specific color have a unique trait. They intensely highlight and accentuate the skin tone of someone with pale white skin, making them look exceptionally elegant. But the drawback is that this color is highly selective of who can wear it. Fortunately, I could pull off this color flawlessly. Riverport City wasn't considered very far from Magic City. It was just a quick 1-hour flight. And completely thanks to Chloe's elite status, I experienced flying first class for the very first time in my life. It seemed Chloe was some sort of VIP gold card holder at the airport, because the level of service we received could literally be described as a royal treatment. I stood exceptionally close to Chloe, linking my arm together with hers. As the two of us looked incredibly physically intimate, Chloe also possessed a significant amount of assets in Magic City, making her a genuine bona fide wealthy woman. For instance, this spectacular Aston Martin Valkyrie parked right in front of my eyes. With an official sticker price of over $30 million, I felt that compared to this absolute machine, even buying a Porsche would look like a budget and financially constrained choice. There was simply no helping it. Chloe's family background was far too elite. On top of that, she was the sole only daughter of the Winters family, inheriting the absolute adoration of her entire household. Cars of this insane caliber. Chloe owned 5 or 6 more. Scarlett, and you tell me exactly how we can get this liquor to sell? Chloe turned her head over to look at me. In reality, when it came to marketing and sales, she actually didn't hold many expectations for me, just treating it as me accompanying her to Magic City for fun. But what if she actually did have a solution? Hearing this, I organized my thoughts for a moment, and subsequently replied, it's exceptionally simple. We use live stream marketing to make it blow up. In this world, I've also conducted a significant amount of market research. The spirits market, when it comes to the younger generation, can basically be described as a complete blank slate. When you get right down to the root of it, it's entirely because young people absolutely detest this kind of toxic drinking culture and flat out despise those corporate compliance tests. And I recalled that back in my previous life, there seemed to be a certain spirits brand that successfully went viral among young people once. That brand was Zhang Xiaobai. Back in 2018 or around that time, this brand of liquor, by riding the ultimate trend of the internet, blew up into an absolute massive sensation. Although later on, because Zhang Xiaobai tasted terrible, the product from Chibi Wine definitely doesn't taste bad. Our public reputation has always been exceptionally solid, and within this alternate world, it looks like absolutely no one has capitalized on this trend yet. Personally, I feel we can entirely rely on my singing to drive livestream sales, utilizing significantly more modern popular elements to market and push our spirits directly to the youth. Livestream marketing? But the primary target demographic for spirits is rarely active online, Chloe remarked with a slight frown, not feeling particularly optimistic about this strategy. I let out a calm smile upon hearing this. With that, I stopped hiding my blueprint and laid it completely bare, revealing a very straightforward concept. It's simple. We disrupt and expand the market. Wouldn't it work if we just get more young people to drink spirits? Expanding the market. Chloe was a bit puzzled. As the only daughter of the Winters family, and the future ruler of the Winters Empire, Chloe's ability to observe market trends was by no means weak. She didn't think that spirits, a sunset industry like this, could ever receive the favor of young people. I know you have a lot of question marks. Don't worry, you'll understand once you look at this proposal. Saying that, I pulled out my tablet, and subsequently sent a Word document to Chloe. Just as Chloe was about to open and read it, she saw Chloe's mother walking over from downstairs in the company building. My baby Chloe, you're finally here. Mommy missed you so much. Chloe's mother immediately rushed over and subsequently gave Chloe a massive hug. Chloe's mother's name was Evelyn Winters. She was already nearly 50 years old now, but she still looked exactly like a noble lady under 40. She was exceptionally well preserved. Oh, Scarlett, you came too. Upon seeing Scarlet Vance right beside Chloe, Evelyn Winters was slightly surprised. "Hello, Auntie," I greeted her very politely. As Chloe's best and only friend, Chloe's father and mother definitely knew me. Although there were many negative reviews about Scarlet Vance on the internet, in reality, the Winters' parents actually knew Scarlet's true character. Although this child's personality was a bit rash and not all that calm, her basic nature was absolutely not bad. In fact, Chloe's mother actually quite liked me. Therefore, the two of them didn't oppose my friendship with Chloe. However, despite saying that, the two of them would still worry a bit. Would my reputation on the internet end up affecting their own daughter? "Don't just stand outside. Come on inside and have a seat," Chloe's mother said to me with a smile. "All right," I replied with a smile. Inside the company, I wandered around aimlessly to look at the sights inside, while Evelyn Winters led Chloe away to discuss some matters regarding corporate secrets. Though it was called corporate secrets, in reality, she was asking questions about Scarlet Vance. "Chloe, how did Scarlet end up coming along this time?" Scarlet said. "She has a way to revive chibi wine, so she came along," Chloe replied. "Does Scarlet actually have that kind of ability? Not to mention in this unfamiliar field. Even in her own domain, her performance hasn't been very ideal." A look of doubt appeared on Evelyn Winters' face. She didn't mean to disparage Scarlet Vance. She was merely stating the facts. In fact, because of the situation with chibi wine, Evelyn Winters hadn't been sleeping well lately. After all, the liquor business was one of the Winters family's pillar operations, and also the industry that originally built the Winters fortune. If chibi wine continued to shrink, it meant the Winters family would lose at least 1/3 of their assets. This was something the Winters family absolutely did not want to see. "Mom, Scarlet has changed a lot recently. Haven't you been watching variety shows?" Chloe let out a helpless, dry laugh. In her memory, her mom had always loved watching variety shows. "I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't had time to watch any of that," Evelyn Winters replied. "Mom, I remember you really like watching The Voice of America, right? Did you know that Scarlet won the championship in the latest episode of The Voice?" Upon hearing this piece of news, Evelyn Winters appeared intensely surprised. "Really? If you don't believe it, see for yourself." In Evelyn Winters' impression, Scarlet Vance's professional skill level was merely a bit stronger than an ordinary person's. To want to win the championship on a massive show like The Voice was absolutely anything but a simple matter. And the moment she clicked open the relevant news articles, Evelyn Winters was completely thunderstruck. So Scarlet is actually that incredible? If nothing else, Scarlet Vance was at least raised right under Evelyn Winters' eyes. Many years ago, all of Scarlet Vance's immediate family passed away. Afterward, it was the Winters family who kept financially supporting Scarlet Vance, ensuring she wouldn't have to grow up in an orphanage. So, speaking of which, although the Winters parents' affection for Scarlet Vance was far below their love for their biological daughter Chloe, they still cared for her to some extent. And seeing that Scarlet Vance had achieved this today, Evelyn Winters was also exceptionally happy. Then what about that male celebrity Scarlet likes? Don't worry, Scarlet has completely snapped out of it. She's no longer like she used to be. Chloe replied with a smile. Then that's for the best. Evelyn Winters said with a smile. She liked him so much before. Why did she suddenly have a change of heart? Does she have someone else she likes now? She told me she has someone new she likes. I have no idea who the lucky person will be. Did she not tell you who it is? No, she said it's a secret. Chloe spoke up to reply helplessly. All right, Mom, let's stop gossiping and get down to official business first. Saying that, Chloe pulled out her laptop and subsequently clicked open the proposal I had sent her. She was actually quite curious about exactly what Scarlet's plan was. This is the proposal Scarlet wrote for me. She said she has some ideas, Chloe replied. She read it as she spoke. Earlier when we were on the plane, she had been constantly watching Scarlet type away on the keyboard, having no idea what she was busy with. She hadn't expected it to be a business proposal. Since she put so much effort into it, she should at least look over it seriously. Evelyn Winters also grew interested in the proposal and began reviewing the contents inside. Although the formatting wasn't very standard, I had explained my train of thought exceptionally clearly. And the moment they understood my logic and ideas, both Evelyn Winters and Chloe had a look of absolute shock break across their faces. Using corny pickup lines and anti-drinking culture gimmicks to draw more young people's attention to the spirits market seemed a bit absurd on the surface, but in reality it looked like it could actually work. At this point, Chloe couldn't help but admire me a bit. In fact, she had already begun to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter. I also think this method is very interesting. Evelyn Winters nodded her head earnestly, her eyes filled with praise and validation. This child Scarlett has an incredible talent for business. Since the older demographic market is already oversaturated, why not give it a shot and try to disrupt and expand the market for young people? Should we give it a try? Chloe looked at her mom and spoke up to ask, "You and Scarlett go unwind first. I'll call a board meeting to discuss the feasibility of this strategic decision." After thinking things over for a brief moment, Evelyn Winters still nodded her head. Then I'll go look for Scarlett first," Chloe replied with a nod. By this time, I was already writing a song. To make the brand blow up through a live stream, I definitely had to show my face personally. Lately, my personal popularity score on the internet had been exceptionally high. Not only because of the attention brought by my former status as a universally hated figure, but even more so because I had won the championship on The Voice. The combination of these two trending topics triggered a wonderful chemical reaction, causing my name to stay on the trending searches of Weibo for several days before finally coming down. I can leverage this popularity to draw traffic to Chibi Wine. And as for the song, I'll sing during the live stream to drive sales. Let's go with Drunk in Chibi. Thinking about it, this song is indeed the most appropriate one, and it truly contains a line that can serve as a massive talking point. Locking Eyes confirms, "I've met the right person. If I slap this catchphrase onto the liquor, I can't even imagine how incredibly explosive the sales will be." After wandering around the company for a full circle, I couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. A wealthy, elite family truly operates on a different level. Every single corner radiates an aura of pure luxury and wealth. The company security guards weren't stupid either. Having just seen Scarlett Vance and Evelyn Winters chatting and laughing together, they judged that this person's background was definitely anything but simple. So they didn't stop her at all. When it all comes down to it, my popularity still isn't high enough. After being baptized by this season of The Voice, perhaps my fame within the industry has already completely taken off, but it still hasn't broken out into the mainstream. If I'm not remembered by the general public, it will ultimately be nothing more than a flash in the pan. After wrapping up my little tour, I made my way back to my original spot and sat down on a couch in the lobby. "Scarlett, let's head out first," Chloe said as she walked up to my side and spoke to me. "All right," I replied with a nod. A board meeting's decision is certainly not something that can be finalized overnight. Behind it lies a complex web of strategic planning and intense corporate power struggles. Therefore, within a short period of time, they definitely won't be able to reach a definitive conclusion. So the two of us decided to head back to her Magic City villa. I felt my head spinning a little bit. As expected, a remaining lifespan of 40 days versus 30 days still comes with a massive difference. I could distinctly feel that my physical condition was far inferior to how it was 10 days ago. An overwhelming wave of nausea and dizziness continuously echoed inside my brain. Normally, this massive 5,000 square foot villa should make someone feel completely relaxed and refreshed, but right now I could only feel a deep wave of dizziness. Right at this moment, Chloe just happened to step out of the bathroom. After a long journey, freshening up was a natural next step. This was Chloe's standard routine. She always preferred to take a shower the moment she got home. "Scarlett, is your head spinning?" Chloe walked over out of curiosity, unable to hide a hint of worry in her heart. At this moment, Chloe was wrapped in nothing but a single bath towel, her slender legs completely exposed to the air. Under the faint, lingering mist of the bathroom steam, she appeared exceptionally ethereal and captivating. Her snow-white neck and shoulders, along with her defined collarbones, were also laid bare right before my eyes. Perhaps because she hadn't taken extra care to cover up, certain areas that shouldn't normally be seen were also partially visible right in front of me. Normally, Chloe's wardrobe choice was relatively conservative. Basically, aside from her face, one could rarely catch a glimpse of her bare skin. On top of that, Chloe belonged to the well-endowed tier where looking down blocks the view of one's toes. So at this exact moment, she delivered an incredibly powerful visual impact. But, after all, the two of us had grown up together since childhood. Speaking of seeing each other's bodies, we had even taken baths together before. So Chloe didn't seem to mind all that much. I raised my head and locked eyes with Chloe. I only felt a heavy wave of intense dizziness, failing to clearly register Chloe's current appearance. Right at this exact split second, blood slowly began to stream out from my nose. Witnessing this, Chloe instantly froze entirely in place. Subsequently, her face violently flushed crimson, the deep red spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Scarlet, only at this moment did I finally realize that my leukemia symptoms were flaring up again. Wait, why did the timing have to be this awful? Why on earth did I have to get a nosebleed right at this exact moment? This is literally a textbook case of yellow mud falling into my pants. Even if it's not crap, everyone will think it's crap. My consciousness snapped instantly back to absolute clarity. I raised my head to look over at Chloe, and when I caught sight of the young heiress's slightly shy and embarrassed facial expression, I honestly couldn't tell whether this was good news or bad news. The good news was that the truth about my leukemia hadn't been exposed. The bad news was that from now on, Chloe was probably going to view me in a completely bizarre light. Chloe, I raised my eyes, desperately wanting to explain. But perhaps due to intense bashfulness and embarrassment, Chloe spun around instantly, dashing at full speed straight back into her bedroom, and subsequently slammed the door shut. Let me put on some clothes first. With a loud thud, the door to Chloe's bedroom was completely shut. I let out a long, heavy breath, wanting to step forward to explain things to Chloe all over again, but a sudden wave of profound exhaustion instantly flooded into my entire consciousness. After wiping away the nosebleed, I collapsed straight onto the couch and closed my eyes completely. I felt so incredibly tired. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Chloe used both of her hands to tightly cover her almost completely flushed, burning cheeks. Her absolute best friend, whom she had grown up with since childhood, actually possessed a primal, physical attraction toward her. If she didn't possess that kind of physical attraction, how else could one explain Scarlett Vance looking at her body and then getting a nosebleed? An inexplicably bizarre sensation surfaced deep inside her heart, exactly as if she had just finished eating a plate of spaghetti thoroughly mixed with grade 45 concrete, so strange that she couldn't put it into words. At this point, Chloe's mind was racing with endless thoughts. Has Scarlett's romantic orientation completely shifted toward girls? Is she into guys or into girls? If she swings both ways, then does she take a greater liking to guys? Or does she prefer girls significantly more? If she actually confesses her love to me, exactly how am I supposed to respond? What if she wants us to be together? Does she truly love me? A continuous stream of endless questions flooded straight into Chloe's mind, making her head spin and ache intensely, leaving her completely at a loss on how to handle it. Reflecting on these burning questions were far more complex than the advanced calculus she had dreaded so fiercely back in her college days, making it incredibly difficult to solve. These anxious thoughts weren't just wild delusions or her spiraling out of control, but rather a perfectly logical deduction built squarely upon my explicit behavior, combining her rational analysis and internal thoughts. Recalling the intense gaze Scarlett had directed at her over the past few days, along with those subtly charming and flirtatious remarks, there was a massive chance that this was absolutely real. Her best friend of over 10 years had actually developed romantic feelings for her. But what left Chloe feeling intensely conflicted was that she truly didn't possess romantic feelings for girls. If Scarlett truly went ahead and confessed her love to her, their future interactions would inevitably become incredibly awkward. So exactly what on earth was she supposed to do? With a sudden click of the latch, the bedroom door swung open, and Chloe stepped back out. She happened to catch sight of me lying right on the couch. She felt a bit taken aback, and immediately rushed straight over to my side. "Scarlett, what's wrong?" Stepping close to me, Chloe spoke up to voice her query, but I didn't offer a single word of reply. She could feel that my shallow breathing was remarkably steady. Looking exactly as if I had fallen fast asleep, Chloe felt slightly moved, thinking it was probably because I had been far too exhausted lately. After hesitating for a long moment, she still picked me up in her arms, and subsequently walked step by step toward her own bedroom. After placing me down on her bed, Chloe covered me with a blanket. Staring at my sleeping face, Chloe's current mood could be described as incredibly complex. Not knowing what to say, after a long time, she could only shake her head and stop overthinking things. By the time I woke up, the sky had already gradually darkened. A wave of intense exhaustion flooded into my brain. After a sudden bout of severe dizziness, I took a deep, steady breath and glanced to my side, happening to catch sight of Chloe right beside me. She was leaning against the bedside with her eyes closed, sound asleep in a deep daze. Did I pass out? I shook my head to bring my consciousness back to absolute clarity. I took a thorough look around the room, only feeling that it was exceptionally luxurious, but the familiar scent on the bedsheets confirmed for me that this was indeed Chloe's bedroom. "Chloe, are you asleep?" I tapped Chloe on the shoulder as I spoke up to ask. Hearing this voice, Chloe rubbed her eyes and subsequently woke up. "Scarlet, you're awake." Did I fall asleep earlier?" You must have been far too exhausted last night, right? Or maybe you're sick. Do you want me to take you to the hospital to get checked out?" Chloe spoke up to ask. Come to think of it, we happened to be in Magic City, which possessed the absolute top-tier medical resources, and the Winters family just happened to be prestigious enough to enjoy these exclusive medical resources. No need, I was strictly just far too tired. "I'm starving, let's go grab some food." The two of us tactfully refrained from breaking that unspoken barrier. Meanwhile, at the board of directors meeting in the Chibi Wine headquarters in Magic City. So, regarding this strategic decision, who approves and who objects? Evelyn Winters stood at the end of the long conference table, dressed in a sharp business suit, with a solemn facial expression and an authoritative aura. This was completely a world apart from the gentle and kind manner she had shown when she first met Scarlett Vance and Chloe Winters, looking completely different. At this moment, her aura resembled that of an absolute ruler. I disagree. At this moment, a white-haired man who looked to be in his 60s let out a cold snort. The development of Chibi Wine doesn't just rely solely on you and your husband. It relies even more on the collective hard work of everyone on this board. To have an industry as serious as spirits engage in live streaming, marketing is an absolute disgrace. His expression was exceptionally stern, projecting an authoritative aura that permitted zero negotiation. Or furthermore, you're letting a viral internet celebrity take a 30% cut? Are you practically begging to just hand our money over to someone? This man was so incredibly furious, his mustache was practically standing on end, his eyes staring wide open. The elderly man opposing Evelyn Winters was named Warren Webb. In fact, he and Evelyn Winters had harbored a long-standing grudge. Basically, regardless of whether a matter was beneficial to the company or detrimental to the company, Warren Webb would object to Evelyn Winters. However, because Warren Webb had indeed contributed significantly during the early days, when Chibi Wine was first established, so the Winters couple kept his historical contributions in mind and hadn't driven him out. You disagree? Evelyn Winters let out a soft laugh. "I didn't come here to negotiate with you all, but rather to inform you. Just a moment ago, I successfully secured the remaining shares. Right now, my equity stake stands at 51%, which means absolutely none of you have the power to block my decision." Upon hearing these words, the man who had just opposed Evelyn Winters clearly panicked. He had never expected that the woman in front of him would actually possess such methods. "If you choose to put up a desperate resistance, I will straight up kick you off the board of directors. Listen to me closely, and we can all enjoy the profits together. But if you choose to remain stubbornly obstinate, then don't blame me for being entirely ruthless." Leo passed down the orders to get everything fully ready for the live stream. In addition, contact the production department to prepare in advance. Meeting adjourned. Evelyn Winters let out a cold, mocking laugh, and subsequently gathered her corporate documents, subsequently walking straight out of the room. Following her departure, the entire boardroom fell into a deathly silence. "Tisk, this absolute madwoman," Warren Webb cursed under his breath. This time, he wasn't merely opposing her for the sake of opposing, but genuinely felt that this strategy couldn't possibly work out. If things proceeded this way, Chibi Wine would not only fail to secure higher revenue, but would instead completely destroy its reputation within the traditional spirits industry. It would bring nothing but endless harm without a single benefit. How could such a ridiculous proposal ever succeed? It looks completely unreliable at a single glance. However, at the moment, they could only go along with it for now. After all, the executive power wasn't in his hands. But the core mystery remained. Where on earth did Evelyn Winters exactly manage to secure that additional chunk of company shares? My two darlings, are you getting used to the cuisine here in Magic City? Do you want to add a couple of dishes from Riverport City? After returning home, Evelyn Winters walked over toward Chloe and me with a warm smile. It's exceptionally delicious," I replied smoothly while chewing on my steak. Imported Wagyu beef truly tastes entirely different. My manners were quite unrefined, appearing somewhat unconventional. In contrast, Chloe was significantly more quiet and elegant. Evelyn Winters sat down in her seat and subsequently turned her head toward me. "Scarlett, the board of directors has already passed your proposal. To be completely honest, I feel highly optimistic about your plan. If we don't actively seek a breakthrough, we are highly likely to slowly wither away inside our comfort zone. That is absolutely not what I want to see." Evelyn Winters let out a soft sigh and subsequently replied, "I'm just incredibly amazed by your strategic vision. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, this type of proposal is exceptionally ahead of its time. This wasn't mere flattery, but a genuine, heartfelt compliment. My vision truly was remarkably ahead of its time." "You flatter me, Auntie," I muttered while digging into my beef, speaking up to reply. "The profit cut we are offering on our end is 30% of the total livestream sales revenue. If the subsequent strategy turns out to be a success, we will also grant you corresponding company dividends. Scarlett, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" "Of course I am satisfied." I nodded my head without a single shred of hesitation. Setting aside exactly how much the cut was, I would be completely willing to do it even if they made me work for free. After all, the Winters family had truly helped me an immense amount. "Then let's launch the live stream tomorrow." I wiped my mouth clean and subsequently replied with a smile. "The camera crew has finished calibration and is completely in order, ready to launch the live stream at any fraction of a second." Facing the camera lens, I finished putting on my makeup and subsequently stole a glance at myself on the monitor, letting out a soft, gentle smile. To tell the truth, the pressure was still monumentally high. After all, the official corporate account of Chibi Wine possessed a follower count of barely 20,000 people. 20,000 followers. Exactly what did this imply? It implied that once the live stream launched, if I wanted to pull in massive traffic views, I could only rely entirely on my own raw talent to draw people in. Although I was a woman who naturally generated massive internet buzz, wanting to sustain an exceptionally high concurrent viewer count also strictly required elite entertainment and content creating skills. To successfully make viral content and amass high popularity, I had pondered intensely for a long duration last night. $79 for a bottle of liquor is expensive. How on earth is that expensive? It's been this exact price for so many years. Don't just talk absolute nonsense with your eyes wide open. The domestic liquor industry faces immense difficulties. After thinking for a moment, I immediately shook my head. No way. Absolutely not. If I do that, not only will I get blasted to pieces by the internet, but the reputation of Chibi Wine will definitely be ruined right along with me. Therefore, I chose a relatively safe way to create viral content. Behind me, there was a poster showing a comparison between Chibi Wine and the domestic industry leader Mutai. Does the brand name contain the words Chibi? Chibi, yes. Mutai, no. Is the corporate headquarters located in Magic City? Chibi, yes. Mutai, no. Is it a 20-year-old established brand? Chibi, yes. Established for 20 years. Mutai, no. Established for 100 years. Setting aside whether the comparison was actually logical, the comedic effect was definitely dialed to the absolute max. Standing right by my side was Penny, dressed in a secretary outfit. Her 5-foot-tall, petite frame in a business suit looked incredibly adorable. "Boss, are you absolutely sure this will actually work?" Penny Baxter scratched her head as she questioned me. Last night, I had handed Penny a mysterious assignment. Penny had wondered what it could possibly be, but it turned out she had to help drive livestream sales. "Don't worry, it's completely foolproof," I replied smoothly with a confident smile. Hearing this, Penny could only nod her head helplessly. After saying that, I took a deep breath and clicked to start the livestream. I merely sat in place without moving, subsequently staring at the camera lens without saying a single word. Let's draw the traffic in first before anything else. Initially, for the first minute, there were only a few scattered people in the livestream room. Then it instantly skyrocketed to 5,000, quickly breaking past 10,000, then 50,000, and ultimately the popularity score stabilized at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. The entire process didn't even take more than 5 minutes. I couldn't help but marvel that, strictly in terms of internet traffic views, I had still slightly underestimated myself. Perhaps there was also the popularity boost, granted to me by the voice production team. Streamer, you're not trying to be a celebrity anymore? Are you getting ready to do live stream sales? Is this for real or fake? Is this really Scarlett Vance? Is that comparison chart behind you supposed to be a joke? Hey, come to think of it, those points are actually true. I'm sorry. I misjudged the streamer. It's only human nature. I support forcing Scarlett Vance out of the entertainment industry. The composition of the live comments was as dizzyingly complex as the stars. A vast majority of them were just trolls and people looking for a laugh, while those actually placing orders were a tiny minority. In reality, just by putting my face in front of the screen, I didn't even need any special talents or entertainment skills. Relying strictly on my looks was enough to keep the viewer count steady. Right around this time, the official staff of Mutai were also alerted, and straight up entered the livestream room. Staring at the comparison banner behind me, the Mutai official was absolutely furious with rage. In his burning rage, he paused to think, wait a second. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this comparison. Is it trademark infringement? Not really, right? After all, it doesn't constitute false advertising. The CEO of Mutai had a grim facial expression. How on earth did Chibi Wine find an entertainer, a celebrity like this to handle their marketing? And her methods are just so incredibly cheap. Sigh. It's tough being a singer nowadays, so I have no choice but to come drive some sales and make a bit of cash. Once I witnessed that the viewer count was high enough, I merely let out a soft, passing sigh. Those of you with cash, please support with your wallets. Those without cash can leave now. The exact second I spoke up and they heard my voice, the viewers in the livestream finally realized that the person right in front of them was the real deal, not some fake imposter. Holy crap. Streamer, since when did you become so completely savage? This content is absolutely gold. Chibi Wine, dock the streamer's salary right now. Suddenly, the entire tone of the stream completely shifted. I picked up a single bottle of Chibi bottled liquor in my hand. Right now. Throw away every single bottle of garbage liquor in your hands. Right here in my hand is the premium, high-end stuff from Chibi Wine. Every single viewer in this live stream room today is family to me, Scarlett Vance. We compatriots don't scam our own people. Today, this unboxed Chibi liquor isn't $998. It's not $8,088. It's strictly $6,088 for $688. I'll give you one bottle. I'll give you 2 bottles. I'll give you 3 bottles. I'll give you 4 bottles, plus another 2 bottles. Is 6 bottles enough? I brought out bottle after bottle of liquor and lined them up across the tabletop. Only 6 bottles. What kind of a sick joke is this? Streamer, throw in another 2 bottles. Catching sight of these live comments, I suddenly feigned an expression of intense pain and reluctance. 8 bottles? But if we do that, the financial cost pressure will simply be far too heavy. But I, Scarlett, must always prioritize my family here in the stream. Throw in another 2 bottles. With 8 bottles of unboxed Chibi liquor for strictly $688, with free shipping straight to your door. Damn it, Scarlett Vance, what on earth are you doing? If you do this, our company is going to lose an absolute fortune. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp business suit stormed into the livestream room, absolutely bursting with rage, and shouted directly at me, "Security! Help the streamer throw this guy out of here." I barked out a loud command. Subsequently, 2 masked men forcefully dragged the suited man right out of the room. No, Scarlett Vance, you absolutely cannot do this. Oh no, this is bad. If you do this, the corporation is going to fire us completely. Penny Baxter dashed over, putting on an expression of total shock, and subsequently clutched the lapel of my clothes. I straight up shoved Penny aside. Ha ha ha, this is absolute gold. Stop being a singer, and become a professional actress instead. I never expected Scarlett Vance to actually have a talent for acting. The live comments erupted in endless chatter. A vast majority of people easily saw through the fact that I was acting, but there was actually a small minority who completely bought into it, their nerves completely tightening up, as they stood poised to immediately place their orders. This was primarily because within this alternate world, there had never been such a highly novel marketing style. So, everyone found it exceptionally fresh and fun just to watch the show. Meanwhile, the concurrent viewer count of the live stream consistently remained rock solid at over 100,000 viewers. Penny, you absolute traitorous subject. Do not hold me back. Absolutely no one can stop me from giving exclusive benefits to my family. Come on, I'll count down 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Launch the product link. I immediately clicked around rapidly on the computer interface. Right then, the buying link instantly went live on the listing. At this moment, the viewers who intended to buy frantically tapped the purchase button. But right at that exact instant, everyone suddenly registered that something was completely off. The price of $6.88 didn't get them 8 bottles, but rather a whopping 10 bottles. Is the streamer an absolute idiot? How on earth did she post the entirely wrong listing link? Wait, how can we actually buy 10 bottles for just $6.88? And right at that exact moment, I suddenly looked completely paralyzed with horror. What? I actually launched the entirely wrong product link. Don't buy it. Nobody buy it. Let the streamer fix the listing first. Because my acting performance was far too convincing. It caused a great number of people who originally didn't believe it to actually completely buy into the blunder. And the liquor inventory in the shopping cart was completely sold out within a mere 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. Total steal. Nice. I just locked down 30 bottles. You're going to lose an absolute fortune. This is hilarious. How on earth can someone be this completely brainless? Witnessing this scene unfold, inside the live stream room, the CEO of Mutai completely lost his composure. The total order volume had straight up shattered 10,000 units. This explicitly implied that within just these few short minutes, the total sales transaction volume had reached over 6 million, approaching nearly $7 million. If it were older people buying this, then the CEO of Mutai wouldn't have felt much of a wave. But the ones placing orders were all young people. Breaking into the youth market relying strictly on marketing alone, this was simply the work of an absolute genius. Witnessing this scene unfold, Evelyn Winters was also profoundly shocked. She never expected that I would actually have so much viral game. To be able to sell all of these spirits out, this implied that, while Chibi Wine maintained its core customer base, it could also substantially expand its target demographic at the same time, drawing in those young people who originally did not even like to drink alcohol, and making them customers of Chibi Wine. Restock the inventory right now. Evelyn Winters immediately pulled out her walkie-talkie and instructed her subordinates. Understood, Mrs. Winters. After saying this, Evelyn Winters' subordinates immediately began restocking. At this moment in the live stream, I put on an expression of deep distress and overwhelming regret. In reality, the corners of my mouth were harder to keep down than an AK-47. At this moment, I looked exactly like Light Yagami back in the day. Stifling a laugh was harder than anything else. But very quickly, I adjusted my facial expression back, continuing to show a serious and solemn look. Damn it, I'm definitely going to get fired this time. Sigh, I should just go back to being a singer. Right around this time, a lot more liquor was restocked into the shopping cart. Family members, please support our other varieties of liquor too. If we don't sell out all of this liquor, the streamer will have no choice but to sleep on the streets. Boo-hoo. I squeezed 2 drops of eye drops into my eyes, and subsequently said to the stream, "Holy crap, streamer, at least don't let us see you putting in eye drops. This is far too unprofessional, right? I suspect the streamer is hiding more liquor under her feet. Show us your feet for a quick inspection. Isn't the streamer a singer? Show us a talent performance, and I'll buy." The live comments continued to ripple back and forth non-stop. Upon catching the mention of a talent performance, I realized it was time to move on to the next segment. My actual core profession. Sigh. Then the streamer will perform a talent for everyone. After saying that, I picked up the microphone and subsequently turned on the speakers. Today, the streamer is going to sing a song for you all. It's another original song of mine, and the title of the track is Drunk in Chibis. The instrumental intro of Drunk in Chibi rang out, beginning to resonate through the live stream room. What? Another original creation? Does the streamer really write songs this quickly? The comments in the live stream room all had their curiosity thoroughly piqued. After all, being a singer was my actual day job, and the people in the stream were well aware of my talent. This was a level of skill that even anti-fans couldn't find a way to hate, and whenever this topic came up, they could only remain completely silent. In terms of professional skill level, I was absolutely rock solid. My lips parted gently, and my voice echoed through the live stream via the microphone. The lyrics were exceptionally elite as always. The vocal delivery remained rock solid, and the composition was beautifully captivating as always. The anti-fans in the live stream were completely stunned. This vocal delivery was at a caliber where even if you took a magnifying glass and a lantern, you couldn't pick out a single flaw. In fact, a great number of people felt that my vocal skills had already reached the absolute peak, and that absolutely no one could surpass me. The exact second the chorus arrived, the live comments were entirely flooded with a wall of holy craps. If one didn't turn on the comment filter, my face would have been completely obscured by the screen full of text, without a single inch showing through. Holy crap, holy crap. It's traditional opera elements again. Locking eyes confirms. I'd met the right person. This specific line is amazing. It's simply beyond spectacular. I'm going to change my personal bio to this exact sentence. It is written so beautifully. The live comments buzzed with endless discussion, and the concurrent viewer count shot up to nearly 300,000. With the graceful modulations of my singing, the number of people in the live stream steadily climbed, bit by bit, and ultimately settled around 500,000 viewers. 500,000 concurrent viewers. This was an exceptionally terrifying number. And within this span of less than a single hour, the official account of Chibi Wine steadily gained followers, skyrocketing to nearly 300,000. You had to realize that a vast majority of these 300,000 people were youth, and they were all highly active followers, attracting a demographic completely outside their core customer base, and successfully breaking into a wider circle. This was a textbook positive growth. By this point, Evelyn Winters was shocked completely beyond words. She would never have dreamed in a million years that my true capabilities would be this incredibly formidable, not strictly in terms of music, but even more so in marketing. She was simply a genius among geniuses. However, what she didn't know was that my marketing strategy had borrowed heavily from the collective strength of the marketing predecessors back on Earth. The song continued to play. The live stream viewer count remained rock solid, and the follower count kept steadily rising as the track finally drew to a close. This is beautiful. I can only describe it as absolutely magnificent. Listening to the streamer's vocals is pure bliss. Streamer, stop driving sales and go back to being a singer to unleash your talent. Every single person in the comments section had to acknowledge the absolute reality that my vocal skills were incredibly powerful. At this moment, I took a deep, steady breath and composed myself. Subsequently, after a quick sequence of adjustments on my end, on the product shelf of the shopping cart, another item materialized. The listing label read, Unboxed Chibi Liquor, Drunk in Chibi Exclusive Edition, and there was also a line of text printed right on the bottle. Locking eyes confirms. I've met the right person. This was originally a basic bottle of unboxed liquor sold for $79. But with a brand new packaging overhaul, the price had skyrocketed by a massive margin, becoming $288. I have to say, this was absolute pure profit, and it wasn't just this specific catchphrase. There were other quotes printed on them as well, a vast majority consisting of corny pickup lines, drinking everyone under the table, just to whisper a single private word to you. I think of you when you're tipsy. That is your most breathtakingly beautiful look. I always feel like I haven't drunk enough, but in reality, we just haven't chatted enough. Different bottles featured entirely different quotes, and the prices varied accordingly as well. Upon catching sight of these corny pickup lines, the viewers in the live stream room instantly grew highly intrigued. Holy crap, these lines are so much fun. Buying it. I'm going to buy this to gift to my girlfriend. I adore you so much. In less than 10 minutes after the links went live, every single restocked item was completely cleared out. Among them, the edition featuring Locking Eyes confirms. I've met the right person, sold the absolute best, getting thoroughly wiped out in less than 30 seconds. And, along with the merchandise selling out entirely, I also gleefully clapped my hands together and subsequently ended the live stream. I took a deep, steady breath. This instance belonged to the category of a flawless debut. I ran some quick, rough calculations in my head. The total volume of liquor I had sold amounted to a sales transaction value of nearly $40 million. If split according to my 30% cut of the sales revenue, then the total sum of cash I could pull in would likely be well over $10 million. Oh my God, I felt like I had never seen so many digits in a bank account before. I couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. Strawberry-flavored ice cream cones. If calculated at a rate of $10 each, I could buy 1 million of them. However, spending it all on ice cream is definitely unrealistic. I plan to use a portion of it to build a school for the orphanage and figure out what to do with the rest later. From outside the live stream room, Evelyn Winters walked in. I looked at Evelyn's expression, which was truly a sight to behold. She had completely never expected that I would actually be capable enough to sell out all the merchandise. This meant that Chibi Wine could maintain its core market, while significantly expanding its target demographic at the same time, drawing in those young people who originally didn't like to drink alcohol and turning them into customers of Chibi Wine. Scarlett, you are truly amazing. Evelyn Winters's face was filled with unstoppable delight. She had never imagined that I would become so exceptionally talented. See? I told you I could do it. I chuckled playfully, and subsequently replied, now that the live stream debut is a success, what we need to do next is just sit back and relax. That goes without saying. I really didn't expect you to be so incredible, Scarlett. Evelyn Winters could barely keep from grinning ear to ear. She wasn't just pleasantly surprised by my performance, but also because she could now, finally, hold her head high in front of the board of directors, proving that her decision was correct. Furthermore, she knew about the relationship between Chloe and me. If I possessed such outstanding capabilities, then when she and her husband completely handed over power to Chloe, Chloe would have a highly capable, loyal ally by her side to help her strategize and plan. It was absolutely perfect. So, for the next step, should we increase production or do something else? We can increase production, but for the best-selling version, the Locking Eyes' edition, we must strictly control the output to create artificial scarcity. I replied, hunger marketing? Why? Evelyn Winters roughly understood what the phrase meant, but she didn't understand why we should do this. If it sells well, shouldn't we sell more of it? If it's out of stock, everyone will keep a close eye on the official website. This will unconsciously boost brand awareness, while also maintaining the exclusive and rare nature of the item. For long-term operations, I answered, we shouldn't just cash in on this single wave. Building up the brand's visibility among the youth circle in the future is incredibly vital. Hearing up to this point, Evelyn Winters suddenly saw the light. I see. The admiration in her heart for me grew even stronger. It was true that if items were too easy to obtain, once the novelty wore off, it would be detrimental to long-term operations. Keeping a long-term perspective and progressing step by step was the optimal solution. After walking out of the company building, I headed back home together with Chloe. Right now, Chloe's actual executive power in Winters Corporation was practically no different from her parents', lacking only the official title. Perhaps because my performance earlier was a bit over the top, I felt somewhat exhausted right now. In terms of my physical condition, right now I could barely move from the neck down. Rain suddenly began to fall over Magic City at night. Whenever this happened, the weather was essentially bound to change. From then on, the temperature would gradually drop. Scarlett, there are plenty of rooms inside here. Why don't you just pick whichever one you like and treat it as your permanent bedroom? Chloe placed her umbrella by the door and subsequently walked into her villa. Hearing this, my eyes flickered slightly. I want to sleep with you. Why? Chloe felt a bit surprised. Because it's thundering outside, and I'm a bit scared, I replied earnestly. Actually, it wasn't all that earnest. As I spoke, I tightened my grip on Chloe's arm a bit more. Hearing up to this point, Chloe couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. At least come up with a better excuse. Should she refuse or agree? If it were in the past, Chloe definitely wouldn't refuse. The two of them had already slept together many times, so 1 or 2 more times made no difference. But what made her hesitate was that she always felt Scarlett harbored some impure desires toward her. However, considering that Scarlett had helped her such an immense amount, if she refused, would it deeply hurt her feelings? After pondering for a brief moment, Chloe still nodded and agreed. All right, I'll go take a shower first. Chloe lay on the bed, her breathing exceptionally steady, looking exactly as if she had already fallen asleep. I lay right beside Chloe, gazing at her sleeping face. They always say that girls who have just showered are all soft and fragrant. I completely and utterly agree with this sentiment. The scent radiating from Chloe's body was incredibly pleasant, making my heart race and surge with emotion. I wondered if using this female identity of mine to get close to Chloe was a bit too shameless. After all, the closeness Chloe displayed toward me was entirely based on the affection built up by the original owner. Yet here I was, using that pre-existing affection to openly draw closer to Chloe. But thinking it over carefully, this also seemed beyond reproach. After all, since I borrowed your physical body, I have to bear your karmic consequences. With that thought in mind, I edged a bit closer to her, able to clearly feel Chloe's breath. I gently leaned in, bringing my lips close to Chloe's face. At this moment, I actually desperately wanted to press a kiss onto Chloe's lips, but after hesitating for a long time, I still chose to give up on the idea. However, I pressed a gentle, soft kiss onto Chloe's forehead, and subsequently closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep peacefully in Chloe's embrace. Upon sensing that my breathing had grown steady, Chloe quietly opened her eyes. Looking at me right in front of her, Chloe felt even more conflicted. This was her little test. If Scarlett had wanted to do anything strange or inappropriate to her, then Chloe would have immediately stopped pretending to sleep, but I didn't seem to harbor any of those strange intentions. She had merely kissed her forehead gently, and subsequently held her as she fell asleep. This was what truly left Chloe feeling intensely conflicted, because such an action was honestly far too normal, making it exceptionally difficult for her to detect any hidden clues. Chloe felt her mind growing a bit chaotic, so she could only stop overthinking, shaking her head as she subsequently fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chloe woke up in a total daze. Scarlett was still sound asleep, curled up snugly in her embrace, looking as if she were sleeping exceptionally soundly. She really doesn't show any restraint at all. One of my hands was wrapped around her waist, while the other hand rested right on her collarbone, with my head nestled deeply against her shoulder. She looked incredibly adorable and peaceful, Chloe thought to herself. As a celebrity who built her career entirely on her looks, there were probably countless people who dreamed of having her lie right in their arms like this. And yet, a luxury like this was something she could obtain with absolute ease. Did this count as her very own exclusive privilege as her absolute best friend?